With the Attack on Titan final season concluding at the end of this year and the manga having ended over a year ago, I wanted to take the time to go through every story arc of Attack on Titan and to share my thoughts about this series. I'm aiming to talk about aspects of the series that I thoroughly enjoyed and areas where I think Hajime Isayama could have improved upon, as well as talking about a few differences between the anime and the manga. The entire aim of this video is to hopefully reach the finale of the series and to try to understand the motives of Eren and the utterly wild decisions that he makes. The ending of Attack on Titan was very controversial, so I cannot wait to give my thoughts on it, discussing what I liked and disliked about it. So join me as I begin my coverage of Attack on Titan from chapters 1 to 139. We're going over the entire series, which is published from September 2009 to April of 2021, and we're starting with the Fall of Shiganshina Arc. The concept of Titans was formed in the mind of Hajime Isayama when he had encountered a drunken man who had grabbed his collar in an internet cafe. Isayama was inspired by the man's inability to communicate. This lack of sense and reasoning that this drunken man had been conveying to Isayama had made him feel surprised that they were both the same species. After this encounter, Hajime Isayama had begun to believe that the most familiar and scary animal in the world is in fact the human, and he had conveyed this belief through the Titans that he had created within Attack on Titan. The Titans are menacing beings who, despite their human-like appearance, lack any humanity. Attack on Titan had first begun as a 65-page draft in 2006, and it is well known that Isayama had offered this story to Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump department, the same Weekly Shonen Jump that had been publishing Naruto, One Piece and Bleach at the time. But upon reading the 65-page draft, the guys over at Shonen Jump had advised Isayama to modify his style of story so that it would be more suitable to cater for the audience that typically reads Weekly Shonen Jump. Isayama had refused to compromise, so instead he had taken his 65-page draft to Weekly Shonen Magazine, a competitor magazine to Weekly Shonen Jump that is owned by Kodansha. Isayama's draft was quickly accepted and it began serialization. Attack on Titan, instead of being published weekly, was published in a monthly magazine called Bisatsu Shonen Magazine in September of 2009, and as of 2021, Attack on Titan ran for 139 chapters, having sold over 100 million copies worldwide. It is highly regarded both within Japan and overseas. The popularity of Attack on Titan had skyrocketed in 2013 after the release of the first season of the anime. The anime was so impactful on the sales of the manga that after the first season had aired, Attack on Titan was consistently ranking within the top 3 best manga series in Japan per year. In 2014, its manga sales had even surpassed One Piece's sales in that period of time. It had even ended One Piece's 5-year reign as the highest selling series year on year. Attack on Titan had quickly become the highest selling monthly manga, as well as being the most successful manga to have ever been published by Kodansha. A lot of the success of Attack on Titan is attributed to the release of the first season of the anime, like I have mentioned. The anime had released in the spring of 2013, and this is the time when I had gotten into the series. What had gripped people into the world of Attack on Titan is its impactful start. Within the first few episodes, you were introduced to the characters and the world of Attack on Titan, but your expectations are completely subverted as this world begins to be destroyed by a very familiar threat. The enemy being Titans resemble humans, and they desire nothing more than to mindlessly devour people. Attack on Titan begins with its first arc titled The Fall of Shiganshina Arc. It is a very short arc which spans from chapters 1 to 2 of the manga and episodes 1 to 2 of the anime. The Fall of Shiganshina Arc serves to explain to us how Wall Maria was breached and how the disaster which befell upon humanity had begun within the Shiganshina district. So let's begin the analysis by breaking down the first 2 chapters of Attack on Titan. Chapter 1 begins with the phrase, "That day the human race had remembered the terror of being dominated by them and the shame of being held captive in a birdcage." We see Eren, Mikasa and Armin stare off into the horizon as the colossal titan towers over the outer wall. From this we then cut to the Survey Corps, who appear to be on an expedition beyond the walls. Riding on horses, they appear to be confronted by several targets, one being over 400 meters tall and another being 100 meters tall. They dismount their horses and charge towards these towering giants, using technology that they refer refer to as vertical maneuvering gear. They strike towards the tall target at the same time from all directions, desiring to teach the giant the true power of the human race. From this moment alone, you can draw parallels to the story of David and Goliath, humans up against not one but several giants. Through this brief scene, we are introduced to one of the military divisions that exist within Attack on Titan, and we are made familiar to the Wings of Freedom emblem that don the backs of the Survey Corps members. This group of soldiers ride their horses into the woods and use the trees as supports to attach their grappling hooks onto, as they swing through the air thanks to the propulsion from their pressurized gas canisters that thrust them forward. We then cut back to within the walls as we are introduced to Mikasa and Eren. Mikasa wakes up Eren as he describes that he has just had the longest dream. Upon waking, he strangely questions why Mikasa's hair has gotten so long. Eren cannot remember his dream, but it appears to have been impactful, because after standing up, Mikasa notices that Eren is crying, but he has no idea as to why. Upon first inspection, this scene is easily overlooked, but after having read the ending of Attack on Titan, there is a lot more clarity as to the dream that Eren was having here, why he had questioned Mikasa on the length of her hair, and lastly, why he ended up crying. But as for now, these questions remain unanswered, as Eren demands that Mikasa doesn't tell anybody that she had just seen him crying. We are then introduced to Hannes, who is a member of another military division called the Garrison. Eren scolds Hannes and the other members of the Garrison for not taking their duties seriously and drinking on the job. He questions that if there was to be an emergency, would they be able to fight drunk? He questions what kind of emergency. Eren cuts to the chase and describes what humanity fears the most but speaks about the least. He asks if they were to break down the walls and invade the town, then what would the Garrison do? We learn that the walls haven't been breached in 100 years, and it's highly unlikely that such an emergency would occur. Hannes states that while he is on wall defense duty, he is able to see the titans that reside beyond the walls. After observing them, he believes that it is highly unlikely that these titans would even be able to put a dent into this huge fortress that is surrounding humanity. Eren manages to get Hannes to admit that the Garrison are not even prepared to fight against the titans. These members of the Garrison are aware that they are living in times of peace, and they frankly don't understand why members of the Survey Corps would want to go outside of the walls on expeditions. Hannes justifies his and the Garrison's lifestyle by saying that they don't have to go outside of the walls their entire lives, because they can eat, sleep and survive within the walls just fine. But Eren, who is just a child at this point, asks a very valid question, and it's a question that plays onto the themes of Attack on Titan, as he asks Hannes, isn't that way of life just like that of a caged animal? And it quickly becomes evident here that when Eren grows up, he wants to join the Survey Corps, and just when Mikasa tries to talk him out of his decision, the bells sound as the Survey Corps are returning from their expedition. Eren refers to them as heroes as they rush towards the gate to welcome their return. Crowds have gathered to watch the return of the Survey Corps, but it is not a pretty sight, as we quickly get to see the consequences of those who choose to leave the walls, as the majority of the Survey Corps members have returned fatally wounded. They are bloodied and bandaged with missing eyes and limbs, and Isayama depicts all of the Survey Corps members with a very stern and defeated expression on their face. It is as if they have returned from hell. Eren hears the spectators talk amongst themselves, as they question, are these the only members of the Survey Corps who made it back? Over 100 members of the Survey Corps had left for the expedition, but less than 20 had returned. During this scene, there's a moment where one of these soldiers' mothers pleads with one of the Survey Corps members, questioning him on the whereabouts of her son. They hand over to the woman something wrapped around in a cloth. When she uncovers it, it is revealed to be her son's arm. This is a moment that really stuck with me when I had watched the anime back in 2013. The Survey Corps member tells the mother that this is all that they were able to bring back of her son. Soldiers are usually celebrated for their heroic efforts, but these citizens are mocking these soldiers. The mother questions if her son's sacrifice was worthwhile. Did it achieve anything? Did his death bring humanity one step closer to defeating the Titans? The speechless Survey Corps member tries to reassure her, but then resorts to telling her the truth. The death of her son amounted to nothing. Through this expedition that resulted in the death of 80% of the Survey Corps soldiers, they had accomplished nothing. We can infer that the soldier that the mother was speaking to was the commander of the Survey Corps. He states that it was because of his incompetence that his soldiers were killed. Through this failed expedition, they didn't get any closer to finding out what the Titans really are. Eren can hear the civilians talking amongst each other as they comment on the situation, saying that if only the Survey Corps members had stayed within the walls, then everybody would have been safe and sound. Eren is angered by one particular comment. One of the individuals states that their tax money is being used to fatten up the Titans, as the Survey Corps members are offering themselves up as a free meal to the Titans. After witnessing that, Mikasa rightfully asks Eren if his feelings about joining the Survey Corps have changed, but for now Eren ignores the question. That is until they return home and Mikasa brings up the topic in front of Eren's parents. Eren's mother is understandably opposed to the idea, as she reminds reminds him of the countless number of people who have died because they had decided to venture outside of the walls. Eren's father questions him and asks him why is it that he wants to go beyond the walls. Eren reveals his motive here, as he states that he hates the idea of spending his whole life inside of caged walls, ignorant of the world that may lie beyond the walls. Eren wants to carry on the legacy of all of those people who had sacrificed themselves in order to learn more about the Titans so that they can be defeated and so that humanity is no longer caged within the walls. It appears that Eren's father has accepted his answer and tells him when he returns from his business trip he is going to reveal to him the secrets that lie dormant within their basement. What's important to note about this instance is the key to the basement is wrapped around Grisha Yeager's neck. They bid farewell to Grisha as he leaves for work, while Eren's mother continues to question Eren's agency as a character. She states that she will never let him do something as foolish as joining the Survey Corps. Eren responds by saying that the only people who are foolish are those who are satisfied with living like caged birds. This idea of caged birds being unable to fly is prevalent within Attack on Titan. There is a lot of purposeful imagery of birds within the manga and the anime. Birds flying freely in the sky symbolize freedom. They are like an ideal that Eren aspires humanity to be like. Without any walls or borders holding them back, birds are able to fly freely wherever they choose to. And this is why Eren constantly describes the current state of humanity to be like that of caged birds. And in all honesty, after having read the ending of Attack on Titan, the constant references to birds makes a lot of sense. We can see that Eren is very stubborn and set in his ways. His mother is concerned for him, so it is for this reason that Eren's mother requests that Mikasa helps Eren whenever he gets into trouble. Because of his attitude, it is very easy for Eren to get into arguments and confrontations, and he throws himself into situations that don't involve him. And we get a perfect example of this in the next scene, where Armin is being picked on by a group of bullies. Eren rushes to his aid, but the bullies run away in fear as they spot Mikasa closely running behind Eren. And this is the first hint that we have that there is a lot more about Mikasa's character than meets the eye. Eren mistakenly assumes that they took one look at Eren and ran away, but Armin corrects him and states that it is more like they saw Mikasa and ran away. Later, when the three of them are sat by the river, Armin explains why the boys had attacked him. He had been speaking to them about how he believes that the human race should eventually go to the outside world, but they attacked him and called him crazy for having such thoughts. Eren is confused as to why there is so much negativity towards the idea of wanting to go outside. Armin helps to shed some light on the topic, as he states that humanity have lived peacefully within the walls for over 100 years now. They are afraid that if people started going in and out of the walls, then the Titans may be able to get in. The current monarchy that rules humanity within the walls has even stated that it is taboo to have interest in going to the outside world. Eren describes the king as a coward. We can see that Armin and Eren appear to be on the same page, but Mikasa disagrees. She wants to keep Eren safe and out of trouble, and the best way to do this is to keep Eren in his comfort zone. But Eren wants nothing more than to be placed in situations that take him out of his comfort zone. Armin has a shared interest with Eren to explore the outside world, but he doesn't entirely agree on Eren's idea of joining the Survey Corps, because frankly it is dangerous. Armin prophetically states that just because the walls haven't been breached in 100 years doesn't mean that there is no guarantee that they won't be broken through even today, for example. The moment that he says this, a large explosion erupts. They assume that it's an earthquake, but when they look in the direction of the wall, they see smoke coming from the outside, and a huge hand that has grasped the top of the wall. A giant titan has appeared and is towering over the wall. The titan kicks the outer wall of the Shiganshina district, making a large opening, allowing for titans to now enter into the peaceful world of the humans. The chapter ends with the same phrase that it started with, that it was on that day that the human race had remembered the terror of being dominated by the titans, and they had felt the shame of being held captive inside of a birdcage. In chapter 2, we learn a bit more history behind this world, as it is revealed that 107 years ago, the majority of the human race was devoured by the titans. The survivors were able to construct large walls that humanity resides within, walls that were so tall that titans could not get over them. For once, they were able to successfully secure a safe titan-free zone. That is until the arrival of the colossal titan, who towered over the walls and had kicked a hole right through the wall, ending humanity's 107 years of peace. Eren notes that one of the pieces that went flying out of the wall had landed near his home. With the titans now entering into the Shiganshina district, he wants to find his mother and leave with her. Eren and Mikasa rush off to their home, as Armin pauses and trembles in fear, as he realizes that the town that he has been living in is going to be overrun by titans. While rushing to his home, he can see several people that have been crushed by boulders. He reassures himself that there is no way that his house was hit, and that his mother has surely escaped. He turns the corner and learns that his home has indeed been hit by a boulder. His mother is trapped underneath the rubble. They try desperately to free her, but then notice that titans have entered into the town. His mother pleads with Eren and Mikasa to leave her behind, but Eren refuses to, even knowing knowing that her legs are being crushed by rubble and she's unable to walk, Eren says that he's going to carry her. Even Mikasa refuses to listen to Eren's mother, as the two of them desperately try to free her. Their situation becomes increasingly hopeless, as we see that a Titan has started to approach them. Hannes, who is a member of the garrison that we had seen in the first chapter, arrives to assist them. Eren's mother pleads with him not to fight the Titan, and to take Eren and Mikasa and to just get away. Hannes ignores her requests and states that he is going to slay the Titan and save all of them. While approaching the Titan, Hannes thinks to himself that there are two options for him to take: to just simply rescue the kids, or to risk fighting the Titan and to pay back the debt that he owes to Eren's family. He decides to pay back his debt, but once he approaches the Titan and sees one of the most terrifying, menacing smiles that I have ever seen, he puts away his blades and takes the kids and retreats in fear. Leaving behind Eren's mother, she appears to be glad, as she yells out to Eren and Mikasa to survive. Attack on Titan exceeds in conveying to us how humans truly feel, especially when they are in hopeless situations and they are afraid. On the outside, Eren's mother appeared to be grateful that Eren and Mikasa have survived, but when she thinks back to her family life, she whispers to herself that she doesn't want them to go. She wants Hannes to return and to save her too. Eren's mother is picked up by the Titan and he's forced to watch her being consumed by it, and it is in this moment that the beliefs that Eren had before have become solidified. And in my opinion, this is the most impactful start to any story that I've ever witnessed. What Eren had been stating throughout the entirety of the first chapter comes to fruition. The current state of humanity is that of caged birds. They can do nothing but be helplessly devoured by the Titans. Any lingering sense of safety or comfort that Eren may have had while residing within the walls is destroyed in this one moment, in the moment where he witnesses the death of his mother. This scene fuels the intense anger that drives Eren's character throughout the story. He unleashes this anger first on Hannes, as he states that if it wasn't for him then he would have been able to save his mother. But Hannes painfully reminds him that he wasn't strong enough to save her, while at the same time admits that he wasn't strong enough also, as he cries with Eren and admits that he didn't face off against the Titan because he wasn't brave enough to. He had felt fear after seeing the Titan's face. It's a constant reminder that these characters are humans and not some heroic fictional characters. The way that they are depicted is very close to reality, and it is something that I love about Attack on Titan. It is great to have characters who are very optimistic and hopeful, but Attack on Titan subverts this concept, but instead relies on portraying its characters through a very human and realistic perspective. If a giant Titan was going to be stood in front of you, you're not going to behave like a typical shonen protagonist and run towards it. Any sane, logical human would run away in fear, and this is exactly what we see here. The only difference is there are consequences and stakes to doing so. Hannes will now have to live with the regret of not saving Eren's mother, while Eren has to admit that he was powerless to do anything to help his mother. This is what leads to Hannes apologizing to Eren. They end up leaving the Shiganshina district and head for Wall Maria, but just as they are leaving the town, another Titan appears. The Titan charges through the wall and breaks through Wall Maria, and as a result, a significant portion of human territory has fallen back into the hands of the Titans. So instead of the small district of Shiganshina being invaded by the Titans, the entire territory within Wall Maria has been invaded. It is in that instance that Eren realizes that he will never be able to go home again. He has so much regret now that he looks back on his life. Even up until the end, he would argue with his mother and be stubborn, but now that she is gone, he is never going to be able to see her again. He is left to wonder, why is this happening to humanity? Is it because they are weak, and the only thing that they can do in response to this is to cry? In this moment, he sets about his aim, as he declares that he is going to destroy every last Titan. The success of Attack on Titan I attribute to how these events were portrayed to us. Through Isayama's excellent writing, we were able to live through the traumatic events of Eren's childhood. We could relate to every human emotion, every fear, and every cry. He had created a group of characters and had placed them in a hopeless situation. The threat was unknown and incredibly menacing, and he had portrayed this masterfully through the depiction of the Titan that ended up devouring Eren's mother. The face that Hannes had witnessed was enough to shake his resolve. We can all feel bursts of motivation, and as onlookers, it is easy for us to comment on how we would react. But when you are placed in a situation and get to realize how powerless you truly are, that's where our true emotions and our true character is shown. Hannes almost boastfully claimed that he was going to be able to successfully save the three of them, but his dreams of being a hero were brought crashing down to reality. And it is directly after this where we witness one of the most disturbing scenes that I have ever seen. After witnessing his mother being devoured, Eren grows a deep sense of hatred for the Titans, and this is what leads to him forming the desire to destroy every last Titan. Eren is a very active protagonist who is forced to react to the differing circumstances that occur around him. The main reason which forces Eren into a reactionary role is the appearance of the Titans. Even prior to the arrival of the Titans, Eren had a desire to see the outside world. Even without the Titans breaching the wall, he had desired to still join the Survey Corps. He believes that humanity is lying to themselves. They are in a false sense of security. All it will take to destroy their comfort is the breach of a single wall. impossible, Eren's thoughts are ultimately actualized and proven to be true. Eren is stubborn, loud, and outspoken, and he is determined when it comes to his ideals. But the events that unfold within the second chapter and witnessing the death of his mother shake his character to its very core. Even when Hannes had arrived to assist Eren and Mikasa, there was a glimmer of hope, but like I stated earlier, Isayama had masterfully extinguished this hope, as Hannes was made to realize how powerless he is and how hopeless the situation is. He was fearful for his own life, and it is for this reason that he had abandoned Eren's mother and had left with Eren and Mikasa. When this occurs, Eren is a child who has no control over his own life. He had wanted to stay and help his mother, but against his will he was taken away from her. Against every fiber of his body, he was made to witness the death of his mother. In this scene, it makes us, the audience, and Eren as a character realize that he is not strong enough. In order to fight against the Titans, and to actualize his desire to destroy all of them, he needs to gain strength now. Unlike the other members of humanity, he is not going to allow himself to be a victim of the Titans. Instead, he has decided to fight back against them. Even while living in times of peace, he had opposed the threat of the Titans that were preventing humanity from exploring the outside world. These foundational desires are solidified through the events that occur within the first and second chapter of Attack on Titan. This results in Eren's goal of destroying every single Titan feeling a lot more realistic and being far from contrived. Isayama had perfectly solidified the threat of the Titans and how fearsome they are. Firstly, through how they are dealt with the Survey Corps who had returned from the expedition, having wiped out 80% of their soldiers. And secondly, through how they had breached the walls and had been devouring people without any care. Isayama had stated that the design and the mindless nature of the Titans was created in our image, and I certainly believe that this is what adds to the threat of the Titans. It is the mysteriousness of their origins, and the reasoning behind their actions. The answers to these questions are hinted to us when Eren's father had told him about the secrets that lie within the basement. But for now, this is all that we actually get to learn about the Titans through this impactful introduction into the world of Attack on Titan. During the second arc of Attack on Titan, we see Eren follow through with his desire to gain more strength, so that he may work towards his goal that he establishes in the first arc, which is to destroy every last Titan. During this second arc, we are introduced to a whole new cast of characters, who are dubbed as the 104th Training Corps. We meet characters like Reiner, Jean, Sasha, and many more. And in this video, my aim is to cover how these characters are introduced into the story, and the impact that they immediately leave on us after their introduction, and how all of these characters differ in terms of personality and motive, but yet work together to fight against a common cause. So without further delay, let's dive into the 104th Training Corp Arc. This arc spans from episode 3 to episode 4 of the anime, and in the manga is told over a few chapters, from chapters 2 to 3 and chapters 15 to 18, but I will cover some of the differences between the anime and manga versions of this arc later on in the video. The arc begins with Eren thinking to himself, if only there was a way to defeat the Titans, then humanity may be able to reclaim its rightful place in the world. These words are followed by Eren declaring that he will join the Training Corps, desiring to gain the strength to fight against the overwhelming threat of the Titans. Eren's character, like I established in the first video, is an active protagonist who is struggling to find agency in his life, as he is forced into a reactionary role thanks to the appearance of the Titans. Character agency is achieved through a character being able to make decisions which impact the story as a whole. The natural human response against man-eating giants will be to feel fear. Eren too feels this through his initial raw response. However, he sets aside these feelings and tries to reclaim his agency. As we know, the story of Attack on Titan does not exist because of Eren's actions, but rather because of the threat of the Titans and their actions. What we must rely upon in order to drive the narrative of the story is what our protagonist Eren will say or do. Eren does indeed reclaim agency from the Titans by actively deciding to enlist into the Training Corps. This struggle for agency that is written into Eren's character mirrors the reality that humanity has been forced to endure in the world of Attack on Titan. Trapped within walls, they have forsaken their active desires as they lack any agency over their own lives. Humanity have dedicated their entire existence to a false sense of security within the walls. This is their very own blissful reactionary dystopia, and this is what angers Eren even before the appearance of the Colossal Titan. Nobody other than his friend Armin had dared to dream of the world beyond the walls. Armin also feels compelled to join the Training Corps after hearing Eren's hopeful words and having experienced the terrifying Titans firsthand. Mikasa, however, pragmatically emphasized survival to the two of them above all else, but agrees to join the Training Corps with Eren desiring to protect protect him, consequently ensuring his survival and keeping a promise with Eren's mother, which was to always protect Eren. After joining the 104th Training Corps, Eren, Mikasa and Armin undergo 3 years of rigorous military training. The intention of this training is to transform the cadets into hunters rather than being the hunted. As for their current state, they are simply prey existing to fatten up the Titans, indicating that there is still much work left to do before they are ready to encounter an actual Titan. During this portion of the story, we are introduced to the wider cast of recurring characters, who quickly come to befriend the group of 3 from Shiganshina. The other members of the 104th Training Corps each have their own desires and motives for why they have enlisted within the military. Not everyone shares in Eren's single-minded goal of destroying every single Titan. They do, however, learn and appreciate the reasoning behind why Eren is the way that he is, through learning about his past, which, as we know, leads to him forming his desire and adopting a tunnel vision approach to his training, relations with others, and his subsequent actions for the remainder of the story. So before going into the difficulties that Eren encounters during his training, let's focus on some of the characters who we quickly become familiar with during this training arc. The responsibility to assess the aptitude of the 104th Training Corps and to prepare them to become soldiers is left to Keith Sades, the purposefully strict and imposing mentor. His purpose as a commander is to break down the weak or entitled mindset of the cadets in order to rebuild them as fearless soldiers worthy of standing beside him as members of the military. His method for successfully making the cadets submit to him is through berating and belittling them, which he does masterfully through shouting commands at them or embarrassing them in front of their peers. His character is introduced yelling at the cadets, questioning them on their motive and their reasoning behind why they are here. He is able to discern through the faces of the cadets which of them has yet to cast aside their prior lives in order to prepare for their new life within the military. Some of the cadets have already experienced difficult and harrowing circumstances, which is revealed through the expressions on their faces. These individuals are exempt from Sadie's intimidation and yelling. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed cadet Annie Leonhardt is an example of such an individual who had not been questioned by Sadie's, as she is seen to have a focused expression, indicating growth and maturity, as she has been through a lot already and knows precisely why she is joining the military. Other notable examples of characters who, like Annie, have undergone hardship include Mikasa, Ymir, Reiner, Bertolt, and of course Eren. Commander Sadie's questioning serves to weed out the weak. Through being intimidating, he's allowing them to experience a brief moment of fear, which frankly pales in comparison to the fear one would feel when faced with a giant man-eating titan. His intimidation appears to be outwardly cruel and condescending, but it at least allows the cadets to have a second chance early in their career within the military, allowing them to decide if this really is the correct path for them to pursue. Some simply are not cut out for it, so his screening process can be interpreted as a cruel form of mercy, serving to save the lives of would-be cadets who know not of the horrors that await them. Now, despite all of this, there is an individual who is able to silence the loudmouth commander through her absurd and quirky personality. Yes, I'm referring to Potato Girl Sasha Browse. Attack on Titan up until now has been a rather foreboding and serious affair, but with the introduction of some of the 104th Training Corps, we get an opportunity for some comedic relief. While the other cadets quickly succumb to the intimidating tactics of Sades, Sasha, however, leaves him speechless, quickly becoming a fan favorite character that we cannot help but to love and adore. Sasha was given the nickname of Potato Girl after she was seen to be nonchalantly eating a potato, while the other cadets were quivering in their boots being scolded by Sades. When she is asked what on earth she is doing, her obliviousness leads to her looking over her shoulder unaware that she is being targeted, even confidently taking another bite out of the potato. Swallowing her last bite, Potato Girl is revealed to be Sasha Browse, a village girl originating from the southern district of Walrose. Her introduction highlights to us that she is simple-minded and quick to falter under pressure. A much loved and even defining aspect of her character is her love for food, which compels her to steal food from the kitchen or infantry supplies. She even shows reluctance when she offers half of her potato to Sades. She had confidently eaten a stolen potato in front of him and had absent-mindedly explained herself to him when questioned about the food that she is holding. The introduction of her character is a thing of beauty and one that certainly left an impression upon the fandom, fearlessly admitting that she stole a potato to the same commander who was making others practically wet themselves. This at the very least demonstrates her courageousness, albeit it is difficult to come to this conclusion because of her unconventional behavior. Sasha, of course, was punished for stealing food and opportunistically eating a potato while it was warm during the introduction of the 104th Training Corps. To describe Sasha's behavior as oblivious is an understatement, as she mocks Sades, who questions why she had eaten the potato, not realizing that he is referring to the fact that it was stolen. Visibly, she appears to be confused, and she ends up sealing her fate by asking if he wants to know why people eat potatoes. Her brave sacrifice gave us one of our first bellyful laughs within the series, proving that Isayama can effectively write awkward comedy comedy, establishing the range and scope of his ability as a writer. Sasha is one of several cadets that we familiarize ourselves with after their respective introductions within this training arc. She is among the 10 best ranking cadets to graduate within a year. Throughout the story, we follow the 104th Training Corps closely, in particular the 10 best graduates, as we in a way grow up with this cast of characters and become rather attached to them. So it is important that I briefly cover the personalities and motives of the prominent cadets who work alongside Eren and the others. By doing this, we can appreciate the scope of their involvement and the lasting impact of their actions to the larger story being told. Let's begin with Jean Christine, who is lovingly referred to as Horseface by Eren. During the cadet's military induction, he reveals that he wants to enlist within the military police so that he may live within the safety and comfort of the inner walls, a desire that our protagonist Eren frowns upon and deems to be cowardly. In order to join the military police, one must rank within the top 10 graduates of that respective year. He must prove his worth by demonstrating what sets him apart from his peers so that he may fulfill his goal. As a character, Jean is not afraid to speak his mind. This results in him often coming across as being very blunt or harsh to others. From his desire alone, you can tell that he is risk averse and more pragmatic than Eren, who he is often compared to, as they both have a very similar ferocious look in their eyes. Jean is a realist. He doesn't ignore the fact that humanity is greatly disadvantaged against the Titans. His beliefs result in him being easily angered by idealists like Eren, who continue to resist and fight against an enemy who in his eyes is far too overwhelming to overcome. Despite initially coming across as rather self-centered, Jean does care a great deal about his comrades, which redeems his character in many aspects where he may falter, as he often comes across as being argumentative and prone to conflict due to his tendency to speak his mind, especially in situations where it may be best to exercise some self-restraint. His first notable appearance occurs within this arc, when he comments on Eren describing the appearances of the colossal and armored titan to the other curious cadets who have yet to encounter them. When Eren tries to conceal his fear of ordinary titans by reassuring himself and downplaying their threat, he tells the others that once he knows how to use the vertical maneuvering gear, he will be able to enlist within the Survey Corps and kill every last titan. Jean, who is listening from afar, is the only one to challenge Eren, as he deems his way of thinking to be reckless. Jean describes himself as somebody who says it as it is and does not wear a brave face for the sake of it, indirectly mocking Eren for speaking bravely while in fact it is obvious that he is terrified. The two of them call a truce to their argument when they realize that they may have spoken out of line with each other. Jean, however, goes on to hold a grudge against Eren when Mikasa ignores him after he takes a liking to her and compliments her hair, only for Eren to advise her to cut it after Jean had complimented her. Eren suggests this because it's a safety hazard, as her hair could come in her way while she is using the maneuvering gear, to be brushed off by Mikasa and then to have her agree with Eren's suggestion to cut her hair after he had just complimented it sums up the hilariously unfortunate introduction of Jean's character perfectly. Prior to being ranked within the top 10 cadets of his year, he is described by Sadie's as demonstrating high-level ability with operating maneuvering gear, but his hot-headed nature leads to him coming into conflict with others. Moving on from Jean, the enthusiastic Connie Springer is brought to our attention when he incorrectly salutes Commander Sadie's with his left hand instead of his right. After a rather clumsy introduction, he is eager to prove his worth and remains optimistic despite not really being as remarkable as his contemporaries. However, his level of talent and skill is enough for Connie to also rank within the top 10 cadets of the 104th Training Corps, as he is given the 8th position. Sadie's describes the short hazel-eyed Connie as being able to effectively execute sharp turns using his maneuvering gear, but he can still be somewhat dense or dim-witted in other aspects. Connie, like Jean, initially desires to join the military police, but we see how their characters are affected when they come to experience firsthand how fleeting the concept of safety is within the walls. Though her slashes are flawless, she's a lone wolf that has difficulty working with others. This is the impression that Commander Sadie's has of the apathetic Annie Leonhardt after 2 years of training her. Adhering to this description of a character, she prefers to work alone and has no desire to do more than what is required of her. We are properly introduced to her while the cadets are practicing hand-to-hand combat. She appears to be avoiding practicing while also effectively evading the attention of the instructors so as to not get caught slacking off. Reiner taunts her to put in some effort for once, which angers her. Eren notes he had always thought that Annie looked scary, but it was nothing compared to her reacting to Reiner's taunting. An angered Annie now finds herself sparring against Eren, who apprehensively questions if she knows what she is doing. Completely underestimating her, he quickly comes to realize that Annie does not need his pity nor his mercy, as she soundly immobilizes him with a single well-calculated strike, which leaves him unable to stand. Regaining his footing, she tactically charges towards a now fearful Eren, as she once again proves herself as a highly gifted combatant. She firstly prevents him from using his arm that he is holding the dagger with by chokeholding him from behind, behind, and then secondly sweep kicking him to the ground. The character of Annie Leonhardt adheres to the concept of show don't tell, as what she lacks in words she makes up for in her expressions and actions. Annie is another cadet who desires to be enlisted into the military police, only partaking in activities that will lead her to her end goal. She, like the others who share her goal, is seeking the comfort and safety found through living within the walls. Annie was taught how to fight by her father, but she expresses no interest in practicing with others, despite it clearly being one of her areas of expertise. Like I mentioned before, this is because it does not earn her points for her final grading after she has graduated from the Training Corp. Being ranked within the top 10 of her peers is her singular focus. It is for this reason that she avoids forming friendships and doesn't allow herself to really open up to anybody. What we see of a character is manifested through pure determination, which is coupled with a strong sense of duty. It is understandably difficult for her peers to identify or relate to her, as all they have to go on are her disinterested and apathetic expressions. Through her briefly engaging in hand-to-hand combat, we see another side to her character, one that Commander Sadie's was successfully able to discern, despite her trying to only show her instructors aspects of her character that she had wanted to show them. These are aspects which would rank her favorably amongst her fellow cadets. Despite this, Commander Sadie's was still able to discern that she is a lone wolf who doesn't like working with others. The first cadet to notably demonstrate compassion is Krista Lenz, who despite being shy forces herself out of her comfort zone in order to be kind to others. We see this through Krista's first appearance within the story when she brings some bread and water for an exhausted and hungry Sasha. Hilariously, Sasha sees her as an angelic deity due to her selfless act of kindness. Her desire to simply help others in exchange for nothing gives her character a sense of purity. This is further emphasized when another cadet called Ymir questions what is going on. Ymir directly questions Krista, asking if she thinks helping Sasha is the right thing to do. Ymir's apathy is contrasted against Krista's compassion. She tries to advise Krista to take advantage of Sasha instead of helping her. Later, when Ymir suggests to carry Sasha to bed, Krista retorts and asks if she is helping her out of kindness. She selfishly replies that Sasha will owe her after this, as she is taking advantage of her stupidity. Through this brief first impression of their characters, we understand that Ymir behaves opportunistically, while Krista demonstrates honesty and compassion. The dynamic between their characters is further expanded upon, as despite being very different to each other, they come to form a lasting bond with one another. Through their friendship, we learn more about the identity and past of these two characters, as there is more to them than meets the eye. Ymir may appear to exploit the stupidity of others or be rather argumentative. However, she does have another side to her personality that she often reveals to us when she is around Krista. Despite the two of them not adhering to the same sense of right and wrong, which we quickly learn through their first encounter, the friendship that forms between them finds success when their differences result in them bringing out the strengths of each other, as what one may lack the other makes up for. Bertolt Hoover has exceedingly high potential but lacks assertiveness. Commander Sadie succinctly describes both the strength and weakness of Bertolt's character. He is among one of the characters to not be berated by Sadie's during the induction of the cadets. Bertolt lacks the initiative to act of his own accord, instead being dependent upon the will of the collective majority to determine his actions. We are properly introduced to his character when Eren, who is accompanied by Armin, asks both Bertolt and Reiner for advice on how to operate the vertical maneuvering gear. After being rather dismissive of Eren's dilemma, Bertolt asks if the two of them are indeed from Shiganshina. He tries to relate with them by understanding the fear that they must have felt from encountering the Titans firsthand at such a young age. Bertolt reveals that he, along with Reiner, are from a village that is located southeast of Wall Maria, meaning that their village was among one of the last to learn about the Titans that had breached Wall Maria. The village had unfortunately only found out after being attacked by them. So similar to Eren and Armin, it appears that Bertolt and Reiner can relate to the sudden shock that they must have felt when, without any forewarning, their blissful existence was snatched away from them because of an overwhelmingly unstoppable threat. Bertolt explains in great detail his experience of encountering the terrifying Titans firsthand. He is able to relate with Armin and Eren, who, as we know, have the fear of the Titans instilled within them and can appreciate the threat that they pose. He goes on to further relate with them by saying that unlike the other cadets, they know all too well the fear that is felt after realizing how powerless we are against the Titans. He elaborates that the other cadets are compelled to join the military due to societal expectations, because individuals who choose a life of farming and producing are thought of as cowards within greater society. Courageousness and honor is bestowed upon those who are willing to join the military in some capacity and avoid tarnishing their family name and their own credibility, like lambs on a conveyor belt heading to their slaughter, adhering to these social constructs despite being unaware of the imaginable horrors that await them on the other side of their decision. Bertolt Bertolt, like a few of the others that I have mentioned, too seeks to join the military police, admitting he is no different to the other cadets, who is seeking some normality and to conform to the norms. Bertolt is even considering to abandon his training if it seems like his goal is too far out of reach, admitting to himself that he lacks the assertiveness to decide what is best for his own life. Rainer Braun, on the other hand, desires to return to his lost homeland, confidently stating this is what is driving his character. He initially dismisses Eren when he asks for help, but after they share their goals with each other, Rainer advises him to adjust his belts and to check his equipment. After hearing about his goal, he is confident that Eren will do well, encouraging him and recognizing him by his name. Rainer has a strong sense of duty, as he is known amongst the other cadets as being rather honest and assertive. Rainer is seen to think of others before himself, demonstrating his warm, kind-hearted nature. Commander Sades describes him as having a robust physique and remarkable mental strength. This allows others to easily put their trust in him. Appearing not to have a notable weakness, Rainer proves himself as one of the best cadets after graduating as the second best cadet under Mikasa. This by no means is an exhaustive description of their characters, but rather the first impressions that we get from each of them. I believe it is important to cover these characters in some detail, as we are going to become closely acquainted to each of them as the story progresses. During the training arc, a few significant narrative events take place. These events serve to challenge Eren's determination, his ability to deal with conflict from individuals who oppose the agency of his character, and lastly, everything comes full circle with the re-emergence of the very threat that set Eren on this course of action. The training arc spans over 3 years, where the cast of characters spend time with each other and get to know each other. So let's now focus on what growth Eren's character undergoes during the time span of this arc. As we know, Jean mocks Eren's goal of wanting to join the Survey Corps in order to kill every last Titan, while contrastingly he wants to live it up in the military police. He believes that Eren is not being honest with himself, questioning if he has the conviction to back up his words. This line of questioning stems from when the other cadets had asked Eren about the description of an ordinary Titan, which immediately reminds him of the tragic fate of his mother, making him feel sick to his stomach. While only moments ago he was making light of the colossal and armored Titan, the threat of an ordinary Titan had reminded him of the cruel reality behind his bravado and the mask of bravery that he was putting up in front of the others. Jean takes note of this momentary crack in his character and uses it to bluntly challenge the validity of Eren's desire. Both Eren and Jean can be contrasted with each other, as they are incredibly motivated to achieve each of their polar opposite goals. Before any meaningful training occurs, the legitimacy of Eren's agency is called into question. This is the reason why it impacts Eren significantly when he later struggles to pass the stability test with the vertical maneuvering gear. Everything that Eren has affirmed to do up until this point will be rendered meaningless unless he figures out how to pass this stability test. Despite making the proactive decision to join the training corps, his inability to effectively use the vertical maneuvering gear may result in him being unable to progress further with his training, as effectively using the vertical maneuvering gear is a key requirement for humanity's fight against the Titans. If he is unable to master control over this equipment, then he is unfit to continue his desired course of action. The story once again throws a wrench in the works. Most active protagonists never really encounter an obstacle that threatens the existence of their agency. Even if they do, the active protagonist finds a way to overcome the challenge presented to them through the aid of a convenient plot device. So how is it that Eren overcomes this obstacle and sets himself apart from other protagonists? The stability test is described as being the most basic of tests. It indicates how adept an individual is at using maneuvering gear. Sades bluntly states that those who are unable to successfully complete this test have no place being here. Of course, Mikasa passes with ease, as she demonstrates that she instinctively knows how and what to do. Her successful attempt looks effortless. Eren, however, struggles with this test and apparently lacks aptitude according to the instructors. Despite him possessing more than enough will, there is nothing that he can do if he lacks the skill required to operate the equipment effectively. He finds it incredibly difficult to remain upright. He immediately loses his balance and is spun upside down, becoming a laughingstock amongst his peers. So much for his desire to destroy all of the Titans. Being unable to maintain his balance really affects him. He finds it hard to accept. I wouldn't be surprised if Eren had thought to himself that he would progress from one step to the next without much difficulty. After all, he has the very talented and intelligent duo of Mikasa and Armin by his side, who are both able to easily pass. Because they are his friends, he rightfully considers himself to be their equals, but this coupled with Jan questioning his agency earlier must really weigh heavy on Eren's mind. After repeatedly failing, he resorts to asking Armin and Mikasa for advice, but even after their tutoring, he is still unable to maintain his balance. Later that evening, the other cadets mock mock him for his bold statements the day prior. While Eren hopelessly looks on in utter shock and disbelief, we realize that his situation is cutthroat, as he only has another day to get the hang of it before he will be dropped from the Training Corps. He refers to his own efforts as pathetic, doubting if he will be able to rid the world of the Titans. Before he can finish his sentence, he is interrupted by Mikasa, who surprisingly advises him to give up on his desire. She makes no effort to encourage him, as she can see the writing on the wall. She tells him that he should abandon his aim to be a soldier. She believes that throwing away your life isn't the best way to fight. Being the realist, she grounds Eren's idealistic outlook of life. But how can he stand by and accept his limitations and give in to the circumstances, knowing full well what he knows and having seen what he has seen? The memory of his mother dying before his eyes fuels his desire to fight back, but Mikasa rightfully points out that it isn't Eren who gets to decide if he can become a soldier or not. Yes, his resolution to defeat the Titans is admirable, but it is irrelevant to the situation at hand. Fanciful words of determination are not enough to challenge the enemy. They need to utilize an effective power to counterattack. Unfortunately for Eren, it requires control of the vertical maneuvering gear. As bleak as his prospects look, he spends the evening asking the other cadets for advice on how to control his posture. However, he has no luck, as they remind him that he himself stated the day before that the powerless should just leave. The irony of having his own words thrown back at him further adds salt to his wounds. He does, however, regain some hope after he speaks to Bertolt on Reiner and is reassured by Reiner. The following morning, Eren has his final opportunity to prove himself. Despite his prior shortcomings, he is determined to succeed. He abandons reason and logic and gives it his all. Against all odds, through sheer will and determination alone, he utilizes the most effective weapon in his arsenal, which is best described as unparalleled guts and determination. He manages to balance momentarily until once again he is flipped upside down. With tears in his eyes, Eren is distraught at the prospect of having to leave. That is until Sadie suggests to swap out the belt that Eren has been using. By using another cadet's belt, Eren is easily able to maintain his balance, meaning that the belt he had been using was defective this entire time. What is truly remarkable is that he was able to momentarily maintain his balance using this defective belt. This feat impresses his peers, who now have a newfound respect for Eren. After this determination, Instructor Sades declares that he has been given the green light to continue with his training. He proves everybody who doubted him wrong, most notably Mikasa, as he affirms to himself that he can fight against the Titans now, and he no longer has to depend upon Mikasa. Armin correctly deduces that Eren's eyes are now expressing that he has proven them all wrong. On the other hand, Mikasa incorrectly assumes that Eren is instead happy he is not going to be separated from her. Her delusional thinking certainly does add some comedic relief to this joyous occasion. Sades remarks to himself that Grisha Yeager's son has finally become a soldier. Through the short time that they have known each other, Eren finds himself in conflict with Jean, in particular with the beliefs that he has adopted at this point in the story. Jean is a grounded realist who accepts the fact that humanity will be eradicated by the Titans one day. This fact about his character is emphasized in the manga, but unfortunately isn't given the same level of attention within the anime. His desire to enlist into the military police can be interpreted as him wanting to live the rest of his life in comfort until humanity meets its inevitable demise. He is also jealous of Eren's bond that he shares with Mikasa, which further solidifies the rivalry that exists between them. He dislikes that the girl that he has developed feelings for is giving her time to somebody who may lead her to an early grave. His unwillingness to entertain the thought of fighting back against the Titans infuriates Eren. In the manga, Jean criticizes Eren heavily, in particular how he is responsible for the fate of his friends if they choose to follow him. Sadly, the deeper nuance between their rivalry is missing from the anime, as the manga does a much better job of establishing Jean's motives and the reasoning behind his beliefs. Jean thinks that he will find comfort within the interior walls, but Eren reminds him that the town they are in right now was too a part of the interior until the Titans had breached Wall Maria. Like I mentioned, the manga does a much better job of establishing Jean as the realist. He counters each of Eren's points with a valid argument of his own, instead of being portrayed as quietly being antagonized by Eren like in the anime adaptation. This is what I love, studying the deeper meaning and nuance behind why characters behave the way that they do, as it allows us to understand the reasoning behind their goals or desires. Through the manga, Isayama firmly establishes why Jean has adopted his beliefs through questioning the government's efforts to reclaim Wall Maria 4 years ago. We know through this effort, most of the people sent to fight against the Titans ended up being killed by them. He clearly says that everybody is afraid to admit that humanity doesn't stand a chance against the Titans. Eren cannot get behind Jean's defeated approach. He would rather have hope than to give up. Jean is adamant to make it into the interior by joining the military police. He fights back against every point that Eren makes, even taunting him to continue in his suicidal approach. approach to join the Survey Corps. The speech that Eren makes in the 4th episode is triggered by the words of Thomas Wanga, who was given some lines from Jean from the 3rd chapter of the manga, which, like I said, unfortunately robbed Jean of his characterization and nuance. Through his speech, Eren shares with the other cadets his reasoning for still having hope for victory against the Titans. Humanity has had no success against the Titans up until now. The prospects are bleak. Eren shines as a ray of hope in an otherwise cruel and dark world. If I were in the world of Attack on Titan, I would fear the Titans for 2 reasons. The first is their obviously overwhelming appearance. This depiction of mindless giants who wear these sinister expressions on their faces, only wanting to devour humans, which in my opinion is truly terrifying. My second reason for fearing them is because of how little we know about them. Who unleashed this terror onto mankind? What is their weakness? And what is the reason behind their uncanny resemblance to us? This is not only in appearance, but in the way that we humans can easily become mindless consumers, with little regard for the consequences of our selfish indulgences. It is understandable that most would give in to their circumstances, especially when faced up against an apparently unstoppable force. Humanity, for the most part, in the world of Attack on Titan has given up in the face of the Titans. However, Eren rightfully maintains the belief that what little remains of humanity can only continue to survive through fighting back. By being beaten into submission, humanity will be ensuring their extinction. This is what the other cadets who dream of joining the military police or avoiding the Titans entirely fail to realize. They are blinded by fear and reminded of the hopelessness of their situation by recounting the past failures from humanity's various attempts at fighting back. Eren remains hopeful through believing that the sacrifices from the past have provided humanity with invaluable information for their fight against the Titans. Giving up would mean invalidating the efforts of those who had given their lives for the hope of a better future. In the anime, Eren states here that his dream is to exterminate every last Titan in order to escape the walls, while in the manga he elaborates and adds to this by saying he too dreams to explore the outside world, a dream that he shares with his friend Armin. After Eren's inspirational words, a few of the cadets have decided to follow his decision to enlist into the Survey Corps. Eren is surprised as most of them are among the 10 best cadets who of course can join the military police. The 4th episode of Attack on Titan concludes with the unexpected return of the Colossal Titan, the very Titan who instigated the fall of Shiganshina, which led to the eventual breach of Wall Maria. While Eren recalls the events from 5 years ago, he thinks about how better equipped humanity is in order to counterattack the enemy. His fighting words are immediately put to the test when the Colossal Titan returns. This unexpected event gives Eren the opportunity to redeem himself for being powerless against the Titans all those years ago. He has the chance to right his wrong, as when the cadets are blown off of the wall by the Titan's steam, he orders them all to activate their maneuvering gear. In this moment of chaos, he shows concern for his comrades, even noticing an unconscious Samuel who is fortunately saved from plummeting to his death by Sasha. When he notices that the Colossal Titan has breached the wall for the Trost district, he remembers his desire and all of the fighting talk that he had encouraged so many of his peers with during his training. While the others despair, Eren tells them to prepare for combat. In this moment, his actions speak louder than any of his words. To him, this is an opportunity for revenge, as he stands before the towering giant fearlessly with every intention to eliminate it. He knows that killing the Colossal Titan will mean that it can no longer destroy the walls protecting humanity. It would be the victory that they need in order to restore hope for humanity. All of this occurs at the conclusion of the 104th Training Corp Arc, as it springboards into the cadets all being given an opportunity to put their training to the test. They will all equally know the true terror of encountering Titans, the very fear that Eren was forced to endure 5 years ago, as they learn how fleeting their sense of security behind the walls truly is. The 104th Training Corp Arc covers episodes 3 to 4 of the anime. These episodes focus on adapting chapters 2 to 3 and 15 to 18 of the manga. While episode 3 remains somewhat faithful to the manga, episode 4 is an entirely different story. I did cover the differences that occur to Jan's character during this episode, but there are some minor changes made to Annie's character also. In episode 4, during a hand-to-hand combat with Eren, which is adapted from chapter 17, she pins him to the ground and reveals that Eren had reminded her of her father. Similarly to Eren, her father had always been getting carried away with idealistic thoughts that were detached from reality. She was forced to learn how to fight as a child, which makes her resent the thought of fighting on the front lines as a soldier. Her reasoning for joining the military police is well established here, as she refuses to be an obedient valiant soldier fighting for a world she deems to be pathetic. Sadly, this character writing is missing from the 4th episode. Another change is made during episode 4 while Eren, Armin and Mikasa are speaking to Hannes. He tells Eren about how his father Grisha had helped to develop an antidote for a disease that had affected his town. A scene that occurs in the 3rd chapter is omitted from the anime, when Hannes asks about the whereabouts of Grisha, stating that Eren's memory is the only thing that they have to go on. He asks Eren if he recalls anything about the whereabouts of his father, but he suddenly has a headache. Through a brief flashback, we see Grisha holding a syringe trying to inject a distraught and tearful Eren. Eren wakes up as we learn that he had passed out after recalling this traumatic incident. Now, there are several changes made to the anime in the form of omissions and additions. A few of these changes notably affect the characterization of some of the cast members, and in my opinion robs their interactions from some much needed nuance. With these changes aside, I'm going to conclude my analysis of the 2nd arc of Attack on Titan, with the next video focusing on the battle for Trost, as we begin to understand how the events that unfold within the 3rd arc of Attack on Titan impact the future of humanity and how Eren's role within the story changes after the 3rd arc. During this arc, we see the re-emergence of the Colossal Titan, who returns after 5 years. In a similar manner to how the Colossal Titan had attacked the Shiganshina district, this time it appears on the outer wall of the Trost district, a town that is located in the southern section of Wall Rose. Just like before, the Colossal Titan wants to create a breach in the outer wall of the Trost district, thus allowing the Titans to flood into the town, similar to how they did in the Shiganshina district. A lot occurs during this arc, including the death of several soldiers, as well as Eren being presumed to have died but then gaining his Titan abilities, and the conclusion of the arc focusing on Eren using these Titan abilities to seal the hole that has formed within the Trost district with a giant boulder. So my aim with this video is to analyze the different story events that take place and the impact that they have on the characters, as well as going into the responsibility that Eren has now that he has Titan powers, and how these newly acquired abilities symbolize a newfound hope for humanity's fight against the Titans. The Battle of the Trost district arc takes place between episodes 5 to 13 of the anime and chapters 3 to 14 of the manga, and in this arc we get to see this cast of characters that we have become familiar with over the training arc face the real threat of the Titans 3 years after the beginning of their training. Literally, on the day of their graduation as trainees, they are thrown into the deep end. Previously, only a select few of the cadets had seen the terror of the Titans up front, but what this arc does masterfully is to level the playing field. It allows for all of the cadets to experience what it feels like to encounter a Titan, and this is before any of them choose what military branch they want to enlist into. Like I covered in the previous video, most of the cadets wanted to join the military police because of the safety and comfort that is associated with living within the innermost wall. This arc puts things into perspective for the cadets of the 104th Training Corp. Isayama depicts the characters losing friends that they have trained with. They witness innocent people and their fellow soldiers being devoured by Titans. You get to see the guilt that forms within the characters, especially those who had more selfish motives for wanting to join the military police. It is difficult for the characters to have gone through the events of this arc and to desire not to fight back against the Titans, and it is for this reason that the majority of the characters who had desired to enlist into the military police change their minds and instead enlist into the Survey Corps regiment. Now, this arc begins with the return of the Colossal Titan and an opportunity for Eren to redeem himself as a character. In the past, he was powerless and he had no choice but to run away from the threat of the Titans, but in this moment, after having trained for 3 years, he challenges the Colossal Titan head on. He faces off against the oversized Titan that had pushed humanity back further into the walls. The actions of this Titan had led to the death of Eren's mother. After the Colossal Titan appears, its steam blows all of the cadets off of the wall that they were stood on. Eren rallies his friends to switch to the vertical maneuvering gear. After he ensures that everybody is safe, he single-handedly charges towards the Colossal Titan, but then notices it has already kicked a hole into the Trost district. This single action reminds Eren of the death of his mother and his desire to destroy every single Titan. Eren wants to kill the Colossal Titan since it has the ability to destroy the walls that protect humanity. However, just because Eren has a tragic backstory and he has worked hard for the last 3 years and trained with the other cadets, it doesn't mean that any of them are entitled to victory. Isayama loves to dash away the hopes of his characters, and I think this is what keeps us engaged into his story. And of course, it is Eren who first has his hopes for victory dashed by the Colossal Titan, who proves his intelligence by easily swatting away Eren like a fly. Eren also notes that the Colossal Titan's actions appear appeared to be calculated. With his emergence, his team had purposefully blown off all of the fixed cannons and fixed artillery on top of the wall, which could have been used to attack it. And not only that, the Colossal Titan had kicked through the weakest point of the wall, which is the gate which leads into the Trost district. Before Eren can even land an attack on the Colossal Titan, its gust of steam blows him away, and before he knows it, the Titan has vanished. Their immediate concern now is to plug the hole that the Colossal Titan had formed in the wall. Unfortunately, they will have no assistance from the Survey Corps as they are currently out on an expedition, so it is up to the trainee cadets and the garrison to repair the wall and to prepare for the incoming invasion of the Titans. In the 4th chapter, we learn that preparations were made in case the Colossal Titan had reappeared. A giant boulder was placed into the Trost district. This boulder would effectively be used to plug the hole that has been formed within the wall, but unfortunately because of its size, nobody is able to move it. In a way, this is humanity's last stand. If the Armored Titan appears within the Trost district and breaks through wall rows, then that would signify the end to humanity, as the only remaining safe zone would be the comparatively small area within Walsina, so it is imperative that humanity fights back here. Otherwise, if the Titans are allowed to continue at this rate, then it will signify the extinction of the human race. The garrison have been assigned to protect the front and the back of the Trost district, while the trainees remain in the middle. Their goal is to defend wall rows until every last man, woman and child has been evacuated from the Trost district. The gravity of the situation makes the newly graduated trainees filled with anxiousness, to the point that even some of them begin to throw up. Mikasa tries to reassure Eren by saying that she will protect him, but one of the garrison overhears her and tells her that she has been specially assigned to the rear guard. This is because she is considered the best of the best, as she graduated as the #1 cadet within the 104th Training Corps. Before Mikasa leaves for her post, she pleads with Eren not to die, and of course Eren thinks to himself that he has no desire to die here. He is not ready to die because he knows nothing of the outside world yet. After all of their training, Eren and the other cadets are filled with hope. However, their hopes are immediately dashed as their first encounter with the Titan is an abnormal one, and it immediately devours their friend Thomas, who can be seen crying just moments before he is swallowed by the Titan. After witnessing this, Eren's emotions overwhelm him and he rushes towards the Titan, but this is when another Titan stops him by biting off his leg. Armin watches on in horror as he can see the other cadets being picked off one by one by the Titans. When a Titan who frankly looks like Santa Claus is about to devour Armin, Eren appears and swaps places with him. He throws Armin out of the Titan's mouth. He mentions how it was Armin who had told Eren about the outside world. He tells him that he is going to go to the outside world before the Titan chomps down on Eren and swallows him whole. I can still recall the first time that I had witnessed this scene, and the feelings of shock that I had felt when the unprecedented had occurred. I was confused as to how Isayama had just killed off the protagonist of the series, a character who we have become closely attached to at this point. We know their backstory, their motives for taking action, and we see the growth that they have undergone, and it felt like Isayama had thrown all of this to the wayside by killing Eren here. Eren had gone through so much, and even during his training he had rallied up all of the other cadets by sharing with them his ideals of freedom and his beliefs of going to the outside world and to fight back against the Titans. Before presumably having died, Eren is forced to watch all of his comrades that he had been encouraging during their training years be picked off one by one by the Titans. It appears that their training had amounted to nothing. Eren was just as powerless as he was 5 years ago when the Colossal Titan had first appeared. It appears that the only significant thing that Eren was able to do was to save Armin from being killed. During the Battle of Trost, we get two significant flashbacks that occur. Before Eren is devoured by the Santa Claus Titan, we learn that Armin had shown Eren a book about the outside world, a book that his grandpa had owned. We can see that Eren's beliefs of fighting back against the Titans had been formed in this moment. Initially, Eren had responded to Armin by telling him that a book about the outside world is illegal to own, but Armin appears to be too excited by the contents of the book, as he reveals to Eren that the majority of the outside world is covered by water called sea. He goes on to describe that the sea is entirely made up of salt water. The sea is so huge that no merchant would be able to deplete its supply of salt. Armin goes on to read the rest of the book with Eren, as it describes fields of sand, huge areas covered in ice. They learn that the outside world is comparatively much larger than the area that humanity resides within. As children, Armin had told Eren that someday he hopes to explore the outside world. The second flashback, which serves to flesh out the characters of Attack on Titan, occurs in chapter 6. This chapter focuses on the past of Eren and Mikasa, helping to explain why Mikasa has such an obsessive attachment to Eren. In this chapter, we learn that Eren and his father had gone to visit Mikasa's family as they were close family friends, but they discovered that Mikasa's parents have been killed, and Mikasa was knocked unconscious and kidnapped by the thieves. Eren happens to come across the hideout of the thieves. He plays dumb with them as he hides a dagger behind his back, but when one of the kidnappers approaches him, he shows his true colors and slits the kidnapper's neck. This entire scene scene is slightly disturbing as Eren ambushes the second kidnapper and repeatedly stabs him. It reveals a barbaric animal side to his character. Some would say it foreshadows Eren's actions much later on in the story, but I will cover that when I analyze the events that take place in season 4 of Attack on Titan. Eren ends up freeing Mikasa, but when a third kidnapper appears, he attacks Eren. When he's being strangled, he pleads with Mikasa to fight. He tells her that if she doesn't fight, then they cannot win. After Mikasa realizes that the world is a cruel place and she has no choice but to fight, her body had stopped trembling. She wields Eren's dagger as she awakens her Ackerman powers in this moment. Completely controlling her body, she charges towards the third kidnapper, stabbing him in the heart and consequently saving Eren. After this day, Mikasa was looked after by Eren's family. When she states that she feels cold, Eren wraps his scarf around her, and we learn that she still wears this scarf even to this day. After the death of her parents, she realized in the world she still has a place to go home to. As long as Eren is still alive, then she's able to do anything. The events that had led up to Eren being devoured by the Titan prove that he is a very naive and impulsive character. After the death of Thomas Wagner, Eren had impulsively charged towards the Titan. He has incredible resolve and this is admirable, but his actions here had led to the deaths of most of his comrades. Everybody except Armin had been spared. So after Eren is devoured by the Titan, Armin awakes to discover that all of his teammates have been killed. What is interesting is that Eren and Armin are very different characters. Armin excels in his deductive reasoning skills and his ability to strategize and lead others into combat, but when it comes to actual hand-to-hand combat, he's a coward. In some moments during the story, Eren's idealistic perspective assists Armin to overcome his cowardly nature, while contrastingly, Armin was the entire reason that Eren had learnt about the outside world and a desire to go see it for himself. In a way, Armin was pivotal for the idealistic vision that Eren forms of the world. A world without titans. A world where humanity is no longer caged. However, in this moment after Eren dies, Armin loses his sense of reasoning. He panics and feels guilty for the death of Eren. With Eren exiting the story for now, the story focuses on the supporting cast members of Attack on Titan. And I've already spoken briefly about Mikasa and Armin, but it's a breath of fresh air and a change of pace from constantly experiencing the narrative through Eren's headstrong perspective. Earlier, I'd spoken about how characters who were adamant on joining the military police were forced to change their mind during this portion of the story. One of the characters who we follow go through this change of mind is Jean. He experiences the dangers of fighting on the front line. Jean is made responsible for leading a group of trainee cadets. He is put into a position of empathy. Usually, Jean would try to distance himself from getting too emotionally involved in a situation, but for the first time with Titans being involved, he has no choice but to be involved. And through this arc, we get to see Jean transform from an apathetic, self-centered individual to a very sympathetic leader. He values the lives of the cadets that he is leading, and it is thanks to his actions that most of them are able to survive. After learning that he has a talent for being on the battlefield, he realizes that he isn't destined for this easy life that he had wanted within the military police. After this arc, he is forced to make a decision, whether if he is going to provide his skills and his talents to the Survey Corps in their fight for humanity, or if he is going to sit back and live within the interior. It is a very relatable choice of either being in your comfort zone or having the courage to step out of it. Back in 2013, during my first experience with Attack on Titan, I didn't really think much of Jean's character, but now after breaking down and analysing the story and having read the manga counterpart to the anime, I have a newfound appreciation for Jean's character, and he has easily become one of my favourites. He starts off headstrong and set in his ways, arguing with Eren, but after he is made to experience the true terror of the Titans, he is forced to deal with some uncomfortable truths, and is made to decide what course of action he wants to take in the future, whether if he wants to fight for humanity or remain selfish and focus on living a comfortable life, while others who don't have the luxury of choosing to be in the military police fight and put their lives on the line. Jean is also heavily impacted at the end of this arc after he discovers the body of Marco. Despite the many reasons to celebrate at the end of the Trost arc, the large number of casualties overshadow humanity's first victory against the Titans. I like to believe that the death of Marco really pushes Jean's character into enlisting into the Survey Corps. After the death of Eren, the soldiers and the cadets were given orders to scale out of the district. However, most of the cadets are unable to evacuate because they are running out of gas, and they are unable to replenish their gas cylinders because the supply depot has been overrun by Titans. Instead of escaping, Mikasa decides to regroup with the other cadets. After finding Armin, he breaks down in tears and is unable to face Mikasa, as he reveals to her the entirety of his squad, including Eren, have been killed. She is speechless, but she reacts in a very composed manner, as she tells Armin to calm down as it's no time to be getting sentimental. Mikasa tries to distract herself from the information that she has just learnt by carrying carrying out her duty. She states that if she doesn't fight that she cannot win. She rushes off to kill as many titans as she can. With everybody's gas reserves on low, they note that Mikasa is burning up too much gas and she's going to run out soon. Armin notes that she is far from composed. She is hiding her grief by taking action, and as expected, Mikasa runs out of gas and plummets to the ground. She falls to her knees and comments on how after losing Eren, she has lost the final member of her family. She recalls back to the feelings that she had felt when she had first lost her parents. She goes on to state that it is a cruel world that she lives in, but yet there is so much beauty within it, as she remembers Eren wrapping a scarf around her neck. A titan appears to be approaching Mikasa as she is about to accept her death, but she remembers back to her childhood, when Eren had told her to fight and to attack the kidnapper that was strangling him. She wields her blade and activates her Ackerman spirit and faces off against the titan. That is until a mysterious titan appears behind her. This mysterious long-haired titan appears to be protecting Mikasa as it punches the titan that is about to devour her. At the turning point of this arc, Mikasa is shocked to witness how one titan is killing another. Everybody witnesses the mysterious titan fight against the titans that have invaded the Trost district. Mikasa comments on how this mysterious titan appears to have an idea of combat skills. After learning that everybody's supplies are running short, they devise a plan to recapture the supply depot. During this portion of the story, we really get to see the cadets of the 104th Training Corps work together and solidify their friendships. It appears that Mikasa and Connie had eliminated all of the titans around the mysterious titan. They had led the long-haired titan over to the supply depot, where it is now going on a rampage and attacking all of the titans around the supply depot. Mikasa comments on how this abnormal mysterious titan is their best means of survival. After replenishing their gas reserves, they leave the supply depot and witness that the mysterious titan that was assisting them is being overwhelmed by ordinary titans. They are feeding on the titan's body, but when the abnormal titan that had devoured Thomas Wagner appears, the mysterious titan gets enraged and with a final burst of energy, it attacks the titan that had killed Thomas. After this, the titan collapses. The cadets of the 104th Training Corps witness as Eren emerges from the body of the mysterious titan. In a shocking turn of events, Eren is still alive, and it appears that he has the ability to turn into a titan. Mikasa immediately grabs hold of Eren and brings him to safety, as we see that he has grown back the limbs that he had lost earlier. In chapter 10, we learn what had happened after Eren was devoured by the titan. Eren enters the stomach of the titan to discover the corpses of several different soldiers, as he begins to realize that all of his efforts were in vain. While he is being digested, he clings on to his intense desire to kill every last one of the titans, and this is what leads to him transforming and breaking out of the titan. Believe it or not, this happens in front of Armin, but because of the shock that Armin is in, he completely misses it. Eren's titan appears right out of the corpse of the titan that had devoured him. This intense and very traumatic incident pushes Eren to utilize these abilities that he didn't even know that he had. While in this titan form, it appears that Eren is unable to communicate, and at this point we don't really know if he has complete control over his body. It appears that Eren's titan is acting on the final thought that Eren had before he transformed: Eren's intense desire to kill every last titan on this earth. Eren awakens at the end of chapter 10 being surrounded by guards, but he's being protected by Mikasa and Armin. After Eren regains consciousness, the soldiers begin to question Eren, as they state that because he had transformed into a titan, he has committed treason against the human race. They question Eren whether if he is a man or a titan, with the soldiers being very cautious, as they are even fearing the appearance of the armored titan, which could destroy Wall Maria and signal the extinction of humanity. They are not willing to take any chances on Eren, who appears to have transformed into a titan. Out of fear, when the soldiers decide to kill Eren while he is in his human form, Mikasa appears to protect him. The soldiers are reluctant to fight against Mikasa because apparently she is an Ackerman, which means that she is an elite soldier. She is as valuable as 100 soldiers. Mikasa refuses to let Eren die in this instance, while Eren tries to figure out what on earth is going on. He is confused as to why everybody thinks that he is a titan, because he cannot even remember how he got here. Despite having transformed into a titan, Eren declares that he is a human. When these soldiers are about to attack Eren and Mikasa and Armin are about to take him to safety, he notices that he is wearing a necklace that has a key attached to it. Now, if you recall right to the start of Attack on Titan, Grisha Yeager had been wearing this necklace around his neck. While holding this key, Grisha had told Eren that he would return home and would tell him the secrets that lie within the basement. Eren then appears to have a very traumatic flashback, as he recalls his father having handed him this key in the woods, telling him that he has to go to the basement one day. After handing the key over to Eren, he injects him with some liquid. During this flashback, we learn that Eren's father had told him to go to the basement where he will learn the truth, but it will be a difficult road to get there, because he will first have to recapture Wall Maria. He then tells him that he is going to give him the power that will help him to recapture Wall Maria and to get back to Shiganshina so that he can go to the basement. The final thing that he remembers his father telling him is that their memories will teach him how to use it. If he wants to save Mikasa, Armin and everybody else, he will have to learn to control his powers. And right at this moment, when the soldiers fire cannons towards the three of them, Eren transforms into a titan, but it doesn't appear to be a complete transformation. It's mostly the skeletal structure of the top half of the titan, with some muscle tissue around the shoulders and the arms. After Eren leaves the titan's body, Armin declares that he is going to convince the military not to kill Eren. He tries to convince them that Eren is still of sound mind and reason, and he is helping the humans. He even goes on to say that the ordinary titans were devouring Eren's titan form as if it was prey. When the military remain to be unfazed by Armin's words, he courageously speaks out and states that he had vowed a long time ago to dedicate his heart to the recovery of the human race. Even if it means that his life ends here, he intends to keep this vow. He tells the military that if they were to combine Eren's titan powers with the remaining military force that they have, then it may be possible to recapture the Trost district. He begs and pleads with the military commander to allow him to explain the strategy that he has to recapture the town. Despite this courageous act, the captain still remains committed to kill Eren, but that is until Commander Pixis arrives. Armin proposes to Commander Pixis that they can utilize Eren's titan powers to seal the breach that has formed within the Trost district. Commander Pixis agrees to Armin's plans, as they place the future of humanity in the hands of Eren, as for the first time humanity is utilizing the powers of titans to fight back against the titans. Armin is proposing that Eren transforms into the titan and carries that large boulder that is within the Trost district to plug the hole that was formed within the wall, and thus reclaiming the Trost district. Eren states that he will assist them in whatever way that he can, and he is determined to seal the breach within the wall. Armin is surprised that Commander Pixis wants to carry out this plan immediately. It appears that Eren needs to act quickly and to prove that he is on the side of the humans. If he doesn't plug the hole now, then it will give opportunity for others to discuss whether if Eren should even be alive, and they may even be speculating that he is an enemy of humanity working alongside the armored and colossal titans. Commander Pixis relays the plans to the other soldiers, as he reveals that Eren has been undergoing secret titan transformation experiments. He tells the other soldiers that their task is to protect Eren while he carries the boulder to plug the hole. After convincing the soldiers to go along with this plan, they leave the rest to Eren, as he literally carries the future of humanity in his hands. If this plan is successful, then it will signify the first ever time that humanity has taken back land from the titans. It will be humanity's first victory against their enemy. The plan commences as Eren transforms into a titan, but unpredictably he looks at Mikasa's direction and punches towards her, as it quickly becomes apparent that at present Eren has no control over his powers. Commander Pixis emphasizes that humanity is on the brink of extinction, and it is for this reason that he is willing to rely on Eren's titan abilities to give humanity a fighting chance to survive. Mikasa narrowly escapes Eren's attack, as his titan form continues to target her. She tries to reason with the titan form, reminding Eren that they are family, but he doesn't appear to be listening to reason. The plan already appears to be falling apart as ordinary titans are now approaching their location. The other soldiers are wanting to abandon the plan, but Commander Pixis stays the course. After having punched himself, Eren's titan form appears to be slumped against the large boulder. Armin arrives to help Eren while the other soldiers keep the ordinary titans preoccupied. He speaks to Eren, telling him to wake up. While Eren is asleep and trapped within the body of his titan, Armin attempts to remind him of his purpose, reminding him about his desire to avenge the death of his mother, as well as his desire to destroy the titans. Eren is trapped in a dreamlike trance, while Armin tries to snap him out of it and to bring him back to his senses. He reminds Eren of their desire to one day explore the outside world, how they will travel far beyond the walls. They will see the burning water, the lands of ice, and the plains of sand. He questions if Eren has forgotten about all of this. Eren remembers his desire to go to the outside world, as he recalls the reason behind why he had formed this desire, which is because he was born into this world. It is his right to go there. While countless soldiers have been devoured trying to protect Eren, Eren eventually gets up and carries the boulder on his shoulders. While more titans are entering into the Trost district, Eren walks towards the hole with the boulder. His actions are proving that all of the soldiers that had just died didn't die in vain. The soldiers continue to defend Eren, as they are adamant to defend him to the death. They state that even if it costs them all of their lives, they need to protect Eren until he gets to the gate. Mikasa and Armin rush towards Eren's titan, while the remaining soldiers continue to distract the titans away from Eren. The soldiers sacrifice their lives while Eren pushes forward. He realizes that it doesn't matter how terrifying the world is. It doesn't matter how cruel the world is. Humanity needs to continue to fight. They need to fight against the cruelty and the threat of the titans. He lets out a huge titan roar as he successfully carries the boulder to the hole, placing it in in front of the breach, Eren has successfully reclaimed back the Trost district, proving that all of the soldiers that had just died while protecting Eren didn't die in vain. This signals humanity's first victory against the Titans. The operation led by Commander Pixies was a success. When Armin and Mikasa recover Eren's body, a Titan appears to be targeting them, but just as they are about to be picked up by a Titan, a mysterious individual arrives and defeats the two Titans that were targeting them. This individual is donning the Wings of Freedom emblem on his back, as it is revealed that the Survey Corps have arrived, and the trio of Eren, Armin and Mikasa were just saved by Levi. The third arc of Attack on Titan concludes with the arrival of the Survey Corps. Thanks to the efforts of the graduated cadets, the garrison and especially Eren, Wall Rose was successfully defended against the Titans. And like I have mentioned several times in this video, this was the first time that the human race had successfully stopped a Titan invasion. It was a remarkable feat that most thought was impossible. However, it is difficult to celebrate this victory, because far too many lives were lost during the battle for Trost, and one of these lives had been from the 104th Training Corps. I'm referring to Marco, who had survived up until the plan to plug the hole in the Trost district was initiated. We don't know how Marco was killed. We see his lifeless corpse when Jean unexpectedly comes across it. I remember the emotions that I had felt when I first saw the body of Marco. Despite the victory in the Trost district being very significant, it all felt so bittersweet. It was difficult to celebrate after the large loss of lives, and how Isayama had depicted how cruel the world of Attack on Titan is. But what makes it feel so worthwhile to have experienced all of this cruelty are the few glimmers of hope that Isayama instills into his story. The most significant one is the revelation that Eren has Titan abilities, and how he utilizes them to reclaim land back from the Titans. This arc excelled in sharing with us the perspective of the other soldiers. A lot of screen time was given to them as we get to appreciate how it feels like to fight on the front lines against the Titans. The third arc of Attack on Titan is unlike anything that we have seen in the story up until this point. The second arc of the series gave the cadets hope, as after 3 years of training they appeared to be more prepared to face off against the Titans, but their hopes of being prepared are quickly dashed, as the reality of facing off against man-eating giants proves too much for them to handle. Because Eren was taken out so early on in this arc, it gave us an opportunity to grow some attachment with these side characters. We had the opportunity to witness their camaraderie as they banded together and fought against their hopeless situation. When they were pinned up against the wall, they continued to strategize, and we got to see a completely different side to Armin, as we learned that he has the skills to be a very competent leader. Another aspect that I loved about this arc is that we got to see some character flaws of Mikasa, and we see how she overly relies on Eren to the point that it is destructive to herself. Another key moment that occurs during this arc is this flashback where Eren remembers his father. This flashback occurs when Eren sees the key to the basement hanging around his neck. From this scene, Isayama wastes no time by explaining to us that Grisha is responsible for Eren's Titan abilities. In addition to this, we as the audience as well as Eren learn that the secret behind the Titans lies within the ruins of the Shiganshina district. Inside his house within the basement lies the secrets to the world of Attack on Titan. This teaser is the perfect goal that embeds within our minds, as I'm sure that all of you, including myself, were desperate to learn about the secrets within the basement as early as this portion of the story, where Isayama had tactfully foreshadowed his story and placed his seeds into our mind. After Eren witnesses the memories of his past, he knows instinctively how to transform into his Titan form. He bites his own hand and voluntarily transforms into the Titan to protect his friends. Isayama knows how to effectively convey human emotions to us, as through this arc his characters convey to us their thoughts, emotions, fears and insecurities. One such moment is when the troops begin to despair when Commander Pixis tells them that they have to go back onto the battlefield in order to distract the Titans away from Eren. Commander Pixis ends up delivering to them a speech which morally uplifts them. He makes them visualize how they would feel if one day the Titans were to attack their own families. The terror that they are feeling right now, would they want their family members to feel this terror? If they don't want this to happen to their loved ones, then they need to fight right now. Even prior to the mission beginning, Eren is given a reality check of his own. He is told about the importance of all of the lives that are about to be sacrificed so that Eren has this opportunity to prove himself. This arc, which occurs right at the beginning of the series, places humanity in a desperate situation, and Eren's Titan abilities are the only way out of it. In such a short period of time, Eren has to learn how to control his powers, and the stakes are incredibly high. After seeing chapter after chapter with the situation getting more and more bleak, we frankly want Eren to succeed as bad as he wants to succeed for himself. Through Eren being reminded of all of the sacrifices that are about to take place, we too are reminded of the significance of this moment. Eren needs to do the impossible and fight for the sake of humanity. So early on in the story, so many people had already given up their lives, believing that Eren was the future for humanity. As the story progresses, we learn that this trend does not end here. As the story continues, many more people pin their hopes on Eren, believing that he will lead humanity to victory against against the Titans. And as this Attack on Titan arc analysis series continues, we'll be going into each of these instances and analysing Eren's perspective as well as the perspective of the soldiers that are protecting him. And in this video, I'll be covering the Female Titan arc. This arc encompasses several pivotal events that occur within the story, the first being the military trial of Eren Yeager, and next being the Survey Corps' 57th expedition beyond the walls, and lastly the assault on the Stohes district. The Female Titan arc brings us one step closer to learning the truth about the Titans, as we discover that it is not only Eren Yeager who possesses the ability to control a Titan. After the appearance and the identity reveal of the Female Titan, we can assume that the Colossal Titan and the Armored Titan are two being controlled by humans. The Female Titan arc encompasses the second half of the first season of the Attack on Titan anime. A lot takes place during this arc, and I'm really looking forward to analysing and breaking down each of the story beats that occur. So let's begin my analysis of the Female Titan arc. The Female Titan arc takes place between episodes 14 to 25 of the anime and chapters 19 to 34 of the manga. It picks up from where the third arc of the story leaves off, as after Eren makes use of his Titan form by plugging the hole in the Trost district, a division begins to form between the residents of Shiganshina and Rose. This divisiveness highlights the internal politics between those who reside within the interior and exterior walls. Eren is heralded as a hero by the residents of Rose, as he was able to prevent it meeting the same fate as Maria, while the residents of Shiganshina doubt the news of a Titan being on their side and helping humanity. This contrast between the residents of the interior and exterior walls shows the class difference which exists between the two regions. I think it is interesting to pay attention to this difference, which is briefly mentioned here, as it is further emphasized in later portions of the story. The residents of Rose are more hopeful and accepting of Eren and his Titan form, while the residents of Shiganshina, who typically are the last to get the news of any goings-on related to the Titans, are confused and skeptical. They live in constant fear of the day that Rose is breached, as that would mean that the last layer of added protection between themselves and the Titans is removed. They fear the day the interior wall becomes the exterior wall. This makes them skeptical of any information they hear from the government or the monarchs, as it would be in the best interest of the government to not stir up mass panic by revealing to the population of Shiganshina that they no longer are privileged with any additional safety by residing within the interior. The interior is also fearful of the thought of an influx of people from Rose, who would end up migrating into the interior in the event of a breach. Juxtaposed to this, the residents of the exterior believe that they have a fighting chance now thanks to Eren. They may finally be able to reclaim Maria now. The anime does an excellent job of contrasting the dynamic between the two regions, as in chapter 19 we are only shown the response of the interior wall, before we cut to the imprisonment and trial of Eren Yeager. Eren was imprisoned for days, during which time he was referred to as a monster, as he has become the very thing that he wishes to eradicate. He doesn't understand how he was able to transform into a Titan, but does understand the reaction of others who refer to him as a monster. Eren can see the danger that he may pose to others, since he has no idea of the full scope of his Titan powers. Despite all of these changes, Mikasa and Armin had not treated him any differently, and were certainly not afraid of him. After being imprisoned for days, he is brought to a military tribunal which will determine his fate. He is told about the general consensus of the public regarding his ability to transform into a Titan, which was emphasized earlier through the differing reactions between the interior and exterior walls. During this trial, the fate of Eren will be determined by which branch of the military will take responsibility over him, either the military police, who want to examine and dispose of his body, or the Survey Corps, who want to utilize Eren's powers in an attempt to reclaim Maria. During Eren's trial, individuals from several groups are present. Each of them represent the individual concerns that they have in relation to Eren's new abilities. During this courtroom drama, we see the ignorance of the rich merchants who are only concerned about their own well-being, oblivious to the sacrifices made by the Survey Corps who are fighting for the greater collective. We are also shown the religious fanatics from the Order of the Walls, who believe that the walls were created and gifted to us by a higher power. Protecting and worshipping the walls forms the core of their beliefs. The different groups are all putting their own best interests first before considering what is best for humanity. They are ignoring the fact that it is the Survey Corps who are willing to put their lives on the line. After all, most of these merchants or religious heretics have never even seen a Titan in the flesh. The military police question Eren's humanity, taking into account the incident from his childhood where he murdered 3 robbers to protect Mikasa, or how he had attacked Mikasa while he was in his Titan form. After an outburst, Eren silences them by by telling them to put their trust in him. Immediately after this, Levi demonstrates in the courtroom that he has the skill to subdue the supposedly dangerous Eren by kicking him into submission. We can assume that this gives some confidence to the others, as if Eren is under the care of Levi, then he can be easily punished or killed by the skillful commander. The trial concludes with Eren being placed under the care of the Survey Corps, and he is assigned to be supervised by Captain Levi. However, if he proves to not be a useful ally to humanity, then he may return to be questioned once again. Eren has to prove himself to not be the monster that some have branded him as, considering he has been given this opportunity to prove his worth through being part of the Survey Corps and taking part in the upcoming 57th scouting mission. Eren ends up becoming the responsibility of the cold and unwelcoming Levi. Through this narrative decision, we are introduced to Levi's hand-picked selection of elite soldiers, dubbed the Special Operations Squad. It is a nice introduction to a group of soldiers that Levi is not entirely inhospitable towards. Through his elite squad, that is also referred to as Squad Levi, we get some much needed grounding for Levi's character, humanizing him from this perception of callousness that he all too often exudes. A beloved segment from this portion of the story is seeing Levi and the others cleaning up the old headquarters of the Survey Corps. During this part of Attack on Titan, we get to learn about Eren's thoughts of Levi. While he speaks to Petra, a member of Squad Levi, she tells him that Levi isn't the perfect hero that people make him out to be. Firstly, he lacks the height to fit the stereotypical image of a hero. In addition to this, the real Levi is easily agitated and frankly unapproachable, a far cry from the heroic image one may conjure up from admiring his feats from afar. But Eren is not surprised by any of these aspects of his character, but rather his willingness to be obedient to his higher chain of command, which ends up being indicative of the loyalty and respect that Levi has for the commander of the Survey Corps, Eren. And this is proven to be true as Petra reveals that Levi had joined the Survey Corps thanks to Eren, who had saved him from a world of crime that he was heavily involved in. This is a very insightful conversation about one of the most mysterious yet beloved characters to be featured within Attack on Titan. Conversations like this place importance upon making Levi slightly more relatable, as opposed to being this flawless soldier that everybody should aspire to emulate. Once the cleaning and refurbishing of the old Survey Corps base is completed, we are introduced to the eccentric Hanji Zo, who unfortunately gives Eren a lengthy exposition dump on the experiments that she had conducted on two captured titans she had named Sonny and Bean. Hanji grows a bond with the two titans, despite them being the very enemy they desire to eradicate. Eren is even surprised by the affection she shows towards her test subjects. Her reasoning for behaving like this is because she desires to look at the titans from a different perspective, rather than the cliched mindset of hating them. She genuinely wants to learn about the true nature of the titans. Through her character, we the audience share her desire to learn more about the mystery behind the titans and their origin. After meeting several different members of the Survey Corps, Eren concludes that he hasn't ceased to be amazed by each of them. This division of the military is full of eccentrics who desire to change the status quo. This description of the group is an excellent form of foreshadowing which aligns with the subsequent actions of the Survey Corps, as they dare to dream of a future where humanity has reclaimed its rightful place in the world. After we learn that Hanji's research subjects have been killed, we get the first hints of a traitor who has infiltrated the military ranks. This idea is further enforced by Commander Eren, who leans in to ask Eren what he can see, and more importantly, who he thinks the true enemy is. From his shocked expression, you can assume that Eren is considering the possibility of one or if not more traitors who have been hiding under their noses, possibly sabotaging their efforts from the inside. This moment is one that I constantly remembered and did not forget, despite Eren quickly retracting his questioning and advising Eren to forget he had asked him anything. After inspecting the maneuvering gear of all of these soldiers, they were unable to find the culprit who killed the valuable research subjects. Following this, we see the recruitment ceremony for the Survey Corps as Eren tries to rally up newly graduated soldiers to join the most dangerous division within the military. A character who quite notably changes their mind about joining the Survey Corps is Jean. He was deeply affected by the death of his fellow cadet Marco. This change of heart adds a new layer of complexity to Jean's character, as he isn't as arrogant or self-centered as his first impression would lead you to believe. He understands Eren's words now, but still admits that he cannot be a reckless idiot like him. In a surprising yet emotional turn of events, Jean changes his mind about where he wants to enlist. He does so after remembering Marco describing Jean as not being particularly strong, but he excels at being able to objectively look at any given situation, allowing him to always make the right choice as to what needs to be done at that moment in time. Jean, recalling the words of his departed comrade, tearfully swallows his pride and realizes what he needs to do. Him deciding to join the Survey Corps is such a pivotal moment of growth for his character, redeeming his prior argumentative and dismissive nature, easily making Jean one of my favorite characters to feature within the first season of Attack on Titan. This change of heart showcases the courage and bravery bravery required in the face of overwhelming opposition. Jean can still remain prideful of the fact that nobody convinced him to change his mind. He had made this decision of his own accord. While recruiting soldiers to join the Survey Corps, Eren explains the narrative goal to return to Shiganshina and to learn of the secrets of the Titans located in the basement of Eren's home. Getting to that basement is the ultimate desire for the Survey Corps led by Eren, as it may lead to clues that will aid humanity in their conquest to defeat the Titans. After giving them hope, he relays to the rookies the grim reality of the casualties within his division, as 60% of the Survey Corps were wiped out in the last 4 years alone. The 57th expedition outside the walls would take place only a month after their recruitment, with an expected mortality rate of 30%. It is Eren's responsibility to share the grim reality of working under him. He morally does the right thing by choosing not to deceive them with fanciful words of hope, further adding to the character of Eren as a respectable, no-nonsense leader. The only soldiers willing to offer up their lives for mankind are surprisingly the top 10 graduates, with the exception of Annie, who stays unwavered and remains true to her desire to join the military police. I've always loved the anime adaptation of this scene, as the music, voice acting and visuals combine to improve upon the source material. It really makes you feel the weight of this decision that the young cadets are about to make, especially after everything that they've endured during the Battle of Trost. We can sympathize with them and their apprehension. Seeing them suppress their fears and show bravery in the face of adversity leaves me feeling so attached to this group of characters. We repeatedly get shown the physical gore and the fear of facing the Titans against one's will, but this group of characters mentally undergo fear, doubt and anxiety in order to make the decision to once again face their fears and fight for the sake of humanity. After a month of training and studying, the 57th expedition of the Survey Corps begins, with the true objective of the mission only being known by Eren. Jean and the others put their faith in Eren, counting on him to ensure his powers are worth the cost of their lives. The officially disclosed aim for this expedition was to plan a new route from the Kalaneth district to the Shiganshina district. However, like I had mentioned, Eren only revealed the true motive for this mission to his most trusted veteran scouts, those who had been enlisted as scouts at least 5 years ago and had survived the fall of Wall Maria. For this expedition, Eren deploys a strategic formation called the Long Distance Enemy Scouting Formation. In preparation for this mission, the scouts had been taught about this formation in great detail over the last month. The purpose of this formation is to protect Eren at all costs, placing utmost importance on their new weapon to fight against the Titans. Thanks to the deployment of this formation in past expeditions, the survival rate of the Survey Corps has increased drastically. The soldiers are spread out over a long distance in a semicircular formation in front, with equal spacing between each other so that they can see in all directions. Eren is located in the central rear of the formation, accompanied by the Special Operations Squad. He is placed in the safest spot. The scouts located at the outer perimeter of the formation are responsible for alerting the others if they are to come across a Titan approaching them by firing a red flare. Others within the formation will fire their own flares so that Eren, who is leading from the front, will quickly know the location of the Titan and fire a green flare signaling a change in direction. This strategy allows the scouts to travel towards their destination while avoiding contact with the Titans, because most ordinary Titans cannot keep up with the speed of horses. This system is most effective against traditional Titans whose actions are easier to predict, but it is harder to deploy against abnormal Titans whose unpredictable behavior will leave the scouts with no other choice but to fight against them. Initially believing it to be an abnormal Titan, we are introduced to the intelligent female Titan, who Armin immediately deduces is a human in the body of a Titan, drawing parallels to it with Eren's Titan form, the Colossal Titan and the Armored Titan. The intelligence and sickening hostility of this new Titan is demonstrated through how it takes out 2 scouts and the right flank of the Survey Corps formation. Armin was able to deduce that this Titan was different through how it had protected its vital organs and didn't kill humans to consume them like ordinary Titans do. When the female Titan had caught up to Armin and lifts up his hood to identify him, she spares his life. We can now assume that the female Titan is looking for someone. Reiner and Jan eventually catch up to Armin as he explains to them that the female Titan is being controlled by someone. This is a haunting thought, thinking about a human working against the best interests of their own kind. Whoever is controlling the female Titan has betrayed humanity and is purposefully sabotaging this scouting mission. But for what reason? We know that the Colossal and Armored Titan aim to destroy the walls. However, the female Titan's motive is unknown until after she encounters Jan, Reiner and Armin. She ends up running towards the direction of Eren after Reiner manages to free himself from her grasp. With the appearance of the female Titan, there is an assumption that the mission will be called off only 1 hour after it had begun. However, it appears that Commander Eren has no intention of returning just yet. Squad Levi in the central rear are made aware of the casualties that have been sustained thus far, and realize that an abnormal Titan has penetrated their formation. The other scouts engage the human-controlled Titan, trying to stop it, but it covers its nape with its hand, protecting its only weakness. Eren appears to be leading the scouts into the Titan forest, allowing only the central column of the formation to enter the forest with him. We are left to wonder what on earth he is planning on doing, and isn't he aware of the casualties that they have already sustained? There is much confusion as to why Eren did not avoid the forest, but this is of course part of his secretive plan. Squad Levi also enters the forest, as Eren is the only one among them to doubt what they are doing. Fearing that the Titan who has infiltrated their formation is closing in on them, Levi is the only one composed, as it isn't just Eren who is confused about what they are doing. The other members of the Special Operations Squad are just as perplexed as Eren. It is surprising to see the scouts that Levi had handpicked express emotions of nervousness, apprehension, and general worry. They are the seasoned veterans who should be instilling faith into Eren, but his doubts are being affirmed by their expressions. This feeling of doubt is seen amongst the other scouts, as Jean too questions how their orders are now diverting from the mission brief that they were given. The scouts have no choice but to follow the orders, even if they make no sense to them. The female Titan catches up to Eren and the others. They plead with Levi to switch to their maneuvering gear as Annie takes out the scouts who are attacking her, trying to slow her down. What must be noted during this moment are the expressions of desperation from Eren and the others. Only their leader Levi remains focused on the orders given to him by Eren. He retains his uninterested, callous expression as he ignores the pleas of his subordinates to engage in battle with the female Titan. Levi retains his composure and appears to know something that the others don't. Ignoring Squad Levi, he fires a sound grenade, with the female Titan hot on their heels. Why I love Levi's character is his unparalleled focus and his determination to fulfill his duty, allowing no room for distraction. He momentarily reprimands his subordinates, reminding them that their job is not to give in to whatever emotion that they are feeling at the present moment in time. The mission briefing clearly states that Squad Levi is to protect Eren at all costs, even at the cost of their own lives. With the female Titan quickly closing the distance, Eren looks back at the Titan killing several scouts, ignoring Levi's order to depend upon their horses and focus on moving forward. He cannot bear to see people being sacrificed before his eyes. This is the cruel truth that Levi and Eren are all too aware of, the fact that not everybody who sets out on these expeditions will return alive. The sacrifices of a few will lead to the survival of many. Eren is ordered to continue on his path and not to help those who are dying behind him. They are not to divert from the mission's objective. Eren is behaving very naively here. He is acting like he is the only one feeling pain or suffering, knowing the people are dying at the hands of the female Titan. The others are also feeling anguish, hearing their comrades die behind them, but they grit their teeth and move forward, trusting in Levi, and more importantly, putting their faith in Eren's plan. Eren wants an explanation as to why they are leaving their comrades to die, but the others remind him that Levi purposefully didn't explain the reasoning behind their actions. Because Eren is still wet around the ears, he cannot understand what it means to put faith in your superior and to blindly trust and obey them. Before the expedition, Eren was having difficulty voluntarily transforming into his Titan form. He noted that this didn't make Squad Levi waver in their resolve to reclaim Wall Maria, however. When Eren transforms into a Titan involuntarily, trying to pick up a spoon that he had dropped, he incurs the wrath of Squad Levi, who assume that he is a traitor. They wonder why now of all places has he decided to transform. At this moment, Eren had realized how little they had trusted him, believing that they consider him to be the mortal enemy of humanity. Levi reassures Eren by explaining to him his squad have seen and lived through hell several times. Each time they have survived and demonstrated they can act quickly against an enemy they know very little about. They turned on Eren and pointed their blades at him, unwavering in their resolve, not allowing their emotions to get the better of them. Through quickly responding to Eren's transformation, they demonstrated both their maturity and experience that they have had on the battlefield. Eventually, we learn through Hanji's explanation to Eren and the others that he needs a reason to transform into his Titan form. This is why he transformed out of the blue, picking up his spoon. His wounds were fresh from his failed attempts, so the first time that he acted with an intention, he immediately transformed against his will. This is when Squad Levi realized that Eren did not mean to transform without permission. It wasn't in his control. After this, they all bite the palm of their hands, trying to experience the same pain that Eren does every time he transforms. They do this as a form of punishment for questioning and doubting Eren's allegiance. It is a touching moment, and it emphasizes the camaraderie that exists between this newly introduced tight-knit group. Petra tells Eren the ethos of their squad, which is nothing can be accomplished alone, so it is better to work together as a group. This way, they are counting on Eren and in return hope that he can count on them too. This flashback is pivotal pivotal to reminding Eren that he cannot just turn into a Titan and go against the orders of Erwin. He needs to trust that the Survey Corps are doing the right thing. Levi tells him that he has two choices. Either he transforms into his Titan form, choosing to believe in himself, or he decides to believe in Levi, his squad, and the rest of the Survey Corps by continuing to move forward. Will he ultimately trust in his own strength or in the decisions made by his experienced senior comrades? Levi knows that in high pressure situations he cannot impose his will onto Eren. Ultimately, he is going to do whatever he wants to do. However, he gives him the choice to decide on what action will make him feel the least amount of regret. He demonstrates to him the very trust that he wants Eren to have for him and the others. In the end, Eren decides to trust them. With the female Titan now speeding up, he realizes that they are galloping ahead with their backs turned to their enemy. Their situation is looking more and more bleak, as they could be flattened at any moment. But despite this, they continue to move forward, focusing their gaze straight ahead, putting their lives on the line for the sake of their orders. Their blind faith is proven right as they capture and immobilize the female Titan through a trap that has been prepared in advance for her. Levi tells his squad to get Eren away from the Titan, as he leaves them to complete another task that has been assigned to him. We learn that it was up to Squad Levi to lure the female Titan to this spot. Levi is praised for his actions, but he humbly gives credit to those who sacrificed their lives trying to hold back the female Titan before she had caught up to them. All that is left to do now is to find out who is controlling the Titan. Eren had suspected that there was somebody among their ranks who was trying to destroy the walls. Jean and Armin were able to deduce the true intentions of the mission. Thanks to the revelation of Eren's Titan form, we can assume that a human is controlling the other Titans that are destroying the walls. So the best course of action will be to capture at least one of the traitors to learn about their intentions and the identity of the others. Despite the burden of casualties and the deaths of several scouts, it was vital to stay the course and continue with this mission. The Survey Corps have a real opportunity to finally be able to learn about the truth of the world by capturing the female Titan, through using Eren as bait. An important discussion of one's humanity occurs here, as Armin places emphasis upon the difficult choices that Commander Erwin has to make, the price of sacrificing hundreds in order to save humanity as a whole. There is a reason why Erwin is the leader of the Survey Corps. He leads soldiers who wear the wings of freedom on their backs. The hopes of mankind rest upon his shoulders. For him to carry this burden and consider enacting change in a cruel world, he must be able to cast aside his humanity as a prerequisite. That is, if he truly desires to bring about a real change in the world. When up against cruel and overwhelming opposition, it should be noted how one may forsaken even their own humanity in order to defeat monsters, ironically adopting traits of the very force of evil that you are fighting against. While the female Titan is captured, the scouts try to attack its nape, but realize that it has an ability to harden its own skin, rendering their attacks useless. Levi taunts her and for once expresses his feelings about how she had been enjoying murdering his subordinates. He tells the female Titan that he is going to enjoy torturing her and dragging out the person that is controlling this Titan by force. The female Titan then demonstrates a new ability as it shrieks, causing the ordinary Titans to rush towards a location. Sasha describes this scream as being similar to that of an animal who happens to be cornered and has given up, so as a last resort it summons the help of others. The Titans end up eating the female Titan, and during the chaos, the person controlling it has escaped. Erwin smiles as he acknowledges that his enemy like them was also willing to sacrifice everything in order to escape. Eren and the other scouts retreat, assuming that the female Titan is still active. Levi decides to catch up to his squad, but is stopped by Erwin, who orders him to replenish his gas and blades. Levi, who is concerned for his squad, says that he has enough gas and blades, but Erwin insists that he follows his orders, as Levi is left to once again trust in Erwin's judgment. This decision to delay Levi will prove to be costly. However, Erwin had his reasons for giving Levi these orders, as he had assumed that the person who was controlling the female Titan may be equipped with their maneuvering gear and their uniform, meaning that she can blend in with the other soldiers. This of course proves to be true as the assailant begins to pick off members of Squad Levi. Gunther is the first to fall victim. Adding to the panic, the individual once again transforms into the female Titan. The remaining members of Squad Levi fight against the Titan so that Eren can escape. However, he once again begs them to allow him to transform into his Titan form and fight back, but he is told to believe in them and not to underestimate them. Eren is reassured by the strength of Squad Levi as he sees firsthand their talent and tenacity, while they launch an effective counterattack against the female Titan. However, she ends up outsmarting them as she mercilessly picks off the remaining members of Squad Levi. This happens just as Eren understands the concept of entrusting your allies. He is quickly betrayed by this belief as he tries to move forward without looking back. He is reminded of Levi's words that you can never be certain of the outcome. In this moment, if Eren had relied on his own strength, then he would have been able to prevent the deaths of his comrades. With the regret of making the wrong choice weighing heavy on his conscience, he finally transforms, vowing to kill the female Titan. This is a turning point for Eren's character. Just when he had opened up to the idea of believing in his comrades, it had led to their deaths. Eren has learned and reinforced the belief that he can only rely upon himself now. If he doesn't take action himself, then it will only lead to him having regrets. Remember, moments ago, Levi had told him to take the course of action which will lead to him feeling the least amount of regret. During the first battle, Eren proves how unrefined his control over his Titan form is. In addition to this, his emotional state is causing him to attack recklessly. The female Titan easily evades his strikes and uses his Titan strength to her advantage. Levi and Mikasa hear Eren's Titan and rush to his aid, as he is being beaten by the female Titan. Eren's Titan has brute strength, but he lacks the experience and technique that his opponent possesses. This leads to him landing a few lucky shots, but overall he is no match against the agile female Titan, as she forcibly rips him out of his Titan form, successfully having captured him. Mikasa arrives just as Eren is taken out. Her attachment to Eren causes her to be overwhelmed with emotion as she releases a continuous barrage of attacks. However, they appear to be ineffective due to the female Titan's ability to reinforce her skin. Levi, who is also making his way towards Eren, discovers the corpses of his hand-picked special operations squad. This moment, which is void of any dialogue, is one of the most hard-hitting scenes in the entire series. He makes his way over to each of his comrades, seeing their dismembered, impaled, and contorted remains. He concludes his unique form of paying respect to his squad by gazing upon the corpse of Petra. These are people that he had intimately known. He had fought alongside them in battle, and he had built a close bond with each of them. Levi is a complex and often misunderstood character. His emotionless expression conceals the overwhelming sorrow he is feeling, which he all too often channels into his battles. Each of his comrades had hopes, dreams, and loved ones who were expecting them to return home safely. They were under the care of Levi, who had a responsibility to take care of them, and it is moments like this that are heart-wrenching. Attack on Titan plays a constant tug-of-war between emotions of hope and hopelessness. Levi demonstrates his strength by silently moving forward after acknowledging the deaths of his squad. With matters involving Eren, Mikasa quickly loses her composure, clearly shown by her desperate, frantic behavior against the female Titan. She is forced to stop by Levi, who had kept his calm even after seeing the corpses of 4 of his comrades. Mikasa, on the other hand, is filled with emotion despite Eren still being alive. This creates an interesting contrast between the two characters who share the same surname and possess the same skillful talent in battle. At this point of the story, we are aware of the female Titan's objective, which is to kidnap Eren, so it is left to the very capable hands of Levi and Mikasa to retrieve him. Levi attacks the female target before she even has a chance to harden her skin. After grounding her, Mikasa diverts from the plan and decides to strike her nape, wanting to kill her opponent. She disobeys Levi's orders to forget trying to kill the female Titan and to focus on retrieving Eren. Levi ends up breaking his ankle while trying to protect Mikasa, but despite this, he pushes forward and ends up successfully saving Eren. While making their escape, Levi turns around to get a final glance at the utterly defeated female Titan. He notices that tears are running down the Titan's face. It is a strange sight to see emotions emanating from a being who cruelly slaughtered so many innocent people. The tears highlight the emotional response of the person controlling the Titan. For whatever reason, they are deeply affected by not being able to capture Eren. The mission to capture the female Titan was a colossal failure, to say the least. They return facing harsh criticism from the gathered members of the public. Eren and Mikasa see 2 impressionable children watching the scouts, with the same bright-eyed admiration that they had as children upon seeing the scouts return from an expedition. Unlike adults, the children are able to overlook their somber and defeated expressions. To them, the Survey Corps are cool because they always get back up and continue fighting in the face of constant defeat. In this moment, the reality of the Survey Corps is emphasized against the naive admiration of children. As we see Petra's father arrive to ask Levi about his daughter, he asks about her future and how he is proud that she was taken under his wing. Levi, who rarely shows emotion, is seen to express guilt and utter shock at the prospect of relaying the news of Petra's death to her father. Levi's expression speaks volumes, as we come to realize the extent of the sacrifice and what it had amounted to, which was nothing. Eren is responsible for these casualties. He has the burden of their deaths on his conscience. Because of the 57th scouting mission, it had led in the public losing the faith and support that they had in the Survey Corps. Eren and the others were summoned to the royal capital to take responsibility for this failure. Another consequence of this mission was that Eren was ordered to be handed over to the military police. The Survey Corps members were escorted through the Stohes district by the new military police recruits. Of course, Annie was among the new recruits assigned to escort them to the capital. While heading out, Annie is called over by a cloaked Armin, who asks for her assistance to rescue Eren. She initially declines, but Armin pleads with her, as she eventually agrees to help him and Mikasa to escape the city with Eren. While she escorts them, she expresses her doubts about their plan, but Armin reassures her. Suddenly, Annie stops following them as the group make their way down a stairway, as they were about to take an underground route, and it is at this moment that an intense confrontation with Annie occurs, as Eren demands that she follows them after hearing her make excuses about going underground. The facade quickly drops as Annie reveals her true colors. Armin's suspicions of her being the female Titan are actualized before their eyes. She had made several blunders which led to her identity being exposed. Armin had noted that Annie had used Marco's maneuvering gear when the inspection to identify who had killed the two Titan test subjects occurred. However, Armin had felt denial upon noticing this. Why would you suspect your comrade to betray you after you had spent 3 years training alongside them? He didn't want to question his ally, but his suspicions of Annie being a traitor were confirmed when she spared his life during the 57th expedition. Eren is hit hard by her betrayal, as he is in denial even up until this point, despite the overwhelming evidence against her. He asks her to prove her innocence by coming underground with them, but she refuses to entertain his notion that she is playing a prank on them. Armin even pleads with her to talk this over with them, but Mikasa on the other hand shows Annie no remorse as she draws her blade. She remembers all too well what the female Titan had done to Eren. Now that her cover is blown, an attempt is made to capture her, but she uses a ring to cut herself and transform into the female Titan in the Stohes district. They weren't able to ambush and capture Annie, so they carry out their alternative plan, which is to capture her. They intend to have Eren transform into his Titan form for assistance, but that proves easier said than done. He tries to transform, but he isn't able to. Mikasa knows precisely why. This is because he is reluctant to fight against his so-called former comrade. Eren's denial and hesitation is holding him back. Understandably, coming to realize that someone who he momentarily had grown up with and trained alongside is in fact an enemy of humanity. She was hiding under his nose this entire time. While Eren tries to convince himself that she isn't the female Titan, Mikasa tactfully reminds him that she was the one who had killed Squad Levi. He should be channeling his anger in order to transform and avenge his fallen comrades, instead of refusing to accept reality. The idealist Eren is made to come to terms with reality here. Not everybody will match your ideal interpretation of the world. He had expected his allies to work alongside him to defeat the enemy. He didn't expect one of his allies to actually be the enemy. His failure to comprehend this at the nth hour speaks volumes about Eren's mindset and the trust that he had for Annie. When Eren had first learned about the identity of the female Titan, he was informed by Erwin about the plan to capture Annie. The proof that Annie is the female Titan is highly presumptuous. Eren had questioned Armin, even going as far as to ask him what he will do if she isn't a traitor. Mikasa, who is the voice of reason, tells him to recall his battle with the female Titan, asking if he is able to draw parallels between the fighting style of the female Titan and Annie's style of fighting. It wasn't a coincidence that Isayama had written a sparring scene between Eren and Annie during their training. This plot twist of Annie being the female Titan had gradually been building up, as he subtly planted the seeds of doubt into her mind and masterfully peeled back each layer to reveal her hidden agenda. Now that she has transformed before Eren's eyes, he should have no doubt that she is his enemy. He has no choice but to fight her. While Eren hesitates, Mikasa and Armin spring to action as they decide to act as decoys for Eren. He asks them how are they able to fight right now. They were deceived by an ally too. Don't they feel any pain after having been betrayed? Mikasa snaps Eren out of feeling hesitation by reminding him that the world is a cruel place. What else can they do other than fight back against the traitor? Once you accept the reality of the world, only then can you be unaffected by the blows it deals to you. While watching his friends risk their lives, Eren affirms to himself that the world is indeed cruel. With his resolve to fight renewed, he finally transforms into his Titan form. As his rematch with the female Titan commences, he demonstrates how far he has come from their first encounter by landing a clean uppercut against Annie, sending her flying across the city. The anime adaptation of this fight has a longer, more drawn out battle between the two Titans. However, in the manga, Annie makes a beeline straight towards Wall Shina, planning her escape by climbing over the wall. Mikasa is among the scouts who try to slow down Annie because she feels personally responsible for Levi being sidelined due to her impulsive behavior in the Titan forest. Eren meanwhile proves that he has control over his Titan form by pursuing Annie. While exchanging blows with her, he shares some insightful thoughts about her. He recalls that Annie was always reserved and had preferred being a loner during their training years that they had spent together. Through the expression that she had on her face, you could tell that she did not think highly of those around her. It was like she didn't want to be there. She appeared to be bored. Eren does note that Annie had shown a different side to herself when she had engaged in hand-to-hand combat, despite her claiming that she had no interest in it. We know that she had dismissed her passion for fighting by referring to it as a skill that her father had forced her to learn. The conviction in her words did not match up with the visible enjoyment she seemed to be having while she utilized those very skills she tried to renounce. Eren notes this and concludes that she was only lying to herself. herself. So we have to question, what is it that Annie desires? What is she fighting for that makes it worthwhile to take the lives of so many innocent people? After a powerful sweeping kick to the face, Eren is grounded as Annie desperately scales Wall Sina. Mikasa on the other hand isn't going to let her get away for a second time as she cuts off the female titan's sharp talon-shaped fingers. Annie helplessly falls to her defeat as she recalls the final words she heard from her father before departing from her home. It is revealed that Annie had desired to return home, where her remorseful father resides. We learn that he had regretted putting her through harsh training while she was young, robbing her of her childhood. Her father then reassures her that he would always be on her side. Even if the world had turned against her, he would be there to support her. His final request was to have Annie promise to him that she would return home safely. With this promise in mind, she protects herself from the scouts who are pulling her body out of the Titan by cocooning her body in a crystallized structure. In the end, Annie was unable to be interrogated, so the Survey Corps had taken her body underground to prevent her from transforming into a Titan in the event that she is freed from this crystallized structure that she had made. They are also acquitted of their shortcomings during the 57th expedition, as they reveal that they concealed the details of the mission due to concerns about Annie having accomplices within the military police. Capturing Annie proved to be a significant victory for mankind. Although they cannot interrogate her, they have proven that enemies working against the efforts of humanity exist within their ranks. Season 1 of Attack on Titan concludes with a cliffhanger, revealing that a Titan has been found concealed within Wall Sina, and this is where the female Titan arc ends. The final episode of Attack on Titan Season 1 aired on the 29th of September 2013. With the popularity of this series reaching new heights and Attack on Titan practically becoming mainstream, why was it that the anime had disappeared from our screens for almost 4 years? There are several reasons to explain the long wait. Firstly, Wit Studio, the animation studio behind Attack on Titan, had worked on 5 other series between the time Season 1 concluded and Season 2 had aired. The hectic work schedule of the animation studio aside, the primary reason I believe the 4-year hiatus occurred was simply because there was little to no material to adapt from the manga. With the conclusion of Season 1, material up to Chapter 34 had been adapted. Chapter 49 of the manga was published the same month the final episode of Season 1 had aired. There were only 14 chapters of buffer space between the anime and the manga at this point. Season 1 had adapted 34 chapters into 25 episodes. So at this pace, if the Attack on Titan anime had continued, it would have caught up to the manga after airing only 10 episodes. The key difference between the anime and the manga of Attack on Titan is that the manga publishes a new chapter once a month, while the anime releases a new episode once a week. The delay, although necessary, came at a cost, as the general sentiment towards the series had died down by the time 2017 had rolled around. Attack on Titan Season 2 was finally announced on the 24th of December 2016, with the first episode ironically scheduled to air on the 1st of April 2017. Although the second season would only be back for 12 episodes, through the trailer our patience was rewarded as we were teased about several enticing plot threads which would make the 4-year wait feel worthwhile. The trailer showcases Wall Rose being breached by Titans. We have the reveal of the menacing Beast Titan, and of course the return of the Colossal and Armored Titans. The trailer concludes with Eren attacking the Armored Titan. With jokes about the Beast Titan kicking a horse into another dimension, the hype surrounding Attack on Titan was well and truly back. I will be going over all of the events of Season 2 in my 5th video, which will cover the Clash of the Titans arc. After the capture of Annie Leonhardt, the Survey Corps recruits from the 104th Training Corps were kept in holding in a location south of Wall Rose. This was because the senior Survey Corps members were under suspicion that another spy was amongst them. However, when a group of Titans suddenly appears within Wall Rose, it leads everybody to fear for the worst, that Wall Rose has been breached. The 104th Training Corps now find themselves in a battle against these Titans who have appeared out of nowhere. However, unknown to them, traitors lie within their group, and it is up to Eren and the others to call them out and to face off against them. So let's now get into my breakdown, review and analysis of the 5th arc of Attack on Titan. The Clash of the Titans arc, which takes place between chapters 34 and 50 of the manga, is adapted into Attack on Titan Season 2, which runs from episodes 26 to 37. This arc follows up immediately after the conclusion of the first season. With the identity of the female Titan being revealed, we have yet to learn about the true identities of the Colossal Titan and the Armored Titan. This season focuses upon the Titan invasion, which unfolds unfolds within Wall Rose. This Titan invasion is all thanks to the introduction of a new enemy who appears in the form of the Beast Titan. After the battle in the Stoes district, Hanji is told by Pastor Nick from the Order of the Walls to cover the Titan that was found within Wall Sina. He says this in order to prevent sunlight from hitting the Titan. This hints to us that Pastor Nick knows some truth about the origin of the walls. After covering up the crack in the wall, Hanji presses him to reveal what he knows, asking him about the Wall Titan. Why is it inside the wall, and what exactly is it? Why have the figureheads behind the Order of the Walls kept quiet about what they know? He refuses to answer her until Hanji threatens his life. It is then that we learn the truth behind the walls. This truth was a heavily guarded secret that several people within the monarchy and government had only known, aiming to actively try to conceal this truth from humanity. The members of the Survey Corps have put their lives on the line time and time again in order to learn the truth about the Titans, the walls, and humanity's dire situation. They have put in all of this effort just so that they can learn now that something that will help humanity move one step forward has been kept a secret from them. These individuals who are keeping secrets desire to maintain the current status quo, which is to ensure that humanity remains trapped within the walls. Pastor Nick refuses to speak despite his life being threatened. It is a strange prospect to consider. This entire time, humanity was being protected from Titans by a wall made up of Titans. Elsewhere, there are suspicions that other members of the 104th Training Corps may have been conspiring alongside Annie, and they have been placed under surveillance in a location at the southern part of Wall Rose. They were ordered to dress as civilians and not to wear their combat uniforms, so if another member is revealed to be a traitor, they will at least be unarmed. Plans to keep the 104th Training Corps under watch are cut short after Titans are spotted within Wall Rose, indicating that it has been breached. The 104th scouts are then ordered to get on horseback and to evacuate the nearby villages. We are introduced to this unexpected threat immediately after the dust settles from the battle against the female Titan. With Titans appearing within the walls, we and the characters are left to make the logical assumption that Wall Rose has been breached. Prior to this, we had just witnessed the Survey Corps attempt to identify who the Colossal and Armored Titans could be. We assumed that they were Annie's accomplices, so investigating the people who were nearest to her was a priority. However, now that the 104th Training Corps have been cleared of suspicion, the Survey Corps are now focused on several tasks: to identify the breach within Wall Rose, to save the villagers, eliminate the Titans, and possibly begin evacuating Wall Rose. This is a dire situation. The prospects of two walls being breached leaves Wall Sina as the fragile final barrier to extinction. The situation is hopeless. Frankly, humanity has lost at this point. Now that they have been cornered into the small interior, what chance do they have if Wall Sina is also breached? What the Survey Corps embodies is this desire to not give up even when they are up against overwhelming adversity. As long as they keep fighting, humanity has not lost. The Survey Corps members feel regret for doubting the 104th Corps. They are now relying on their help while they are unequipped and totally defenseless against the Titans, and this is all thanks to the Survey Corps suspicions. The tension is high as it is difficult for us to predict what will happen outside of the logical assumptions that we are making. When the 104th Corps is split up to spread the news of the breach, Connie and Sasha have a higher degree of personal investment in the safety of the civilians due to their homes being located nearby. Connie's character is focused upon during this moment as he realizes that the Titans are coming from the direction of his home village. Through him and the other scouts, we once again are made to endure what possibly could be the second worst day humanity has ever encountered. Connie heads to his village and is accompanied by Bertolt and Reiner, who kindly volunteer to assist him. Now, I love Season 2 of Attack on Titan for the way that it throws you into the action without any forewarning. So much is going on and you cannot help but to feel invested into the story from the get-go. This certainly feels like a satisfactory payoff after waiting 4 long years for the return of the Attack on Titan anime. The aim of the 104th Corps is to mitigate the damage, prevent the loss of life, and above all else not to stop fighting. These Titans that are roaming around within Wall Rose are behaving very strangely. For example, they are able to run at incredible speeds. Mike, who is the second strongest soldier under Levi, acts as a decoy and is able to divert the 9 Titans away from the other scouts. He slowly reduces the number of the nearby Titans down to 4 after methodically taking each one of them out. This is when the story pulls us from one twist to the next, as we are introduced to an abnormal Titan who is covered in hair. This is the first Titan of its kind that Mike has ever seen. There appears to be an ominous feeling about this one, who initially appears to be ignoring Mike, but it exhibits intelligence after it picks up its horse and throws it towards the lone soldier. Now, this moment really made me feel uncomfortable when I had first seen it, as the second best scout is slowly picked apart and devoured by Titans. His composure is left in ruins as we see Mike yelling out in pain. When will humanity catch a break is what I was thinking. This new enemy reveals that it has the ability to speak, as it asks Mike about his maneuvering gear, but he is too paralyzed in fear to respond. His gear is taken by the Beast Titan while he cowers defenselessly. Attack on Titan subverts tropes found in typical shonen stories and outright calls them out at times. This moment is an example of such an occasion, as Mike has a sudden burst of motivation as he remembers encouraging his comrades in the face of despair only moments ago. He had told them that we are only defeated once we stop fighting. He briefly embodies these words of advice that he had given to the other scouts and draws his blade, but his bravery turns to helpless fear as he is eaten alive. There are many impactful moments within this story, and this display of brutality is one of them. Mike drops the bravado and immediately begs for his life. Moments like this laugh in the face of stories that rely upon convenient power-ups or miraculous perfect timing, which all too often saves the lives of side characters. However, in this moment there was no hope for Mike, as he was made to feel absolute fear and pain in his final moments. Isayama as a writer is able to draft out these hopeless scenarios and then bring them to life through his illustrations. He masterfully depicts the sinister expressions of the Titans and the despair-filled emotions of their prey. Feeling afraid is a raw emotion we can all relate to, but succumbing to fear after attempting to puff out your chest and face adversity, now this is another level of despair. Isayama is someone who knows how to play with or ridicule common heroic tropes, subverting them much to our dismay. News of the Titans spreads quickly thanks to the Survey Corps' quick thinking. During this, we get a brief flashback relating to Sasha's character, learning that she comes from a family of hunters as we see her with her father. Season 2 of Attack on Titan rightfully pays more attention to the other members of the 104th Corps, which is a welcomed breath of fresh air, despite how much I do enjoy following Eren, Armin and Mikasa. During this flashback, her father tries to talk her out of sticking to tradition and the ways of their ancestors. The times are changing, so he suggests that she too adapts to these changes. There is a constant discussion of life and the value of it during this series. Sasha's father relays to her that in this world it is a privilege to be alive. Through this recollection that she has while she is returning to her home, we understand why Sasha speaks the way that she does. It is to cover up her accent and the fact that she was raised in a village. She tries to be brave in order to prove her father wrong, who had described her as cowardly and stuck in her comfort zone. He indeed had challenged her to prove him wrong. We can assume that this is the reason why Sasha had left her village and enlisted into the military, leaving her old life behind. Now that she is returning to her home, she can see the horrors which would have awaited her if she had decided to stay and ignore the fears and problems of the people outside her village. The Titans have arrived at her village and it sinks in that she has now become one of the people without a home to return to. She had previously been seen to criticize the homeless for taking up land and resources within Wall Rose when they were forced to flee from Wall Maria because of the Titans. Sasha ends up saving a girl from a Titan by using a bow and arrow, not being ashamed of her roots and who she really is, which is a girl who was raised in a village as a hunter. She reunites with her father, who learns of her heroic act and finally recognizes her. This acknowledgement is significant and impactful to her character, proving that she is no longer that cowardly version of herself who was too afraid to leave her home or accept that the world is changing. Moving on from this, the hardening ability that was used by Annie had appeared to generate a material which is of the same composition as the walls. This revelation is identified by Hanji. This means that if Eren is able to control his abilities and activate this same hardening ability, then he may be able to seal the breach within Wall Maria. If he is able to accomplish this task, then it will give humanity a major victory over the Titans. It will shine a light of hope over an otherwise hopeless situation. What is to be noted is that Eren mentions the key to the basement that he is still wearing around his neck. His desire to go to the basement, he states here, is so that he knows who exactly he can point his anger towards. Like us, he wonders who was the cause for the existence of the Titans, humanity being caged behind walls, and most importantly to Eren, the cause of his mother's death. We now have a goal to seal Wall Maria, while at the same time fulfilling the need to discover what secrets lie within the basement. We have a clear direction of where the story of Attack on Titan is now headed. After this glimmer of hope, we have Pastor Nick reveal that he may not be given permission to speak about the truth of the walls, but there is someone who has permission. Pastor Nick says that this person entered the Survey Corps along with Eren and the others, and she knows everything that they want to know about the secrets of the walls. This individual comes from royal blood, and her name is Historia Reyes, and currently she is going by the alias Krista. With this knowledge, Eren, Mikasa and Armin head out to the battlefield and face off against the Titans in order to ensure that Krista is not harmed. Now we cut back to the 104th Corps as we follow Connie, who returns returns to his home while being accompanied by Reiner and Bertolt. He discovers that his village has been destroyed along with all of the homes. But what is strange is that it appears that something has broken out of each of the homes from the inside. When he goes to his own home expecting to find his family, he finds a deformed titan laying on the remains of his home. This frightening titan appears to share the same eyes as Connie, as he looks at it in complete shock until Reiner pulls him away. The titan laying on Connie's home virtually has no limbs. It would be impossible for it to be mobile, so how on earth has it found itself on top of a home? As Connie is leaving his village, we hear a voice telling him welcome home, almost as if the titan had spoken to him. Through this moment, Isayama hints at a major revelation, and this is certainly not the last time that we will refer back to this scene. Connie is a character who in all honesty you don't really care about or see much of. However, he is given a spotlight here for him to share his emotions and his feelings about losing his home and possibly his family. With this strange titan laying over his home, another frightening possibility is planted into our minds. Did somebody or something turn Connie's mother into a titan? Through his emotions, you are heavily invested into the truth behind what had happened to his family and how Connie is going to process everything he has seen up until now. Reiner forces Connie to focus on the mission, advising him not to lose sight of saving more lives, as he reassures him that his family must have escaped and are at a shelter. Reiner manages to stop Connie from thinking that his mother was turned into a titan, as we see Connie focus his gaze on moving forward, while Reiner and Bertolt watch Connie nervously. This picture paints 1,000 words, as we will see why Reiner and Bertolt were so invested in making sure Connie doesn't connect too many dots here. After the discovery that there is no breach within Walrose, the Survey Corps members along with the 104th Scouts find themselves at Utgard Castle, where they decide to rest and recuperate while the Titans are inactive during the night. Isayama groups together 5 members from the 104th Corps: Krista, Ymir, Reiner, Bertolt, and Connie as they seek refuge within Utgard Castle. Here, secrets begin to be hinted at and revealed. Looking back at this segment of the story in hindsight, I appreciate the nuance behind some of the exchanges that occur here. There are some subtle events like the Scouts discovering food with labels within Utgard Castle that none of them can read, but Ymir is able to read the labeled food, which is written in another language. Another such moment is the Scouts discussing with Connie about his village and how no victims were discovered. They are puzzled as to how the Titans appeared within Walrose without the wall being breached. Connie tries to speculate that the Titan laying upon his home resembled his mother, but he is silenced by Reiner. Why is it that Reiner pulled Connie away from his home when he had seen the Titan laying on it? And why is he berating him now for mere conjecture? Ymir in a similar way ridicules Connie, as it makes you question her intentions for trying to silence him. At this point in the story, we are aware that after sunset, Titans are typically dormant. However, while resting, they are attacked by Titans who are able to move during the night. During this portion of the story, everything they thought that they had known about the Titans is being called into question, as we logically try to piece together the missing pieces of information. Firstly, Titans appear without a breach, and secondly, Titans are moving after sunset. It all appears to be correlated to this strange Titan which is covered in hair, who had demonstrated the ability to speak and control the Titans. The senior scouts who are also present in Utgard Castle have vertical maneuvering gear, so they attack the Titans and defend the new recruits who don't have any vertical maneuvering gear, while the Beast Titan scales Walrose. During the Titans' attack on Utgard Castle, we learn that Hanji along with the scouts from the Stowest district, including Eren, Mikasa and Armin, are making their way over to Utgard Castle in order to get a better view of Walrose, but they are unaware that the castle is being attacked by Titans. Smaller Titans were able to break into the castle, making their way towards the defenseless scouts. Reiner volunteers to see how far the Titans have infiltrated the castle, but he is almost eaten by a Titan. That is until he is saved by Bertolt. Here, a brief but very significant flashbulb memory occurs for Reiner, where he remembers a similar situation from his past, where he was about to be attacked and he seized up as a child. If it wasn't for Bertolt's quick thinking, then Reiner would have definitely been eaten by this Titan here. The memory that was evoked within Reiner was about him being saved by his friend, who had sacrificed himself in order to save his life when they were attacked by a Titan as children. The thought of losing his friend reminds him of his desire to return home. He affirms this desire with Bertolt as they are both determined to survive and return back to their home. With this newfound resolve, Reiner ends up saving Connie's life, but he is bitten by a Titan while trying to protect his friend. Understandably, Reiner seems to have been affected by the death of his friend, who had sprang into action and saved his life when they were children. It is like he is emulating his fallen friend's heroic behavior here, trying to fulfill his duty as a soldier. Bertolt tells Connie that Reiner wasn't always like this. He states that Reiner used to be a warrior before. This proves that a change had occurred within his character after this traumatic event from his past. Now, with more and more Titans approaching their location, and the Beast Titan who is now hurtling projectiles towards the castle, their situation is looking very bleak. The last two scouts, Nanaba and Gelga, who were defending the unarmed recruits, eventually end up running out of gas, and they sacrifice themselves while trying to protect the others in the castle. Now that we are just left with the familiar cast members of the 104th Corps, we begin to learn more about the bond that is formed between Ymir and Krista. We learn that Krista is frustrated and wishes that she could die fighting alongside her comrades, but Ymir reprimands her because apparently Krista is not like the other scouts. Ymir knows something about her, and this is once again adding to the revelation that Pastor Nick had told Hanji earlier on. This fact that Krista knows the truth about the walls. Ymir and Krista had made a promise to each other during their 3 years of training. Krista is identified by Ymir as being the exiled member of the royal family. She was born as the illegitimate child of the king, who had an affair with a mistress. Instead of being killed, Krista was sent away and given a fake name. Ymir had learnt all about this through eavesdropping on a conversation between two members of the Order of the Walls. Ymir found out that Krista had joined the Training Corp, so she too had decided to join in order to find her. Through this description of Krista, Ymir had found some common ground with her, as they had shared a similar background. The two of them had made an agreement with each other that when Ymir reveals the secret that she is keeping, then Krista will go back to living by her real name that was given to her at birth. As a last resort, in order to protect the others from the Titans, Ymir transforms into a Titan herself, shockingly revealing her identity as the third human who can transform into a Titan. In another strange turn of events, Reiner and Bertolt recognize Ymir's Titan form as the same one that had eaten their friend from 5 years ago during the fall of Wall Maria. It is apparent that Ymir had known about her ability to transform long before Eren did, and she had kept this a secret from the others. Krista is even taken aback by this revelation, even stating that she doesn't want it to be true. Ymir's intentions are called into question, as Krista and the others question her intentions and her desires. At least with her transformation, Ymir is actually helping them, unlike when Annie had transformed, as she had chosen to kill and target her comrades. The fact that Ymir is not choosing to escape the castle in her Titan form and is actually protecting the others reassures Krista at least that she is trying to defend them. Ymir is able to speak in her Titan form, as she tells the 4 recruits to grab onto her while they escape the collapsing tower. The scouts from the East to West district eventually do arrive to save Krista and the others, who are cornered and totally exhausted after enduring hours of attacks from the Titans. After Eren and the others wipe out the Titans, they are able to rescue Ymir. Krista keeps her promise and reveals her name that was given to her at birth to be Historia, and she also reveals to everybody that she belongs to the noble Reyes family. The garrison's advance unit, led by Hannes, inform Hanji and the others that there is indeed no hole within Wall Rose, so their plan to use Eren's powers to plug the hole is no longer necessary. This once again raises this question as to how the Titans had found themselves roaming within Wall Rose. We can only assume from the information we learn within Connie's village that the humans were somehow transformed into Titans. While Hanji and the other scouts discuss returning to the Trost district and waiting on standby, Reiner calls over Eren to speak to him. In a very nonchalant manner, Reiner tells Eren that 5 years ago, he and Bertolt were responsible for the attack on humanity. He admits that he is the armored Titan and Bertolt is the colossal Titan. The blunt nature of this reveal leaves you utterly jaw-dropped and confused. I remembered wondering if this was a joke. Even Eren feels the same way, and it is a great way for Isayama to make us feel exactly like how Eren must be feeling at this very moment. This revelation happens off-screen while Hanji is speaking to the other scouts. You would expect this to be happening front and center. After all, this is a critical revelation that we have all been speculating for several years, and it happens so abruptly. Reiner continues to tell the shocked and very confused Eren that their initial goal was to eliminate humanity, but they don't need to do that now as long as Eren cooperates and leaves with them to their hometown. Eren plays dumb and states that he doesn't know if he should listen to them, but a furious Mikasa can be seen overhearing the conversation as she is utterly speechless at this revelation. We learn that Eren, Mikasa and Armin were already anticipating this information prior to arriving at Utgard Castle. Sometime in the past, Armin discusses the details of Annie's background check, and it reveals that she was born in the same region as Reiner and Bertolt, making it very likely that they are her accomplices. Their suspicions are further confirmed when the female Titan had captured Reiner and had ran towards Eren's direction after Reiner had broken free of her grasp. Armin deduces that Reiner had most likely shared Eren's location with her. Of course, Eren and the others were debriefed to not not appear to suspect them at all. Once again, the plan was to try to lure them underground in order to capture and prevent them from transforming, but it appears that Reiner had beaten them to it before they could execute their plan. Now we need to discuss some details about Reiner's character, as it seems that he is having a mental breakdown here, after Eren suggests that he may be tired. Bertolt appears to be maintaining the facade and agreeing that they are tired, but Reiner looks and acts very distraught. Earlier, Bertolt had said that Reiner used to be a warrior in the past. We learn here what he had meant by this, as Reiner's psyche shifts from his identity as a soldier of the 104th Corps into his original psyche as a warrior. He had adopted this warrior psyche long before joining the Training Corps. Apparently, he had become conflicted and even forgotten aspects of his mission against humanity after training with Eren and the others for 3 years. Apparently, Reiner, Bertolt and Annie were only children back then, and after joining the military they had become half-hearted towards their true mission to eliminate humanity. Reiner, having totally succumbed to his frustration and anger with himself, decides to challenge Eren to fight immediately. His identity as a Titan is confirmed when we see steam emanating from the wound on his forearm. This is enough confirmation for Mikasa to no longer stand by and to strike the traitors who desire to take Eren with them to fulfill their mission. Reiner and Bertolt transform as we see the return of the colossal and armored Titans, confirming that indeed they were responsible for the breach of Wall Maria and the attack on humanity 5 years ago. The very people who caused the deaths of countless innocent people, including Eren's mother, were hiding under their noses this entire time, pretending to be their comrades and admittedly even growing fond of the relationships they had formed with the others. These attachments had made them waver with their resolve and lose sight of their true purpose. This is ultimately what frustrates Reiner and causes his psyche to snap. After almost having lost his life and remembering how his former comrade had died trying to protect him, he had remembered his goal that he had been half-heartedly pursuing. After transforming, he grabs Ymir and Eren and plans an escape along with Bertolt. Eren understandably feels pain after realizing once again that people who he had considered to be his comrades are in fact traitors and enemies of humanity. He remembers the time that he had spent training with them and hearing about their past. During their training, if you recall, they had helped each other and even spoke about their experiences of first seeing the Titans together. Reiner had even encouraged Eren and told him that he had faith in him. Eren realizes that he had shared his sorrowful experiences and his desires with the very people who were responsible for the pain and anger that he was feeling. With little time to feel apprehension, Eren transforms into his Titan form and fights back against the Armored Titan. This is an excellent contrast with his battle against the female Titan, where he had hesitated to transform and battle his former comrade. With each shocking revelation, it is like a piece of Eren's humanity is gradually being discarded. It's that aspect of his character that makes him hold back and feel remorse, sympathy and empathy. Now we can only wonder what effect being betrayed to this extent will have upon Eren's psyche. Understandably, it will affect the trust that he has in others, and it may even lead to him losing his humanity and becoming a monster himself. We assume that Mikasa was unnerved because of her immediate response to attack Reiner and Bertolt, but we see that she hesitated slightly. She could have killed them before they were able to transform by decapitating them, but she had seen the fear on their faces. Mikasa can be very impulsive, but even she must have felt reluctant to kill people that she had considered to be her comrades over the last few years. Reiner, more so than Bertolt, exhibits the weaknesses that are associated with naivety and immaturity. His goal to destroy humanity had been clouded by the new bonds that he had formed, almost forgetting his real purpose. He had risked his life in order to save Connie earlier, someone who he should have felt indifferent towards, but his duty as a soldier conflicted with his warrior self, who had set out to destroy the walls with his accomplices Annie and Bertolt. While Eren is battling Reiner, he has an internal monologue that helps to explain how he is feeling after having confirmed he was betrayed. He remembers how Reiner had always spoken about the responsibility of being a soldier, and how during their hand-to-hand combat, Eren realizes that Reiner was going easy on him. This is proven by his display of strength while he is in his armored Titan form. Eren had admired Reiner because to him he was talented, calm, and he was always able to see the bigger picture, and had been able to put the safety of his comrades before his own. Ultimately, this is what led Eren to desire to one day be as strong as Reiner. This insight really emphasizes the bond that was formed between the two of them, and the impact of learning that a close friend you had admired and even looked up to was lying to you about who they were. In this moment, Eren realizes what Reiner had really thought about him. Eren had shared his past and the trauma of losing his mother with the people who caused this trauma to happen. I always recall the conversation that Eren had with Reiner and Bertolt during his training, back when he was struggling to maintain balance on his vertical maneuvering gear. Their conversation had made me appreciate the pasts of Reiner and Bertolt, learning about their own fear of first discovering the Titans and having to escape escape their respective villages. Their betrayal is impactful because not only did they lie to Eren, they had also lied to us. Up until this moment, there may have been subtle hints, but there was nothing overtly revealing them to be the enemies of humanity. And it is for that reason that Eren is determined to wipe that righteous expression off of Reiner's face. Both he and Bertolt have committed the most despicable crimes against humanity. Then after doing so, they had masqueraded as allies of humanity. It is sickening and enough to make you feel very emotionally invested in seeing their defeat. Eren recalls his hand-to-hand training with Annie, and utilizes a grapple and takedown that he had learnt from her in order to overwhelm an opponent that has more strength than you. He is able to topple the armored titan and get into a position of control on top of him. There is a lot of reference to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu whenever hand-to-hand combat and grappling is shown within Attack on Titan. We can see them demonstrating takedowns, grapples, and submission holds. Eren traps Reiner in a armbar, forcing him into submission. He finally has the advantage and appears to be defeating the armored titan, immobilizing him. Eren then continues to trap him into another submission hold and feels his resistance weakening. But just as victory appears to be secured, the colossal titan interferes, allowing Reiner to defeat Eren. They remove Eren from his titan form and both Bertolt and Reiner escape after having kidnapped Ymir and Eren. They remove Eren's body from his titan form and take Ymir with them. After having kidnapped both of them, they have successfully accomplished their goal. Immediately after this, reinforcements arrive and the scouts assemble on top of Wall Rose and plan a rescue mission. They aim to take advantage of the fact that Reiner and Bertolt will be exhausted after their battle with Eren. They assume that Reiner and Bertolt's goal is to leave with Eren and Ymir over Wall Maria, but before they can do this, they need to rest somewhere where titans cannot get to them before they continue on their escape. They logically deduce that they have entered the forest of the giant trees to rest and recuperate. Erwin commands the scouts to capture them before nightfall, as he assumes that they will continue on their escape over Wall Maria during the nighttime when titans are inactive. Eren and Ymir have been taken into densely populated titan territory within Wall Maria. Escaping even by using their titan powers seems very unlikely. They have no choice but to wait with Reiner and Bertolt until nightfall when the titans are unable to move. While they rest, Reiner once again begins to speak about things that are contradictory to his actions and his true motives. It appears that he isn't even aware of himself doing this. Ymir helps us to understand this more by describing Reiner to have originally been a warrior, desiring to destroy the walls. But while he was pretending to be a soldier for a prolonged period of time, his goals and desires had become confused. He could no longer distinguish between the two personas he had been switching between all these years. After getting to know the people that he had made to suffer and bear arms, he could no longer handle the weight of the sins that he had committed. So to cope with his sins, he had escaped into a new persona as a soldier who desired to protect the walls along with his new comrades. From Bertolt's conflicted expression, it is evident that Reiner has been struggling with coming to terms with this split in his personality for a while. He adopted these altered memories in order to deal with his feelings of guilt and his past trauma. I love how Eren during this downtime confronts Reiner and Bertolt about what they must have felt while he had told them about how his mother was killed before his eyes. Bertolt admits that he had felt sorry for Eren. For whatever reason, they had thought that destroying the walls was the right thing to do. Eren takes away any recognition and honor they may be feeling for their actions by saying that they are not warriors or even soldiers. The two of them are in fact mass murderers who killed countless people who did nothing wrong to either of them. They feel guilt for this fact because after inflicting those atrocities onto mankind, they were made to face the consequences of their actions. Of course, they believed for whatever reason that what they were doing was the right thing to do, but it is hard to convince yourself of this when you see decent and honest people being made to suffer because of your actions. Bertolt, Reiner, and Annie for some reason had a hatred for the people who resided within the walls, and at a very young age were ordered to use their titan powers against humanity. Coming to the realization of the consequences of their actions, Reiner admits he knows that they had committed mass murder, but it does not change the fact that the Reiner and Bertolt that Eren had known are no more. There is no use in Eren feeling upset about the false personas that they had adopted in order to fool him and the others. Eren realizes that he was naive to expect an admission of guilt or even an apology. He affirms that he will do everything in his power to make sure that the two of them die in the most painful way possible. The monster within Eren is being gradually awoken, as we see him lose more of his sense of humanity after speaking to them. Ymir tells him that he will not be able to settle all of this just by killing Reiner and Bertolt alone. She mentions the existence of the Beast Titan, and we are made aware that this attack upon humanity has been organized by some outside force originating from the hometown of Reiner and Bertolt. Ymir seems to know who the real enemy behind all of this is. However, she refuses to answer any of Eren's questions, as she has sided with Bertolt and Reiner in order to protect Krista, which appears to be a mutual desire that she shares with Reiner. Ymir pleads with Reiner to let her take Krista with them, as they escape after seeing these signal flares from the Survey Corps who are headed for their location. She knows that Krista has risked her life in order to accompany the scouts because she wants to rescue her. Ymir had only desired to see Krista again, worried that if she leaves with Reiner and Bertolt, she may never be able to see her again. Her emotions lead her to abandon her party and prioritize the safety of Krista as she transforms into a Titan form and captures Krista before returning to the armored Titan, clinging onto its back as they escape out of the forest. The scouts followed them, determined to get Eren back. They are led by Hannes, who is willing to give his life to save Eren, trying to make up for his inability to save his mother 5 years ago. Commander Erwin leads the military forces who are currently being tailed by Titans as they head towards the armored Titan. Since the armored Titan isn't as able to run as fast as horses, they are quickly able to catch up to it. Mikasa affirms that once she catches up to them, she will not hesitate to kill Reiner and Bertolt this time. Because of Ymir's decision to delay them and rescue Krista, the Survey Corps have now caught up to them. Mikasa, Jean, Connie and Armin try to break Eren free from Bertolt, who is being protected by the armored Titan. They tell Bertolt about their various memories that they shared together during their training, and how they cannot believe that he was able to sleep beside his victims and to lie to their faces day in and day out. Mikasa, on the other hand, has no patience for recalling their memories, labeling them as enemies of humanity who deserve death. This causes Bertolt to feel anguish and sorrow, as he has an emotional outburst, which reveals how he has been feeling and sheds some light on his mindset too. After hearing their disbelief over his actions, he asks them if they truly think that anyone would want to kill people. His words reveal that they were put into a difficult position, and that they had not done this for fun. Nobody would want to do what they have had to do. Bertolt admits that they found it hard to come to terms with their sins. Their mental state was affected by their actions. They found it easier to play along with their friends and pretend to be soldiers. Everything they had said was not a lie, meaning that they did truly form friendships and bonds and wanted to grow old with their comrades. Despite having deceived them, the relationships they formed were not all lies. It is not straightforward, and for this reason, the situation makes you sympathize with Reiner, Bertolt and Annie. While they struggle, Erwin is revealed to have lured a group of Titans towards the armored Titan by going around it and approaching it from the front. The Titans end up attacking the armored Titan, and during the chaos, Commander Erwin leads his soldiers towards the Titans in a final attempt to rescue Eren. During the charge, Erwin loses his arm, but heroically yells for his soldiers to continue. Armin reaches the armored Titan and thinks up a cruel strategy to invoke Bertolt's emotions. He asks them if they are really going to leave with Eren, knowing that they have left behind Annie. He lies to Bertolt, knowing that he has feelings for her, and tells him that she is being tortured as they speak, painting this image of Annie being hurt over and over again as she heals herself. They are trying not to kill her, but she cannot take much more of the pain that they are inflicting on her. Armin's plan works as Bertolt emerges from the protection of the armored Titan as he desires to kill every last one of them, but he is immediately cut by Erwin, who assists in rescuing Eren. As the soldiers now retreat after having rescued their target, they leave behind Reiner and Bertolt to deal with the swarm of Titans that are now surrounding them. In order to prevent their escape, the armored Titan hurls Titans towards the Survey Corps members. This results in Eren and Mikasa being dismounted, as they end up seeing the Titan that had killed Eren's mother 5 years ago, the Titan that fans have dubbed the Smiling Titan. Hannes arrives in time to fend off the Titan, trying to right his past wrongs. We are aware that he feels guilt for not being able to save their mother. Mikasa ends up untying Eren. However, the Smiling Titan grabs Hannes and kills him, while Eren struggles to shift into his Titan form. During this moment, he ends up having a mental breakdown, realizing that he hasn't changed from that boy who helplessly watched his mother die 5 years ago. Mikasa consoles Eren while he is overcome with emotion. She reminds him that he had saved her and given her his scarf that she wraps around herself for comfort. She thanks him for being with her and teaching her how to live. Eren channels his emotions now and stands before the Smiling Titan as a shield for Mikasa. It feels like Eren is willing to give his life to save Mikasa here. He isn't able to turn into his Titan form, but he is trying to fight against the towering Smiling Titan with his comparatively small fists. After punching the Titan's palm, a power is awoken as several mindless Titans appear from behind him to devour the Smiling Titan. This power that Eren has just exhibited is referred to as the Coordinate, and this is what Reiner, Bertolt and Annie were ordered to capture. After the Smiling Titan is killed, Eren sends the Titans towards Reiner. Ymir realizes that with this power on their side, Krista can now be kept safe within the walls. Reiner states that Eren is the worst person to end up possessing the powers of the Coordinate. He is the last person in the world who should have it. While the Titans are busy attacking Reiner and Bertolt, the Survey Corps members take this opportunity to retreat. During this, Ymir ends up releasing Krista and heads back to assist Reiner and Bertolt. The three eventually make make their escape, and we see them on top of Wall Maria at the Shiganshina district. She had returned to Reiner and Bertolt so that they wouldn't have to go back home empty-handed. This is because she had felt sympathy for them, and even some responsibility for having a new lease on life at the expense of their friend. Ymir ended up assisting them because if Reiner and the others did not come to destroy the walls, then she would have been trapped as a titan, stuck in an endless nightmare. Her assisting them during the Clash of the Titans arc was a way of her repaying her debt to them. The aftermath of the 5th arc of Attack on Titan leads to Eren, Historia, and the other soldiers safely returning to Wall Rose. 1 week later, Erwin is recovering from his wounds. Hanji and Connie arrive and report their findings regarding the Titans. They believe that the Titans that suddenly appeared within Wall Rose were actually the transformed residents of Ragako village, and the Titan that was found lying on top of Connie's home was in fact his transformed mother. Erwin, hearing this news, smiles and says that they are now one step closer to the truth. Season 2 of Attack on Titan concludes as the camera pans towards the top of Wall Maria. We are shown the Beast Titan and its operator, who appears to be a mysterious man wearing glasses. It appears that he is waiting on top of the wall for the Survey Corps to plan their return to the Shiganshina district. This is the end of the 5th arc of Attack on Titan, as it leads us now into the Uprising Arc, which was a very controversial arc when it was released within the manga. Even Isayama wasn't pleased with how the Uprising Arc had turned out in the manga, and it is for this reason that he had assisted the anime staff with making some changes to the Uprising Arc, but I will talk more about this in the next video. This is considered to be one of the more controversial portions of the Attack on Titan story. This is because it attempts to tell us a different kind of story than what we have seen up until this point. A shift occurs where we are no longer focused on battling against man-eating giants. Instead, we turn our attention over to the internal politics that occur within the walls. This arc begins with the death of Pastor Nick from the Order of the Walls, and it also leads into an attempted kidnap of both Eren and Historia. While this is going on, Commander Erwin also believes that the monarchy who are currently ruling over humanity are endangering them, and this is what brings about his plan to cause an uprising, so that the current government are overthrown and run by military rule, and the current monarchy are replaced by Historia as the new queen. The Uprising arc takes place between chapters 51 to 70 of the manga, and it is adapted into episodes 38 to 49 of the anime. In this video, I'll give you some background information before diving into the deeper aspects of this arc. I'll also try to explain what Isayama was trying to do with this arc. So let's begin my review and analysis of the 6th arc of Attack on Titan, the Uprising Arc. The Uprising Arc has come to be known as one of the more weaker or slower portions of the Attack on Titan story. The frustration from fans was understandable, as the story up until this point was so heavily focused upon the Titans. It was jarring to suddenly remove them from the picture. The Uprising Arc, as the title suggests, is a story about overthrowing the current establishment and instating people into power who prioritize the advancement of humanity. However, the way that the story was executed within the manga was called into question, due to lacking the bombastic action that we all had grown to love. Instead, the story had favored to go for more of a dialogue-heavy approach. Even Hajime Isayama had expressed his concern over the way that this story arc was told within the pages of his manga. Because of this concern, he had involved himself closely with the anime adaptation of the Uprising arc. He had helped to make it feel more streamlined and more easier to digest. This streamlining of this arc appears to have been successful, as 19 chapters were adapted into 11 episodes. The changes that were made, I feel, made the anime version of this arc far more enjoyable than its manga counterpart. This arc focuses on the actions of the monarchy, who comfortably reside within the interior, as they are protected by Wall Sina. We learn how the monarchy has little to no care for mankind, and it falls upon the leader of the Survey Corps to devise a plan to overthrow the government and the monarchy. As a general rule of thumb, the anime pads out the action during this arc, and reduces a lot of the dialogue in comparison to its manga counterpart. The previous season was building on this notion that there are people within the walls who are keeping secrets from the rest of humanity, and ultimately stifling their progress against the Titans. This was first brought to our attention through the reaction of Pastor Nick after seeing the Titan within the wall and demanding it to be covered from the sunlight. The fallout from the false alarm that Wall Rose had been breached resulted in tension boiling over between the people of the walls and the interior military police. Food supplies quickly ran out for the people who fled Wall Rose, and the people ultimately were forced to see the disparity between those who live on the interior and the exterior of Wall Sina. Thankfully, Wall Rose was not not breached, but the fear and tension between the residents is palpable. After the return of the Survey Corps, Squad Levi was rebuilt with the best cadets from the 104th Corps. Armin was assigned to guard both Eren and Historia, who was formerly known as Krista. We also know at this point that she is the illegitimate heir to the throne. This arc begins with the shocking news that Pastor Nick, who was being guarded by the Survey Corps, was found murdered in his barracks. His death is being investigated by the military police regiment. Hanji was prevented from examining the crime scene by members of the interior police, who don't usually operate outside of the capital city of Walsina. They tried to cover up the murder of the pastor, but Hanji suspects that they know too much not to be involved in his death. Meanwhile, Eren had ordered for all activity of the scouts outside of the walls to halt, affecting Squad Hanji and Squad Levi. The military police revealed the true intentions of those in power by detaining Eren. Thankfully, Levi and Hanji squads were able to flee before being captured. Squad Levi escapes to the Trost district in order to maintain a safe distance from the interior police. While here, two members of Squad Levi are suddenly kidnapped. They had been anticipating for this to happen, so in preparation they had disguised Jean and Armin as Eren and Historia. They are the targets who the government desires to detain. The kidnappers are very amateurish and no match for Levi's skillful squad. They are followed to a warehouse where they are apprehended. While they retrieve the disguised Armin and Jean, the real Eren and Historia are being transported to Commander Pixis. That is until their carriage is ambushed by an elite squad led by a new face called Kenny Ackerman, who is working for the interior military police. Kenny and his squad are successful in kidnapping Historia and Eren, as Squad Levi are powerless to do anything to stop them. Squad Levi was reformed with the purpose of protecting Eren and Historia, two very important figures who hold the future of humanity in their hands. This desire to recapture Wall Maria had been a major priority for the Survey Corps. However, this plan relies upon Eren being able to effectively utilize the hardening ability of his Titan. These plans to seal Wall Maria and reclaim their lost territory are put on hold. Most fans didn't like this diversion the story had taken, but I felt that it was necessary in order to expand upon the lore of the world, and to put right the power imbalance which exists between the interior and exterior walls. Sure, I want to know about the secrets hidden within the basement, and to see Reiner, Bertolt and the Beast Titan again, but there are some unresolved plot points when it comes to corruption found within certain factions of humanity. The Uprising Arc is political and dialogue heavy, but I have no issue with this. If there was only action without exposition, then what reason would we have to care about the fighting, or the outcome of said battles? Squad Levi returns to the warehouse and learns that the kidnappers were led by Demo Reeves, the head of the Reeves Company, who are a merchant organization located within the Trost district. The head of the company was forced to cooperate with the military police as his family and business had been threatened. Levi is able to persuade Reeves into working with the Survey Corps, and thanks to his help, two members of the interior police were lured and captured for interrogation. Meanwhile, Hanji informs Erwin that Historia and Eren have been kidnapped, and there are fears that Eren could be eaten, which seems totally bizarre and out of nowhere. Hanji then returns to assist Levi in interrogating the two interior MPs. Through manipulating them, they are able to get a confession and learn that the Reyes family is the true royal family. Hanji is now able to deduce that Eren and Historia have been taken to Rod Reyes. Meanwhile, Kenny kills Demo Reeves after he had betrayed him, but Kenny is unaware that this murder was witnessed by the son of Demo Reeves, Flegel Reeves. Like I mentioned earlier, the priority is to recapture Wall Maria, but in order to do this, the government and the current monarchy must be overthrown. Eren is aware of this and proposes a plan to Commander Pixis. However, this plan entails humans turning against humans, as the Survey Corps are put in a difficult position to kill people that they have been fighting to protect from Titans this whole time. The situation is such that they cannot make further progress and work towards a world of freedom if they don't get rid of the bad characters from within their own ranks. Erwin reveals to Pixis about the death of his own father, who had believed that the monarchy had altered the memories of the surviving members of humanity prior to entering into the walls. Erwin's father had realized that this was done so that they would be easier to manipulate. From a young age, Erwin had realized that the people holding higher ranks within government did not care about protecting humanity. They were far more concerned about their own wealth and material possessions. They would even go as far as to kill their own, as long as it meant that they would keep their land and wealth safe. Erwin shares his plan to Commander Pixis to reinstate the true royal family in place of the current false king, King Fritz. This is because Historia Reyes comes from a royal bloodline, so she is the rightful heir to the throne. Erwin's plan is to instate her as the rightful queen and to bring back hope to humanity. Pixis agrees to this plan and decides to support Erwin. Shortly after, Erwin and the scouts were framed for the murder of Demo Reeves. A fabricated story was circulated about how Reeves had kidnapped Eren so that they could avoid handing him over to the government. The story goes on to falsely claim that once Reeves' role was played, the scouts had apparently killed him in order to prevent him from revealing their plan. Eren and the Survey Corps were set up and were thus ordered to be captured and held behind bars. Hanji is able to evade capture and finds Flagel Reeves, who, as we know, saw the true perpetrator of his father's murder, Kenny Ackerman. Government corruption is at the center of everything, so for this reason, exposing this to the general public is a priority. Hanji and Flagel are able to force a confession of truth from two members of the Interior Police, who revealed that Demo Reeves was killed because he had betrayed them and sided with the Survey Corps. The truth about his death and involvement in the kidnappings is witnessed and heard by several people in the densely populated buildings surrounding them. Among the witnesses are a pair of journalists who are convinced to report the truth within the papers. Once the story is published, the government's corruption is exposed, and in turn it proves the innocence of Erwin and the Survey Corps. After being captured, beaten, and chained to the wall, Erwin was brought before the high-ranking members of the government in order to defend himself and his scouts. He reminds them of the value that the Survey Corps holds, as they are the most effective weapon humanity has against the Titans. In the event that Wall Rose is breached and people flock to the interior, then food supplies would quickly diminish. In this event, it would be the scouts who would be relied upon in order to reclaim lost territory, in order to restore any shortages in food or resources. Despite fighting his case, his audience was unmoved. They cited the Charter of Humanity, which states that thou shalt not prioritize one's own gain over the longevity of humanity. Erwin's actions have apparently been contradictory to this charter, as he has continually refused to hand over Eren. They perceive Eren to be too dangerous for Erwin to control. His non-compliance with their order is in breach of the Charter of Humanity. For this, they pass judgment onto Erwin, deciding to execute him for his disobedience and apparently putting his own interests before those of humanity. As Erwin is being escorted out, a member of the garrison interrupts them to announce that the Colossal and Armored Titan have breached Wall Rose. Apparently, inhabitants of the area are already fleeing into the interior. Commander Pixis, who is among the assembly of nobles and upper brass, tells his men to organize an evacuation route for the refugees. However, a high-ranking noble member of the King Fritz assembly orders to close the gates of Wall Sina, effectively passing a death sentence onto more than half of humanity. The noble was unfazed by the thought of allowing countless people to die. He was more bothered about the possibility of civil unrest, which would unfold over fighting for food and resources. The commander of the military police, Niall Dock, being an inhabitant of Wall Rose himself, refuses to close the gates, and he is supported in his decision by Dallas Zachary, who is the commander-in-chief of the 3 military regiments. This news of Wall Rose being breached was a ruse in order to discover where the priorities of the government lie. Of course, we quickly established that the current government is not fit for protecting humanity. They are only concerned with their own selfish interests. After this, the government was successfully overthrown as news was published revealing the truth about King Fritz and how the government had framed the Survey Corps. Erwin was freed and the military had seized control over the government, having successfully accomplished their coup d'etat. The military now desired to place Historia, who is a true member of the royal family, as the new monarch. While Erwin was being sentenced, Squad Levi had made their way to the Stoes district, learning about the arrests of the Survey Corps. While camping in the woods and trying to devise a plan to rescue Eren and Historia, they end up capturing 2 members of the military police, Hitch and Marlowe. We of course are acquainted to them through Annie, as they are her former comrades from a short time within the military police. They have been ordered to locate and arrest the members of the Survey Corps who were found to be evading arrest. With time of the essence, finding out about Eren's location is crucial. Levi intends to use their uniforms to disguise themselves and infiltrate within the military police in order to find out where Eren has been taken to. Marlowe and Hitch end up cooperating with them, desiring to right any injustices being done, and siding with them against the government. After leading Squad Levi to a checkpoint that is not heavily guarded, they capture and interrogate a member of the Interior Police, learning that an individual called Kenny Ackerman is working for the military police. Hanji eventually regroups with Squad Levi, informing them of the successful coup and how the truth about the government was exposed to the public via the tabloids. After speaking, they confirm that Historia and Eren have been taken to Rod Reyes, likely because there is something special about Historia's bloodline and they require Eren's powers. The night that Wall Maria was breached, most of the Reyes family was murdered while praying in a chapel. Rod Reyes was the only survivor of this attack. The chapel was rebuilt immediately and Reyes had rekindled his bond with Historia after the death of his family. The Reyes family possesses a method to alter the memories of humanity. Commander Pixis had learnt this through questioning the captured government officials. They state that it is is necessary for the Rei's family to ensure that humanity remains manipulated and subservient. The concern now is that if Rod Rei's manages to control Eren's coordinate ability, then all of their actions trying to overthrow the government would be undone. For whatever reason, Rei's and the corrupt government prefers if humanity remained caged within the walls. After learning of this, Eren and the scouts make their way towards the chapel, where they believe Rod Rei's and Eren to be located. Hanji and Squad Levi arrive at the chapel to retrieve Eren and Historia from Kenny and his subordinates. While his friends arrive to rescue him, Eren is tied up in an underground cavern. Historia and Rod Rei's touch his back and help him to restore his memories from his father Grisha. This is where we learn that Grisha had found the Rei's family the night that Wall Maria was breached. He had found them underground beneath the chapel. Grisha had turned into a titan and had eaten Frida Rei's in order to steal her titan powers. He also killed the remaining members of the Rei's family. The truth about the walls is also revealed here, as we find out that the first King Rei's had used the powers of the founding titan to create the three walls and change the memories of humanity. Rod Rei's wants to return the powers of the founding titan to his bloodline, because Eren cannot use the full powers of the founding titan, as he is not from the Rei's bloodline. After this revelation occurs, Eren feels an immense amount of guilt, as he is saddened by the number of people who had sacrificed their lives so that he could live. He is so demoralized, he just tells Historia to inject herself and to turn into a titan in order to eat him, telling her to save humanity instead. When Historia remembers Ymr's advice to live a life that she could look back and be proud of, she ends up breaking the syringe that would have transformed her into a titan. She tries to free Eren and takes her father's bag full of various different substances for injection. Rod Rei's, who didn't expect his daughter to betray him, licks the fluid that poured out of the broken syringe and himself transforms into a giant titan. The transformation sweeps Historia off of her feet, preventing her from freeing Eren. Squad Levi unties Eren while the cavern collapses in on itself due to the size of Rod Rei's titan. Eren is still saddened after learning about how his father had died, and apologizes to his friends for always getting captured and relying on their help. Surprisingly, he is scolded by Historia and Levi. He then ends up drinking the contents of a syringe labeled armor and transforms into his titan form. This allows Eren to harden his titan and create a structure that would prevent the cavern from collapsing. Levi and the others escape as they see Rod's titan slowly making his way towards Wall Sina. After leaving the chapel with Eren and Historia, Squad Levi arrives at the Overd district as they plan a strategy to lure and defeat Rod's titan. Historia here is told that she will become the new queen. She accepts her position as long as she is able to rule the way that she wants to. When Rod's titan arrives and towers over the wall of the Overd district, Eren transforms into his titan form, attacking the titan with a net full of barrels of gunpowder. The net lands in the mouth of the titan and combusts due to the heat generated from the titan's body. Historia and the other scouts successfully attack the pieces of the titan in hopes that they can find its nape, preventing it from regenerating its body. Historia is able to successfully cut through the piece which was the titan's nape, thus killing her father and ending his reign over humanity. She has stopped the Rei's family from hiding the truth from the rest of humanity and sets up a new course of action where humanity can be liberated from the walls. Historia is then greeted by the people of Overd as she declares that she is the rightful ruler of the walls and their new queen. After the defeat of Rod Rei's and the removal of the government, Historia was crowned as the queen of the walls. She may have been the face of leadership, but in actual fact, the military were now in control of the decisions made from the government. Historia was regarded as being a compassionate ruler and one who earned the respect of her citizens by killing the titan at the Overd district. At the end of this arc, we see the Beast Titan order Bertolt and Reiner to retrieve Eren and his founding titan abilities. In the meantime, a new method to kill the titans was devised by Hanji, as she uses Eren's perfected hardening ability to create an executioner from hell. This enables the military to kill titans without even having to leave the safety of the walls. At the end of the Uprising Arc, we see Kenny Ackerman hand Levi a syringe that he had salvaged from the underground cavern. We assume that this is the injection that will turn an individual into a titan. Humanity had also discovered hidden technologies and inventions that were being concealed by the interior police. These new discoveries would assist them in their battles against the titans. An example of such an invention was the Thunder Spear. The Uprising Arc concludes with the Survey Corps gaining more recruits and the full support from the people of the walls. We end this arc and begin the long-awaited return to Shiganshina. Finally, the Survey Corps are making their way to seal the breach which plunged humanity into darkness, and at the same time we are at the cusp of learning about the truth that is hidden within the basement. Now, I mentioned earlier on in the video that some changes were made between the anime and manga version version of the Uprising Arc. Here are some of the more notable alterations that were made. The most significant change was the way that the 104th Corps were questioning the morality behind killing humans in order to fulfill their mission. They had joined the Survey Corps in order to save people and kill Titans. They are conflicted when it comes to justifying the killing of other humans, even if it is for the betterment of mankind. The manga pays particular attention to drilling home the conflict that the characters are facing, as opposed to the anime version, which I feel glances over this topic. Another change is how the members of the Trost district yell and berate Levi and the others, holding them responsible for the food shortages. Levi doesn't fight back and appears to listen and empathize with the concerns of the people. This was removed from the anime version. The anime also differs when it comes to the timing and execution of Eren and Historia's kidnapping. It happens much sooner in the anime, while in the manga they are around for a little while longer. Another change that is made early on in this arc is when Eren is testing his Titan hardening abilities. These tests are more thorough and explained in more detail within the manga. The source material reveals multiple attempts at transforming. We also learn that Eren's control over his Titan diminishes for two reasons. The first being the length of time that he is in his Titan form, and the second being if he repeatedly transforms without a sufficient break. At the end of the testing, Eren feels like a failure, since he feels responsible for not being able to recapture Wall Maria because of his lack of control over his Titan and the limitations in his power. In the manga, Levi encourages Eren, and moments like this are rare when it comes to Levi's character. He tells Eren that while they may be safe within the walls, a new world awaits them beyond the horizon. Even if that world is far more dangerous than this one, Levi says he prefers the latter. This is what they are fighting and enduring all of this hardship for. They are persevering to give humanity this freedom. When Eren speaks to Pixis about his father's theory, he mentions how Annie and Eren were able to control the Titans through screaming. He states that humans and Titans seem to be related in some way. Through this assumption, it is safe to assume that mankind could also be controlled by the Titan's screams in the same way the Titans are manipulated by it. Erwin even mentions how the government only started to become more involved with what the Survey Corps and Eren were doing once they had learned that Eren could control the Titans. A detailed version of this discussion is also omitted from the anime adaptation. Another change occurs with a discussion of whether if it is right to kill people. This concern is highlighted by Jean and Sasha, who raise the matter with Levi, as they question him about killing people, and if his actions were justified when he had threatened Historia to take up the position of queen, while she was distraught and doubting herself. Like I mentioned, a lot of the dialogue-heavy portions are condensed and removed, but if they had remained intact, then they would have helped to shine a spotlight on some of the concerns the characters were facing during this arc. At the end of the day, the changes that were made to the anime version of the Uprising Arc were done under the supervision and permission of Hajime Isayama, who himself was disappointed by the way he had told this portion of the story in his manga. After having improved his storytelling technique and looking back at his own work, he wanted to make sure that the anime version did not suffer from any needless padding and unnecessary exposition. Early on in this arc, we get a flashback where we learn about Historia's past and the circumstances relating to her birth and upbringing. We find out that she had led a very isolated life. This backstory is further expanded upon in the manga, when compared to how it was adapted in the anime version. In the original manga source material, we learned that not only did her mother behave cold towards her, she had grandparents who were not mentioned in the anime version, who had also ignored her and were cold towards her. Her grandparents spoke to her only about matters relating to work, and the children she grew up around would also bully her and throw rocks at her. Historia had come to realize that her existence was not valued by those around her. If she wasn't around, then it wouldn't make a difference to anybody's life. The farm that she was raised on and worked in was the only world that she had known. Aside from this gated community, she had nobody else to seek refuge in. Historia had led this life for 5 years until her father Rodriguez had arrived to see her. The final significant event which occurs during this arc is Eren recalling his instructor from his years in the Training Corps, Commander Keith Sades. He remembers him from the memories that he had inherited from his father. When the Survey Corps question him, Sades tells them that he had first met Grisha outside of Wall Maria. He appeared to have amnesia. Sades tells the scouts about his memories of Eren's parents until the day that Wall Maria was breached. At the end of his explanation, he is scolded by Hanji, who accuses him of withholding information from the Survey Corps, and that he had joined the military for childish reasons, which stemmed from his desire to see if Eren was indeed special like his father Grisha had claimed him to be. Sades was jealous and resented Grisha for marrying Carla, Eren's mother. We also learned that Sades had purposefully damaged Eren's vertical maneuvering gear during his training in his attempt to sabotage Eren's advancement into the military. Overall, behind that cruel exterior, Sades ended up being a coward, and somebody who behaved selfishly due to his feelings of jealousy and his own inadequacy abilities when compared to Grisha Jaeger. During the Uprising Arc, some key revelations are made. Firstly, we find out where Eren's father Grisha Jaeger was during the Titan's attack on Shiganshina. Secondly, we learn the truth about how Titan abilities are obtained and transferred between individuals. Thirdly, we find out who the real monarchy is, and why Historia plays an important role for the future of humanity. And lastly, we find out how Eren had obtained his Titan powers. The first half of Season 3 sets up the second half of the season excellently. In my opinion, it was very well paced, and each episode felt like it moved the plot along in some way, and it improved upon the manga version, which I do feel dragged on in some instances. The Uprising Arc had many criticisms due to feeling too long-winded and generally being boring. The anime had begun Season 3 by adapting the Uprising Arc in a more improved way, really making you feel excited for what's to come after it. The long-awaited reveal for the truth in the basement is finally upon us during the second half of Season 3, with the focus being on returning to Shiganshina. The decisive battle will no doubt lead us to the highly anticipated basement reveal. Just what exactly did Eren's father hide in there? What is the truth behind the Titans? Where do they come from? Where is Reiner, Bertolt, and Annie's hometown? Finally, we are one step closer now to understanding the mystery behind the world of Attack on Titan. What I personally love is the build-up behind Eren's character and his motivations. The backstory where we learn about him questioning the truth about the history of the world. Eren's father was a teacher, and he was forced to teach a falsified version of history which his son had questioned. This very questioning had led to the untimely demise of his father. The burden of finding out the truth within the basement weighs heavily on Eren's conscience. He and his father share in the dream of learning the true events of history that unfolded. He needs to know how the world came to be the way that it is. So the 7th video in my Attack on Titan series will cover the Return to Shiganshina arc. It features the Beast Titan who finally teams up with Reiner and Bertolt as they try to stop the Survey Corps from recapturing Wall Maria. For what purpose do they desire the destruction of humanity? How is it that the Beast Titan is able to summon and control Titans to his will? What about Connie's mother? Is this the definitive proof that Titans were originally humans? All of these questions were racing through my mind as I was going into the second half of Season 3. Anime-only viewers have had to wait since 2013 to learn about the truth behind all of the nuance and mystery, as these plot points were left unanswered for years. Eren vowing to destroy every Titan seems so long ago, and here we are now at the cusp of the decisive battle which will determine the future of humanity. The significance of the decisive battle taking place in Shiganshina is an excellent callback to the beginning of the series. The lead characters have not returned to their home for years. They now return stronger than before, but the wounds from that fateful day still remain. The resentment that Eren had felt against the Titans was birthed in this very district. It is a fitting location to decide the future of humanity. The stakes are higher than they have ever been. We know the true desire of Eren and his scouts, but contrastingly, we know little about the enemy that they're going up against. What is their true purpose? We know of Annie, Bertolt, and Reiner's betrayal, but who or what is the Beast Titan? Who is controlling it, and how is this person connected to Reiner and Bertolt? Eren and the other Survey Corps members definitely have a grudge that needs to be settled, to know that the culprits for all of their anguish were hiding under their noses this entire time. Reiner, Bertolt, and Annie are responsible for the loss, pain, and suffering that was caused because of the breach of Wall Maria. The scouts are now determined to capture or kill their opponents, as they hope to use Eren's hardening ability to reseal the breach within Wall Maria, finally reclaiming the territory that was lost to the Titans and undoing the damage from 5 years ago. So definitely join me in my next video where I will be discussing one of the best anime and manga arcs ever, the Return to Shiganshina arc. The events leading up to this arc lead to the restoration of peace within the walls, and thus allows the Survey Corps to prepare for their expedition to the Shiganshina district. Now that the Survey Corps is stronger than ever, their aim is to reclaim the territory lost to the Titans. We only get to appreciate how difficult this task is after experiencing the events of this arc. There is a reason why this arc is my favorite within all of Attack on Titan, and why I consider it to be one of the best arcs within anime and manga. As Eren, Armin, and Mikasa endeavor to return to their home, they encounter familiar enemies who are awaiting them, thus resulting in an all-or-nothing fierce battle. Let's go through all of the major events that occur within this arc and all the revelations that we learn, which help to pave the way for the future story of Attack on Titan. I'll be giving my honest thoughts and feelings on several key events which take place within this arc, so let's get into the analysis of the Return to Shiganshina arc. The Return to Shiganshina arc is the 7th story arc told within Attack on Titan. The arc features the return to the district where the story had begun. The characters of Eren, Mikasa, and Armin are are forced to return to their hometown, where the enemies of humanity had launched their attack against them. Led by Commander Eren, the Survey Corps finally launched their counterattack, seeking to reclaim Wall Maria, and to learn about the truth hidden within the basement of Eren Yeager's home. This is my favorite story arc told within Attack on Titan, due to the stakes being higher than ever. Arguably, I'd even regard it as one of the best story arcs told within anime and manga. The characters that we have grown to love are pushed to their very limits, and are forced to make very difficult decisions that hold the future of humanity in the balance. We witness the characters at death's door several times during this arc, and the resultant story that unfolds is very unpredictable, and you are helplessly left at the edge of your seat eagerly anticipating the next chapter of the manga or episode of the anime. I love the way that the hopes of the Survey Corps are dashed, and they begin to feel hopelessness and despair. They overcome these emotions and challenge their opponents despite feeling fear and anxiety. It is one of the strengths of this arc, as it takes you through a roller coaster of emotions. I can vividly recall feeling a mixture of emotions when I had first read this arc, notably feeling hopelessness turning to fear, then sadness, which very quickly changed to anger. Isayama took advantage of my attachment to these characters and how personally invested I was into the outcome of his story. The arc is split up into two portions, the first consisting of the main conflict between the Scouts and the Beast Titan, who is accompanied by Reiner and Bertolt, while the second, slightly shorter half focuses on the aftermath of the battle and the flashback of Grisha Yeager, which takes place after we finally reach the basement and learn the truth about the world and the Titans. So let's now dive into the breakdown of this arc and analyze the events that unfold. Before the return to Shiganshina, Levi had a private discussion with Commander Eren, as he shared with him his concerns over Eren's involvement with this expedition. We know that Eren had lost his arm during the invasion of Wall Rose 2 months ago. His life is at risk if he leads the Scouts during this mission, considering that he is now handicapped. Levi knows the importance of Eren as a figure who can advise and lead humanity into a better future. He holds a lot of respect for him, citing him to be the reason that he had joined the Survey Corps in the first place. The arc barely begins and we are given an ominous warning, as Eren refuses to allow anybody else to lead this mission, as he is too invested in the outcome of the mission. More than anything, Eren desires to learn about the truth hidden within the basement. He bluntly tells Levi the truths of the world would mean more to him than even his own survival or the survival of humanity. This is one notable moment to remember before we delve into the rest of the arc. Another involves the injection containing the Titan serum, which was given to Levi by Kenny Ackerman. Before the mission begins, Eren tells the other scouts that the injection would be used if a soldier were to be wounded and on the brink of death. Levi would safeguard the injection and would be called upon in order to turn the individual into a Titan, so that they can eat one of the Titan shifters. This plan, of course, relies on them capturing either Reiner, Bertolt, or the occupant of the Beast Titan. In the meantime, while the scouts prepare, we learn that the user of the Beast Titan is called Zeke, and he wishes to capture Eren because he holds the powers of the founding Titan. Bertolt and Reiner had desired to rescue their captured friend Annie, but Zeke was opposed to this idea. Having convinced them, he advises them to stay within the Shiganshina district and to wait for the Survey Corps and Eren to come to them. While the Survey Corps were preparing, they too had been preparing to ambush them. Zeke had used his time to gather a large number of Titans to use against the scouts, as he plans a way to kidnap Eren and defeat the Survey Corps. After 2 months of planning, the scouts decide on the best route to arrive at Shiganshina. They had cleared the outer perimeter of Titans thanks to the Executioner of Hell, and they embark on their journey towards Shiganshina during the cover of night. Thankfully, they only come across a handful of dormant Titans, and they finally arrive at Shiganshina at the break of dawn. They return to this land that has been deserted for over 5 years, noticing that there are no threats within the area. Eren seals the outer hole within Wall Maria using his Titan hardening ability. However, the ever-vigilant Armin notices that a campsite had been set up on top of the wall and had found eating utensils for 3 individuals. This leads Erwin to deduce that their enemy had been anticipating their arrival, and as a result had made preparations in advance of the Survey Corps. He ends up giving Armin command to lead a search to locate the enemy. After searching the homes within the district, they find nothing, but Armin suspects that they may be hiding within the walls. Sure enough, after searching the structure of the walls, Reiner ends up revealing himself after he kills one of the scouts who had happened to find him. Levi immediately pounces on the enemy but is unable to deliver the finishing blow, thanks to Reiner protecting his own nervous system. He transforms into the Armored Titan as the battle to reclaim Wall Maria truly begins. The Beast Titan also reveals himself to the north of Shiganshina. We see that he is also accompanied by a group of Titans. Zeke, who is controlling the Beast Titan, appears to be focusing on eliminating the Survey Corps' method of escape. He collapses the north gate out of Shiganshina and blocks the scouts from leaving with their horses. With the Armored Titan appearing within Shiganshina and the Beast Titan attacking their horses from outside the city, the Survey Corps have found themselves now being targeted from 2 fronts. The Armored Titan begins to scale wall Maria, it appears that he is targeting their horses that are on the other side. At the same time, the Beast Titan sends several Titans to charge towards the Survey Corps in order to attack them and their horses. Eren prioritizes to defend their horses while sending Squad Hanji and Squad Levi to deal with the Armored Titan through using their newly developed Thunder Spears, which are strong enough to break through the Armored Titan's reinforced body. Levi was later forced to leave his squad under the command of Hanji, as he had returned to assist the scouts to the north of Shiganshina, who were defending their horses against the Beast Titan. This decision was for the best, as Levi is probably the only person who could take out the Beast Titan. Eren ends up transforming into his Titan form, as he acts as bait to prevent Reiner from climbing over the wall and killing their horses. The two battle within the district, as Eren utilizes his hardening ability to reinforce his fists before attacking the Armored Titan. This allows him to break his opponent's armor. Squad Levi and Hanji also intervene and fire their Thunder Spears to blind Reiner. They are once again feeling hesitation to attack their former comrade, but as they are left with no choice, they fire several Thunder Spears into the back of the Armored Titan's neck. After successfully breaking through the armor, they attack Reiner's body and blow out his brain, but as a last resort, he uses his Titan abilities to transfer his brain functions into the Armored Titan's brain. He had done this prior to his skull being damaged. The defeated Armored Titan lets out a loud roar, and this is similar to how Annie had done the same when she was in her female Titan form. We can assume that the Armored Titan is signaling for assistance, as we can expect the Colossal Titan to come to his aid any second now. The Beast Titan, hearing Reiner's scream, throws a barrel over the wall into the district. The intention is for Bertolt, who is hiding within the barrel, to transform mid-air to deal heavy destruction below him. He stops himself from transforming after he sees the Armored Titan badly wounded. Bertolt, who checks up on Reiner, realizes that he had survived the attack and tells him to lay on his back so he isn't hurt by his transformation into the Colossal Titan. Armin attempts to negotiate with Bertolt, and he once again resorts to making him feel anger by mentioning Annie being tortured. However, the same trick doesn't work on him twice. When the negotiations break down, Bertolt affirms his motive by stating that they all have to die, and there is nothing they can do about it. With this admission from Bertolt, his fate is sealed, as Mikasa can no longer stand by and hope for their former comrade to waver and return to their side. She attempts to kill Bertolt once it is confirmed that he is determined to kill those who reside within the walls. Her attempt to strike him from behind fails, as Bertolt escapes using his vertical maneuvering gear. He swings high into the air above the district as he finally transforms into the Colossal Titan. A large explosion erupts throughout the Shiganshina district, which causes heavy damage and casualties. We learn that Squad Hanji was taken out by the blast, but thankfully Squad Levi were not within the blast radius, so were unharmed. However, they are now the only surviving scouts within the district, and it is up to them to somehow put a stop to the Colossal Titan. Bertolt reassures himself that his actions are justified, as nobody is at fault for what is happening. He justifies his actions by stating that the world is a cruel place. This notion is once again hammered into our heads, but we see this being stated by the enemy this time, as the border between right and wrong is being muddied further. What is the reason behind Bertolt, Reiner, and Zeke's actions? Can they really be the villains if they too can realize that the world is a cruel place? The world being a cruel place was also stated by Mikasa, who had said this to Eren while he was hesitating to transform and battle against the female Titan back in season 1. The Colossal Titan begins to aimlessly destroy the buildings within the district, hurtling structures into the air as they fall into the district, causing further destruction. Armin, who feels outmatched, suggests that they regroup with Commander Erwin over the wall to the north of Shiganshina. Armin, who is overwhelmed by the pressure of the situation, overlooks an obvious flaw in his plan, as Jean has to remind him that the Colossal Titan could hurl these buildings over the wall at them if they don't continue to distract him and keep his attention away from Erwin's group, who are facing off against the Beast Titan. Armin hands control over to Jean, as he frankly admits he has no idea what they are supposed to do now. He feels responsible for their current situation, since he had misread Bertolt and had failed to negotiate with him earlier. He resigns himself from his leadership role and hands it over to Jean, citing that he is more suited for the role. Jean takes lead, but does tell Armin that he may be able to read the situation and act on the ever-changing landscape of the battlefield, but it is still up to Armin to devise a plan to get them out of this mess. They are counting on Armin, and this is heavily implied, as the Colossal Titan begins making his way towards the northern wall. Eren, in his Titan form, attempts to stop him, but is kicked away by the towering Titan. Soaring through the sky, he lands on top of the wall and falls unconscious. The other scouts are left with no choice but to defeat the Colossal Titan, relying on nobody but themselves, as their situation becomes hopeless. Squad Levi attempts to attack Bertolt with their final few Thunder Spears, but the steam of the Colossal Titan prevents them from grappling onto it. The steam also pushes back any of the spears that are fired towards the Titan. The scouts are hurt by the gusts of hot steam, and the deflected Thunder Spears spears. Mikasa asks Armin if he has any plan to fight back against their enemy, but a defeated Armin offers no hope as there is nothing that they can do. To add to their hopeless situation, the armored titan has now recovered and rejoined the battle. The expressions of shock and fear on the faces of Mikasa, Armin and Jan convey how utterly defeated the scouts must feel within the district. Armin does note that the colossal titan's steam attacks had been gradually reducing its muscle mass. After this observation, he leaves to wake up Eren, while the other scouts attack the armored titan. Armin has a plan which involves the colossal titan consuming all of the flesh on his body through the steam he creates. If successful, the giant titan will be unable to move as it will have lost all of its muscle fibers, effectively turning it into a large immobile skeleton. After waking up Eren, he relays to him his plan to defeat Bertolt. Armin remembers speaking to Eren about the feeling of attaining freedom from the walls. If his plan proves to be successful, he may not get to see the ocean, which he had been longing to see. He instead knows that Eren will see the ocean on his behalf. After hearing Armin's plan, Eren's titan falls to the ground near the northern gate of Shiganshina. Meanwhile, Armin appears in front of the colossal titan and uses his vertical maneuvering gear to grapple onto its tooth. Bertolt tries to use his steam ability to repel Armin, but he is firmly attached to his teeth as they are unaffected by the gusts of heat. The colossal titan continuously unleashes a stream of heat, wanting to get rid of Armin, but he persistently stands before him as his flesh and hair slowly begin to burn away. Armin remains attached to the titan until he falls unconscious due to his heavy injuries. He falls to the ground as we can assume that he has sacrificed himself after being scorched to death. He had desperately bought more time for Eren as he kept Bertolt's attention away from him. Armin entrusted his life and his dreams to Eren, as this is everything he has to give. He had sacrificed himself so that Eren can make it to the ocean that they both had dreamed of and hoped to see as children. Bertolt soon realizes that Eren had used his titan hardening abilities to create a decoy of himself on the ground. Before he can do anything about it, Eren suddenly appears behind the colossal titan, similar to how he did in the 5th episode of season 1, but this time he is successfully able to cut the nape of the titan and drag out a limbless Bertolt, finally putting a stop to him. He then stands over the burnt remains of Armin, recalling how they had promised each other that one day they would see the ocean together. The armored titan had tried to stop Eren, but he was stopped by a thunder spear which was fired to his knee. He had forgotten his memories up until the morning, so consequently had forgotten how effective the thunder spears were. Squad Levi had formulated a plan to use their remaining thunder spears to take out Reiner. With the 3 remaining spears, they planned for 2 to be used to target the titan's jaw muscles, and a final spear to be fired into the mouth to blow out Reiner through the back of the armored titan's neck. Connie was able to successfully fire his spear and land his mark, but Sasha was injured and missed her target. Thankfully, Hanji is revealed to have survived the explosion from the colossal titan's transformation and successfully attacks the jaw of the titan with her spear. With this, they are able to unhinge the jaw of the armored titan as Mikasa fires the final thunder spear into the armored titan's mouth as Reiner is thrown out of the titan's nape. They finally capture and immobilize him by blinding him and cutting off his limbs. So while Squad Levi and Hanji were dealing with Reiner and Bertolt within the Shiganshina district, the scouts to the north of the wall had been pushed into a corner where success seemed highly unlikely. They were up against the Beast Titan and his horde of titans who had trapped and targeted them. Zeke had been throwing crushed boulders towards the scouts, which were being gathered by his strange accomplice, the Cart Titan. The boulders which had been raining down on them had caused mass casualties, reducing their manpower and the number of horses that they have for escape. Despite the experience of the scouts on the front line, they were no match against a bombardment of large boulders, which very effectively tore apart their front line of defense. The survivors took cover behind structures and buildings. Eren had joined them after descending down Wall Maria in order to regroup with Levi and the others, in order to devise a strategy to counter the Beast Titan. They had no knowledge of what was going on within the district, so they ruled out escaping into there, assuming that the colossal titan would be active, which would make it impossible to ensure their safety. After they witness Eren's titan land on top of Wall Maria, the new recruits begin to panic as the hopelessness of their situation sinks in. They are trapped from 2 fronts, as it appears that the scouts within the district are losing their battle. Levi suggests to Erwin that they get Eren an escape, while he stays behind to confront and battle against the Beast Titan on his own. Erwin instead proposes another all-or-nothing strategy. This plan does prove to be effective in defeating the Beast Titan, however, it comes at a heavy cost. Erwin's strategy involves the deaths of the new recruits and even himself, as the plan entails Erwin leading the new recruits to their death in a full frontal charge towards the Beast Titan, directly taking on the raining boulders, distracting Zeke, while Levi takes out the titans around the perimeter and attacks the Beast Titan from his blind spot. At this point, what choice were they left with? Staying there doing nothing would have resulted in them being attacked by another stream of rocks raining down on them. The plan causes fear and panic within the new recruits, as some of them even begin to throw up up at the prospect of losing their lives within mere moments. Eren is even asked by a tier 4 recruit if they are about to die, to which he coldly replies yes. If they don't move, then they will die anyway. Eren's logic is that if death is certain, then they may as well die fighting. Eren prepares his soldiers for the unthinkable, as the corpses which weigh in his conscience are about to increase once more. I mean, at this point, how many have died while under the command of Eren? What peace of mind can he offer to the scouts when he himself is about to meet the same fate as them? What is to become of your hopes and dreams when you are crushed by a boulder? Does the life that you lived cease to hold any meaning after meeting such a cruel demise? Eren tells his soldiers we all die sooner or later. The fact that they lived holds meaning in itself. If they were to reflect upon their dead comrades who had given their lives so that they could stand where they are today, did they give up their lives for a meaningless effort? Eren's final rally to inspire the troops is a reminder that their fallen comrades did not die in vain, and in the same way, their final charge will not be meaningless. Those who give their lives for humanity will be honored, as Eren endeavors to bring meaning to their sacrifice by offering up his lives and the lives of his survey corps in order to defeat the Beast Titan. Eren states that this is the only way for them to rebel against the cruel world, which is once again referred to here. They have to trust that the next generation will honor their sacrifice and be able to gain something from it. Eren's decision to sacrifice himself came with immense hesitation, as he would lose his opportunity to see the basement, which holds the answers to the questions he had longed for his whole life. Levi, who respects and understands his ordeal, makes the decision for him, telling him to abandon his dreams and lead the recruits to their death, while he promises to defeat the Beast Titan. And sure enough, Eren leads the recruits on a full frontal charge, as they use their signal flares to impair the aim of Zeke. Levi, with a heavy heart, begins to take out the Titans surrounding them. Unnoticed, he makes his way towards his target, in the middle of the blockade. The Beast Titan is angered by the Survey Corps' willingness to give up their lives, as he continues firing crushed boulders towards them. The first wave of rocks strikes Eren as he is taken out along with several others. The second and third attack take out all of the remaining recruits, putting an end to their final charge. It is at this moment that Zeke realizes that the Titans to his right hand side had been killed. He is then ambushed by Levi. The Beast Titan, who hadn't expected Levi to be as strong as he is, was overwhelmed and easily cut down. This moment had given me a great deal of satisfaction. After heart-wrenchingly watching the sacrifice of the scouts, Levi exacts his revenge and makes Zeke pay for the fun that he was having at the expense of Eren and his recruits. Levi wonders if any of the recruits had survived the barrage of attacks, as he plans to use the serum from the injection to revive them by consuming Zeke and inheriting his Titan power. However, the Cart Titan comes to Zeke's aid and takes him away from Levi as it rushes towards Wall Maria, and in turn the remaining Titans are sent after Levi to hold him back. He instantly takes them all out and pursues the Cart Titan. While Levi chases after Zeke, a lone survivor from the Beast Titan's attack discovers that Eren is barely alive. However, he needs the Titan injection from Levi so that he can eat one of the enemies in order to survive. Eren is carried from the battlefield towards Levi in an attempt to save his life. This now brings us up to speed with the events that had occurred within the Shiganshina district. Now we are faced with a difficult decision as we wonder who the injection will be used to save. The noble Eren, who had given up on his dream, or Armin, who had longed to see the ocean until the final moments of his sacrifice. Zeke finds Bertolt being held hostage by Eren. They identify each other as Eren realizes that he is the Beast Titan. Zeke here strangely reveals to Eren that both of them are the victims of Grisha Jaeger. Zeke ends up retreating before saying anything else after he notices that Levi has caught up to him. Before leaving, he does say something noteworthy to Eren, that he would one day return for him. Levi was unable to follow Zeke since he needed Eren's vertical maneuvering gear, his gas and blades. But Eren realized that Armin was still alive after hearing him cough. Shockingly, after being burnt alive repeatedly by the Colossal Titan, Armin has somehow managed to remain alive, but barely. But if he isn't given the Titan injection, then he will surely die. The other scouts had apprehended Reiner and tried to press him for information. He handed them a letter for Historia that was written by Ymir. After the scouts decide that killing Reiner would be an appropriate course of action, he is saved by Zeke and the Cart Titan. Grabbing him, they retreat from Shiganshina over Wall Maria, and so the remaining scouts within the Shiganshina district regroup with Eren and Levi. Levi was ready to administer the injection to Armin, but he is interrupted by the news that Eren is also on the brink of death. The conflict now arises as Levi believes that Eren should receive the injection, while Eren and Mikasa are adamant that Armin, their friend, should be saved, even resorting to forcefully taking the serum from Levi. The other scouts arrive and sympathize with Eren and Mikasa, but hold them back as they too believe that Eren should be saved. His leadership has helped them to get to this point after all. This cruel world was challenged consistently by the Survey Corps, who were led by Eren. Now a cruel dilemma befalls the scouts. Levi orders to be left alone to give Eren the the injection. While he is alone with Erwin, he second guesses his decision. He realizes that Erwin had let go of his dreams and ambitions and had accepted his death prior to charging against the Beast Titan. As he is about to inject Erwin, using the last ounce of his strength, Erwin raises his hand, moving it away, rejecting the offer to be brought back to life. This is his opportunity to finally end his experience of the cruel world. He could finally rest in peace. After this, Levi appreciates that Armin has yet to realize his dream. He has yet to live the rest of his life with his friends, and it is for this reason that he changes his mind and injects Armin with the serum. The cruelty does not end here, however, as Armin transforms into a titan and devours Bertolt, who begs and pleads for his life. He even asks his former comrades within the Survey Corps to save him. In his dying moments, you cannot help but to feel sorry for him, especially after knowing the pain and suffering he had endured, holding his feelings back and never having the opportunity to confess to Annie how he had felt about her. This adds to the cruelty of the moment, as Attack on Titan excels in displaying unfair situations and moments which rob any meaning from the individuals' lives. Imagine living with dreams, hopes, and relationships, for them all to be taken away from you through mindless violence. There is nothing honorable about being killed in such a cruel manner, being eaten alive, feeling pain, and helplessly realizing that your life amounted to nothing in the end. Erwin's final battle cry served as an answer to this. During this arc, the Survey Corps had fought to bring meaning to the lives that were taken in battle previously, to honor the sacrifices of those who fought before you, and to fearlessly charge in the face of cruelty is what the Wings of Freedom symbolize for me. It is a testament to Isayama's ability to write his story, as he can make you feel sympathy for even an antagonist like Bertolt. We know that his story ends here, and Annie will never know how Bertolt felt about him, nor will his family ever see him return home. During this arc, we realize that Bertolt and Reiner were only following orders, but for what purpose? We find out more about the birthplace of Reiner, Bertolt, and Annie as we finally direct our attention over to the basement. After Armin is saved, the 9 surviving members of the Survey Corps regroup and discuss what they will do now that Erwin has died, as we are about to experience a highly anticipated moment that we have all been waiting for since the first season back in 2013, as Eren, Mikasa, Levi, and Hanji finally return to Eren's home and make their way into Grisha Jaeger's basement to discover the truth of the world. The key that Eren was given by his father did not fit into the door of the basement. This door had to be broken down. The key instead fit into the keyhole found on a desk within the basement. Within the drawer, they found 3 books titled The Early Life of Grisha Jaeger, the second titled Titans and Everything Known of History, and the last book, Information About the World Beyond the Walls. In the first book, they found a photograph, which is an invention that they had not seen before. It wasn't a sketch, as they realized it was a moment of time captured onto a piece of paper. It was a photo of Grisha and what appeared to be his first wife and his son. They read through the book The Early Life of Grisha Jaeger as they learn about the subjects of Ymir. They were a group of people called Eldians who served the royal family, who had been the descendants of Ymir. The Eldians had ruled the world until they were defeated by an opposing nation called Marley during the Great Titan War. The Eldians had escaped onto an island called Paradis Island, isolating themselves within the 3 walls, Maria, Rose, and Sina. And it is the Marleyans that now control the land beyond the ocean. The remaining Eldians who live on their land are segregated into isolated areas, and it is here that we learn Grisha was raised. It is revealed that while Grisha was a young boy, his younger sister was killed by the Malayan military. This results in him joining a group of rebels called the Eldian Restorationists. Grisha had married a woman called Dina Fritz, who had royal blood flowing through her. They both had a child called Zeke, who they had wanted to obtain the power of the founding titan so that they could restore Eldia. Zeke was sent to become a warrior, but he had betrayed his family and the Eldian Restorationists by revealing their plans to Marley. Grisha, his wife, and the other members of the group were sent to Paradis Island, where they were injected with the Titan serum and transformed into titans. Before Grisha was transformed, however, he was saved by one of the Malayan soldiers called Eren Kruger. He had infiltrated into the military and was the spy that was giving the Eldian Restorationists inside information on Marley. Eren Kruger had ordered Grisha to obtain the powers of the founding titan, since they are concealed somewhere within the walls. Grisha was then transformed into a titan and had eaten Eren Kruger, thus obtaining the powers of the attack titan. After Eren and the others had read about the people of Eldia and Marley through Grisha's journal, they returned to the Trost district. Eren and Mikasa were imprisoned for their insubordination with Levi. While Eren was imprisoned, he was able to access the memories of his father through his founding titan ability, which he had inherited from his father. He had learnt that the writings of his father were consistent with his memories, confirming that his father was telling the truth. Eren had also realized that Dina Fritz was the titan that had killed his mother. He realizes that he was only able to access the abilities of the founding Titan after he had punched the Titan of Dina Fritz, which means that he can utilize the Founding Titan's abilities as long as he is in contact with an individual from the Fritz bloodline. After the battle, the military assessed the books from the basement and honored the deaths of the 199 scouts who had died so that they could safely receive this information, which could benefit humanity. They concluded that the only way to defeat the enemy beyond the walls, which appears to be the entire world which is against Eldia, is to use the powers of the Founding and Colossal Titan in order to survive. Eren did not disclose to them that he was able to use the Founding Titan's abilities after he had punched the Titan of Dina Fritz back in season 2, because he realized it would be better to keep this information to himself in order to protect Historia, since there is every chance that they may exploit this information by turning her into a Titan and utilizing the abilities of the Founding Titan through her. And so the 9 surviving members from the expedition to Shiganshina were honored and celebrated. When Eren kisses the hand of Queen Historia, he makes contact with an individual with royal blood, and this causes him to recall another memory with his father. What Eren sees here isn't immediately revealed to us, but it is crucial in explaining his actions in the future arcs. After the conclusion of this arc, the Titans outside the Trost district were eliminated thanks to the use of the Executioner from Hell, and eventually every single Titan within Wall Maria was killed by the winter of that year. And by the time that it was spring, humanity had already reclaimed the land of Wall Maria, as people had begun to move back into Wall Maria for the first time in 5 years. And then exactly a year after the Battle of Trost, where Eren had first transformed into his Titan form, the scouts set out for an expedition beyond Wall Maria, the first expedition beyond the walls since 6 years ago when the Colossal Titan had first appeared. The land beyond Wall Maria did not contain any Titans, since they had all travelled into the walls and were eliminated there. After enough travel, the scouts eventually reached the end of Paradis Island, as they saw the borderline where the Marleyans would transform the Eldian prisoners into Titans. Beyond the border, the scouts finally see the ocean and realize that their battle for freedom has not ended yet. There is an enemy beyond the ocean that has been targeting them that must be eliminated. We can assume that Annie, Reiner, Bertolt, and Zeke all came from beyond the sea. The ocean serves as the final barrier between themselves and their enemy. Their battle is far from over, as Eren realizes this all too clearly, while contrastingly Armin is just grateful for the moment that he could finally touch the ocean, that his dream of finally witnessing a salt lake that stretches as far as the eye can see is actualized. Now at the end of this arc, it is a turning point for the story of Attack on Titan, as gradually throughout the story Eren has been slowly losing his humanity, and we see his loss of humanity actualized as the story progresses, and he comes into conflict with his allies and his childhood friends. This perfectly wraps up the events of the Return to Shiganshina arc and takes us into the Marley arc. A lot of people that I know started to have issue with the story of Attack on Titan with the start of its 8th arc. I will discuss more about this in the next video, and hopefully piece together the building blocks that Isayama had laid for his finale of Attack on Titan. The Marley arc takes place between chapters 91 to 106 of the manga, and it is adapted into episodes 60 to 68 of the anime, so running for a total of 16 chapters and 9 episodes in the anime. This is the 8th story arc of the series, as we are introduced to the nation across the sea. It begins with the nation of Marley engaged with the Mid-East War, where they battle against the Mid-East allied forces and end up defeating the enemy thanks to the power of the Titans. It is during this battle that the Marleyan military realizes that the oversized power of the Titans is no longer as threatening as it once was, with the current advances in modern technology and warfare. In order to prove that they are still the most powerful nation in the world, the Marleyans need the power of the Founding Titan now more than ever. But as we know, the power of the Founding Titan is with none other than Eren Yeager. During the war between Marley and the Mid-East allied forces, we learn to sympathize with the Marleyans as we see the other perspective. Throughout this entire series, we are focused on Paradis Island and on the plight of the Eldians who reside on there, but we know very little of the Eldians who lived in persecution on Marley, aside from the brief flashback of Grisha Yeager. Isayama excellently takes us back to the training days of Reiner, Bertolt, and Annie via the perspectives of Gabi and Falco. They are both young Eldian warriors, and they are candidates for the inheritor of the Titan powers. Falco had endured difficult military training, as he wanted to inherit the powers of the armored Titan. He wants to protect Gabi and to prevent her from inheriting these powers, because because if she is the next user of the Armored Titan, then she will only live to be 27. You would be hard to find any Eldian within Marley who wouldn't want their child to become an Eldian warrior and to inherit the power of a Titan. The family of any Eldian warrior that has inherited the powers of the Titan is treated like a Marleyan, and this emphasizes the racial divide that exists between the Marleyans and the Eldians. The Eldians have to constantly prove their loyalty to Marley, so much so that they would risk the lives of their children to enlist into the military and to dramatically shorten their lifespans by inheriting the powers of the Titans, just so that they can have a right to reside within Marley without persecution. We know that Falco wants to inherit the powers of the Armored Titan because he wants to protect Gabby from the cruel world, and it is through this perspective that we begin to sympathize with Reiner, Bertolt and Annie, who were sent to Paradis Island at such a young age, and they were made to feel responsible for the deaths of countless Eldians, as they were brainwashed by the Marleyan military and told that they were fighting the enemy, that they were landing on an island full of devils, and these people did not deserve to live. But after they had enacted their plan and had caused the fall of Shiganshina, and had blended in with the crowds and had learned to live with the survivors and the 104th Training Corps, Reiner in particular had begun to realize that the devils on Paradis Island were no different to themselves or the Eldians that they had grown up with in Marley. It is vital for us to understand this perspective, as it helps us to appreciate Eren's actions later on, as the protagonist of Attack on Titan becomes so fixated upon revenge against Marley and the rest of the world that had persecuted Paradis Island and had done nothing to protect it. He frankly loses his humanity and puts on the line everything that he cherishes in order to exact his revenge upon the world, a world that is inhabited by individuals that we really begin to sympathize with during the Marley Arc, and the story really becomes complicated, and it isn't just a simple story about good and evil anymore. We know why 3 children who were brainwashed were sent to Paradis Island. Their actions had devastating consequences, but at the end of the day, the people who are truly held responsible for this are the Marleyan government and the Marleyan military, and this is what the raid on Libero is all about, where the devils of Paradis Island finally launch their counterattack against the supposed enemy, as we get an inverse of what had happened at Paradis Island, as Eren takes up the role of the colossal and armored titan who had attacked Shiganshina all those years ago when he was a child, as he transforms into the attack titan and makes the citizens of Marley endure the very pain that he had felt, as countless innocent lives are lost during his battle against the titan shifters in Marley, as several children like himself are made to live without parents. The perspective of Eren as a child is showed to us through Gabby. As a child, she doesn't understand the complex nuance and the history behind Paradis Island and Marley. All she sees is that an invading force is attacking everything that she knows and loves. Gabby looks upon the attack titan with the same amount of anger and frustration that Eren had right at the start of the series, after the colossal and armored titan had appeared and the smiling titan had eaten his mother. After this unprovoked attack, Eren of course had sworn to destroy every single titan, and this is no different to the emotions that Gabby is feeling here. These very feelings that end up pushing her to kill Sasha in the end. The death of Sasha marked a pivotal point within the series. She was a character who was the source of comedic relief whenever tensions were too high and the atmosphere was getting too tense. You could always count on Sasha to break the ice with her goofy actions and her constant musings about how hungry she is. But with her death, we entered the endgame of the series and the final phase of the Attack on Titan story, as Gabby is made to understand what it means to take another life, as she is taken captive and brought back to Paradis Island with Falco, and whether she knows it or not, she meets with people who were directly impacted by Sasha. One such individual was Niccolo, who was part of the first survey fleet that had arrived on Paradis Island after the failure of the Paradis Island operation. He was a former Marleyan soldier who had grown close to Sasha. It was thanks to Sasha that he had learnt that he can use his cooking skills to bring happiness to people, and that it was thanks to her that he was saved from the Marleyans' war with the Eldians. At Sasha's funeral, Niccolo had offered to cook for Sasha's family. When they take him up on his offer and they come to eat at his restaurant, he greets them and has them seated, and when he goes to the wine cellar, he is confronted by 2 children who had come with Sasha's family. They believe that they are speaking to a loyal Marleyan soldier, and they introduce themselves as warrior candidates to them. When he asks how they were brought onto Paradis Island, he is shocked to learn that they were brought on the airship that had returned from the raid on Liberio. He then questions if they had killed any soldiers while they were on that airship, to which Gabby states that she did, and this is where Niccolo immediately realizes that Gabby was responsible for Sasha's death. He takes the 2 of them to Sasha's family and tells them that it was Gabby who had killed Sasha. He offers to Sasha's father a knife to kill Gabby with, and that if they don't kill Gabby, then he himself will. He goes on to talk about how much Sasha had meant to him. Sasha's father takes the knife from Niccolo, as it is evident that he refuses to support him in his endeavor. They ask for Gabby Gabi and Falco to be freed, as the two young warriors begin to realize the humanity that exists on the other side. And similar to Reiner, they realize that the devils on Paradis Island are not as bad as they were made out to be by the Marleyan military. Chronologically, prior to the start of the Marley Arc, Zeke had proved his loyalty to Eldia when he privately meets with Kiyomi Azumabito, who is an ambassador of Hizuru and an ally to the Eldians that reside on Paradis Island. He explains to her how he wants to restore the ancestral homeland of Eldia, and he offers to her the vertical maneuvering equipment, reassuring her that supporting the restoration of Eldia will benefit her nation. Through Kiyomi's character, we learn that Mikasa Akuman is the last descendant of a son that had belonged to the Hizuru's Shogun clan. After the Mid-East Allied War, Eren had infiltrated into the Marleyan military under the guise of Eren Kruger. Meanwhile, the Taiba family, who is a house of Eldian nobles living within Marley as honorary Marleyans, arrive within Liberio. They are a family that is respected throughout the world, as they were the first Eldian family to fight against their own during the Great Titan War. Within their family, they had kept the Warhammer Titan for generations, with only a handful of people knowing the identity of the individual who had inherited this Titan power. Their reason for coming to Liberio is to host an upcoming festival, where they will host ambassadors from all over the world. Prior to the festival, Falco, who had built a bond with Eren, ends up reintroducing Reiner to Eren during the night of the festival. Eren is glad that Reiner was able to make it back to his homeland safely after the events of the Return to Shiganshina Arc. When Reiner sees Eren, he falls into a state of disbelief. While speaking to Eren, he sees that Eren's hand has already been cut, so at any moment he can transform into the Attack Titan. Reiner breaks down and questions why Eren is in Marley, and it is here that we understand the dynamic that exists between these two characters, with Eren being the protagonist of his homeland of Paradis Island, while contrastingly Reiner acts as the protagonist for the warriors that reside within Marley. He explains to Reiner that he is here for the same reason that Reiner was in Paradis Island, as he explains that neither of them has a choice. Eren questions Reiner as to why he helped to destroy the walls. He explains it was a part of their operation to infiltrate the walls and to observe the reaction of the king. The aim of the operation on Paradis Island was to retrieve the powers of the founding Titan. The warriors who had infiltrated had believed that their actions would help to save the world. He questions whether if Eren had come to Marley in order to exact his revenge by killing him, but Eren states that he no longer blames Reiner for his actions, and he is able to understand why he had done what he did. When Reiner falls to his knees and admits that Eren's mother was killed because of him, he begs Eren to kill him, as he can no longer live with the guilt that he is feeling. He just wants to vanish from the world. Just as Willy Taiba's speech is coming to an end, Eren offers his hand to Reiner and helps him back to his feet, as he states that the two of them are the same, and they have probably been the same since they were born. After the leader of the Taiba family, Willy Taiba, declares war upon Paradis Island, Eren transforms into the Attack Titan and kills him. After this, he goes on a rampage as he starts to destroy the surroundings. Following this, Willy's younger sister transforms into the Warhammer Titan, as her battle against the Attack Titan begins. Meanwhile, the Survey Corps members make their arrival as they battle against the Marleyan soldiers. The Jaw, Cart, and Beast Titan also join the battle as they assist the Warhammer Titan. Levi is able to successfully take out the Beast Titan. Meanwhile, Eren takes advantage of the Jaw Titan's powerful jaws to destroy the crystalline structure surrounding Lara Taiba's body. After this, Eren inherits the powers of the Warhammer Titan, and as we know, this is where Gabi and Falco board the airship, where Gabi ends up killing Sasha. When Eren returns to the airship, he is greeted by Levi, who kicks him and orders for him to be apprehended. Hanji scolds Eren for having forced the Survey Corps members to accommodate his plans. He had in fact abused their trust, but Eren is unfazed by this, as he states that destroying the leaders of the Marleyan military has bought them some time. Upon returning to Paradis Island, Eren is taken into an underground prison. We see him cleaning himself up as he states to himself that Paradis Island needs to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Zeke is taken to the Forest of Giant Trees, where he is under house arrest, under the watchful eye of Levi. Hanji visits Eren while he is arrested, and explains to him that Eren has incurred the wrath of the rest of the world against Paradis Island with his raid on Liberio, but Eren explains that because he had stolen the power of the Warhammer Titan, that he can free himself at any time. He grabs Hanji through the bars of his prison cell, as he asks her what she can do to him. Meanwhile, Darius Zakli is killed by a bomb in his office, and Eren utilizes his Titan abilities to escape from his cell. Upon escaping, he meets up with a newly formed group called the Jaegerists. This is a rebel faction of the Paradis military. They had formed in support of Eren after he was imprisoned, and their goal was to reunite Eren with his brother Zeke, ultimately desiring to create the new Eldian Empire. We know that the Jaegerists from this point forward assist Eren and help him to activate
activate the rumbling. This group consists of individuals like Flock who had become radicalized. The Jaegerists are a nationalist group, and at any cost they want to avoid having a peaceful resolution and integration with the rest of the world, which is what Hanji and the Survey Corps ultimately want. During this time, the Jaegerists had wanted to overthrow the Survey Corps and to free Eren. While this is going on, the Marleyans had also planned their counterattack against Paradis Island, as Isayama begins to spin multiple plates at once, as Zeke also begins to take action in order to reunite with Eren, as after freeing himself, Eren states that they need to locate Zeke, but Zeke ends up being defeated by Levi after he had transformed all of the members of the Survey Corps who were guarding him into Titans, as they had consumed the wine containing his spinal fluid. Zeke was pretty confident that Levi would not kill his own people, but he is shocked to see a bloodied and extremely angered Levi standing in front of him. But thanks to the Thunder Spears, Levi is able to successfully pierce through the Beast Titan's hardened nape. He detonates the spear, which severely injures Zeke. Later, we see Zeke tied to a carriage with a Thunder Spear sticking into his abdomen, but Zeke activates the Thunder Spear stuck in his stomach, which causes an explosion. The second explosion leaves Zeke's body completely unrecognizable. He is too badly wounded for his body to simply regenerate. When he loses consciousness, one of the Titans that he had created approaches him, and instead of devouring him, it opens up its own stomach and places him inside. When he regains consciousness, he discovers that he is in an unknown location, and somehow he is still alive. He then witnesses a young girl who is later identified as Ymir Fritz slowly reconstructing his body out of soil. When he looks up, he notices that there are strange patterns in the sky, as he understands that he is within the Path's dimension, and the girl before him is his ancestor Ymir Fritz. At this point, we are aware that Zeke had used his spinal fluid to contaminate the wine to infect most of the Eldians, and when Eren learns that his friends are together at a nearby restaurant, he visits them. He orders Flock to restrain the other Survey Corps members while he speaks to Mikasa, Armin, and Gabi. In a private room, he tells them that he wants to resolve things peacefully. Armin questions whether if Zeke has convinced Eren to join his side, but Eren ignores him, as he states that everything that he is doing has been based on his own desires. Mikasa retaliates as she states that Eren is being controlled, but Eren reveals to Armin that he is aware that he constantly goes to visit Annie, and he suggests that he is unknowingly being influenced by the memories of Bertolt. When Mikasa begins to defend Armin, Eren reveals that he knows about Mikasa's family lineage, as he learnt this from Zeke, and that the only reason that Mikasa has stayed by his side is because of her instinctual desire to protect her host, going on to explain that once an acumen is activated, they will often suffer headaches due to their true self fighting the urge to protect their recognized host. Eren states that the real Mikasa had died the day that he had saved her from her kidnappers. Eren completely shatters Mikasa's heart as he tells her that he has always hated people like her, individuals who are obedient slaves and do nothing but follow orders. In response to this unprovoked insult, Armin attacks Eren, but Eren's point is proven right when Mikasa instinctively grabs Armin and slams him into a table. Eren then proceeds to beat Armin into submission. We are aware of Armin's moral stance when he is faced up against a bully or an unrelenting force. He's the type of individual who wants to come to a peaceful resolution, instead of resorting to violence and to stoop down to the level of his opponents. But during this encounter, Armin snaps when Eren directs his anger towards Mikasa. After Armin, Mikasa, and Gabi are taken away, Armin refers to Eren as a slave, and this remark clearly angers Eren. When Eren takes Pieck and Gabi to the rooftop and orders them to reveal the direction from which the Marleyan military will invade them, when Pieck ends up pointing at Eren himself, the Jaw Titan appears and bites off Eren's legs. Eren transforms as he notices that a fleet of Marleyan airships are approaching them, thus beginning the War for Paradis Island arc, which spans for a total of 33 chapters from chapter 107 to 139, and it is still being adapted from episode 69 of the Attack on Titan final season. During the Paradis Island surprise attack, Reiner and Eren face off against each other once again. As the Marleyans begin their attack against Paradis Island, Onyankopon frees the Survey Corps members that are imprisoned, in the hopes that they will help Eren against the Marleyan military. Meanwhile, Zeke appears in his Beast Titan form on top of the wall of the Shiganshina district, as he assists the Eldians in their counterattack against the Marleyan military. Eren can only activate the powers of the Founding Titan if he comes into contact with Zeke. This is why it's so important for the two of them not to meet. We are aware that Zeke possesses royal blood. This is one of the reasons why he is referred to as a special individual. Zeke and Levi have this relationship with each other as they are both considered the strongest soldiers of their own respective areas. We know that Reiner had referred to the Beast Titan as their strongest warrior, while it is evident that Levi is humanity's strongest soldier in the battle against the Titans. During the story, Zeke was able to manipulate both sides of the war. He had taken advantage of Eldia and Marley in his own way in order to achieve his agenda, which ultimately is to cause the extinction of his own people, as he believes that this is the only way for their salvation. Zeke was the son of Grisha Jaeger, and he had inherited his royal blood from Dina Fritz. So with Reiner and Eren facing off against each other, and with the Beast Titan having just appeared within the Shiganshina district, the story of Attack on Titan begins to head towards its endgame. Zeke is attacked by Magath, who fires a round of anti-Titan artillery, which penetrates the Beast Titan's nape. This knocks out Zeke as he falls off of the wall, crashing into the ground. When Zeke regains consciousness, he sees that Eren is still battling with Reiner. He tells Eren that he will transform all the soldiers who have ingested his spinal fluid into Titans. He barely gets to his feet and he is about to scream, but before he can, Colt and Falco approach him, as Colt tells Zeke that Falco had accidentally ingested the spinal fluid, begging him not to scream until Falco is safe and out of range of the scream. He appreciates that Colt wants to protect his younger brother, but Zeke ultimately ignores his request and lets out the scream. This results in all of the Eldians who are affected that are within his range to transform into Titans. When Zeke witnesses that Eren is struggling to get away from Reiner, he orders Falco's Titan to fight Reiner and to kill him. After giving this command, Zeke is once again shot by Magath's anti-Titan artillery. Both Eren and Zeke exit from their Titans at the same time, in an attempt to convince the enemy that they have both been defeated. When Zeke crawls towards Eren, attempting to reach out towards him, Eren is decapitated by a shot fired by Gabi from a anti-Titan rifle. In the iconic moment where Eren's head lands into Zeke's outstretched hand, it results in Eren activating the powers of the Founding Titan before he can die from his injuries. The two of them are then transported into the Path's realm. Eren sees a chained Zeke who explains where they are and how they had gotten here. He then witnesses a young girl approaching them, as Zeke explains that this girl is Ymir Fritz. Zeke attempts to convince Eren to take control of Ymir and to activate their plan to kill all of the Eldians, but Eren questions why Zeke is sat there chained up. Zeke explains that these chains are Karl Fritz's vow, which prevent anybody with royal blood from acting freely, and so it is for this reason that he requests for Eren to begin their plan. But in the end, Eren reveals that he is going to betray Zeke by refusing to kill all of the Eldians, and he was only using Zeke in order to obtain the powers of the Founding Titan. Eren approaches Ymir and requests that he be given control of a power, but Ymir ignores him. Zeke states that while he was waiting for Eren to arrive within the Path's realm, he had discovered a way to erase Karl Fritz's vow, and that Ymir Fritz will now only obey people with royal blood. Zeke then chains Eren into place, as he explains that he has been brainwashed by Grisha. Eren argues with his older half-brother, but Zeke promises to free Eren from his brainwashing, as he shows him memories from Grisha's life. Zeke shows Eren different memories of Grisha's life while he was on Paradis Island, as he shows how Grisha had used his occupation as a doctor to learn more information about the royal family, despite the obvious risk that this had posed to his new family life that he had set up. Eren doesn't appear to be too bothered by this, but he is surprised when he learns that Grisha had learnt the location of the Reyes family chapel years prior to his attack on the family, and that even years after leaving Marley, he had still thought about his son Zeke. Zeke is very emotionally affected by this revelation, as he realizes that his father had still cared for him. When Eren continues on to the next memory, Zeke questions Eren as to why he had betrayed him, when it is evident that he was not brainwashed by Grisha. Eren reveals that he believes in taking away the freedom of anybody that opposes his own. During one of the memories where they witness Grisha writing that humanity has not perished beyond the walls, they are surprised when Grisha is momentarily able to see Zeke. They then go to the memory of the day when Grisha had stolen the powers of the Founding Titan. They witness Grisha speaking with Frida Reyes, and Eren becomes angry when Frida claims that the Eldians must take on the world's wrath for the sins that were committed by their ancestors. Eren is disappointed and angered when he sees that his father cannot bring himself to carry out his mission. In this moment, Eren influences his father to kill the Reyes family. He reminds him of all of the lives that were lost leading up to this moment. He orders Grisha to finish what he had started. Zeke returns the two of them from Grisha's memories, as Eren states they are yet to see the final memory. He says that 4 years prior, he had been given a glimpse into his own memories of the future. He had foreseen that he would be peering into Grisha's memories. While looking into Grisha's memories, it is evident that Zeke begins to sympathize with his father, as he sees that Grisha had delayed his mission after he had discovered the Reyes family's chapel, out of love for his new family. He is forced to admit to himself that his father had learned from the mistakes that he had made with Zeke. Zeke is further shocked when he witnesses his father in his sleep apologizing to Zeke. When Grisha was made aware of Zeke's presence, he tells Zeke that the future will not go his way but rather Eren's. The two of them embrace each other as Grisha admits that he was a terrible father to him and that he still loves him, and in the end he pleads with Zeke to stop Eren. Zeke is frankly horrified that Eren had pushed Grisha to kill the Reyes family. Eren thanks Zeke for allowing him to access the path of Grisha, whereby he was able to make the future that he had seen within his father's memories to have occurred. Zeke then orders Ymir to sterilize all of the Eldians. While she walks towards the Pillar of Light, Zeke tells Eren that Grisha had wanted to stop him. This was after Grisha was able to see a part of Eren's future, which Eren has not seen yet. Eren is able to escape from his chains as he desperately tries to stop Zeke. Eren then embraces Ymir as he pleads with her to give him her power so that he can end the world, and he promises that he will not force her to help him. He recognizes Ymir Fritz as neither a deity or a slave, and that she is only a human being. Zeke is shocked to see that Ymir is no longer listening to him, and before he can stop them, Ymir agrees to help Eren, and thus this activates the rumbling. As all of the walls on Paradis Island begin to crumble, the Wall Titans emerge as Eren's body also transforms into the Founding Titan. He uses the powers of the Founding Titan to communicate with all of the Eldians. He reveals that all of the hardening abilities of the Titans is undone, and that all of the Wall Titans will now proceed to destroy all of the life outside of Paradis Island. This is the only way that Eren can envisage that the inhabitants of Paradis Island will be freed. He has to defeat the rest of the world by using the devastating power of the rumbling. When the Titan hardening had worn off, this had also freed Annie from her crystalline structure. We learn that Levi was able to survive Zeke's explosive escape earlier, and he is discovered by Hanji. Reiner backs off from the fighting after he has his armored Titan power stripped from him. Pieck and Magath see that all of the Marleyan airships retreat from Paradis Island. They are then approached by Hanji and Levi, as we see that the events of the rumbling force Marleyans and Eldians to work together against a common threat. As even later, Reiner and Annie reunite with their old comrades from the 104th Training Corp. After forming this new alliance, they head towards the port, but they realize that the Jaegerists have captured the area. They are holding Kiyomi and her engineers hostage. Eren and his Titans arrive at the coast of Marley. It is guarded by the Global Alliance fleet, but it is no match against the rumbling, as it is completely wiped out. The on-land weaponry of Marley is also unsuccessful in stopping the Titans from advancing, as all of the soldiers and civilians desperately try to retreat to higher ground. Eren and his Titans begin the destruction of Marley as he recalls the death of his mother. He channels this into his desire to destroy every last one of his enemies. After Hanji and her group defeat the Jaegerists and rescue the Izumobitos, they make their way towards Odiha. Upon reaching their destination, Annie states that she wants to stay behind, as she has no desire to save humanity now that Marley has been wiped out. She questions Mikasa if she will kill Eren to save the world, but Mikasa hopes that it doesn't come down to this, as she insists that they will try to talk him out of his plans. They escape from Odiha just in time before Eren's Titans arrive. It is here that Hanji had sacrificed herself so that the others could stop Eren from exacting his revenge upon the world. As Eren and his Titans approach Fort Salta, he summons Armin, Mikasa, Connie, Jean, Reiner, Levi, and Pieck into the paths to speak with them. They proceed to beg Eren to stop the rumbling, but Eren tells them that he has no intention of doing so. He states that he will take away the freedom of the world so that he can achieve his own. Eren refuses to listen to reason, as he is adamant on destroying the world, and he is not willing to negotiate with any of his friends, and the only thing that can stop the advancement of the rumbling is his own death. When his friends finally engage Eren in combat, they try to reach his nape in order to destroy it, but Eren and Ymir then create Titans on his back in order to defend him. But despite their efforts, they're able to reach Eren's nape and blow it up. This in turn separates his Titan's head from its body. Armin then transforms into the Colossal Titan in order to kill Eren, but Eren's head then transforms into a Colossal Titan of its own. As the march continues to proceed, Armin and Eren engage in hand-to-hand combat in their respective Colossal Titan forms, but despite the effort, Eren proves to be the better fighter. But thanks to Armin's efforts, he is able to immobilize Eren long enough for Mikasa to enter into his mouth, and to kill Eren by severing his head from his spine. She decides to deliver the final blow, and she seals this moment into our memories with an unforgettable and very disturbing kiss. After having killed Eren and having stopped the rumbling, Mikasa and Armin decide to bury Eren's head below the tree that he used to enjoy sleeping under, located just outside of the Shiganshina district. Under the tree, a small grave was created in the memory of Eren, as we see that Mikasa continues to visit this spot even years after Eren's death. 3 years after the rumbling, Armin and the others are tasked as being diplomats, as they facilitate peace talks with Paradis Island and the rest of the world. When the rumbling had occurred within the manga, a lot of people were confused about the motives of Eren. Why did he start the rumbling? Why did Eren make the smiling titan eat his mother? We know that when Eren had individually brought all of his friends into the paths to explain his motives, he had told Armin that his goal was to make himself out to be the villain, so that the others could be referred to as heroes. Eren was able to foresee into the future through the powers of the founding titan, and his end desire was to create a world without titans. Eren had foresaw probably that the only way that he could achieve this was if certain predetermined events were to have occurred, like the death of his mother, or by starting the rumbling and making himself out to be the villain. This determined path where Paradis Island would eventually be freed was possibly brought about thanks to Eren's actions. In some way, Eren had controlled fate and destiny for the betterment of the future of Paradis Island. Eren was ultimately a slave to this path. He had to do what needed to be done for the sake of freedom and fate, as he had freed all of the Eldians from their cursed fate, and because of Eren's actions, he was in the end able to create a world that was not defined by predetermined destiny. He was able to give proper freedom to his friends and the rest of the world. He had sacrificed himself for the sake of his true desire, which was to free Paradis Island. In exchange for this to have occurred, he gave up his own humanity and his own life. Another pivotal point that I want to talk about is Mikasa having been the one to deliver the final blow to Eren. We know that earlier Eren had criticized Mikasa and had broken her heart by stating that she is only protecting Eren because of the curse of the Ackerman bloodline, which leads to them instinctively protecting their host. But Mikasa proves that all of those instances where she had protected Eren were because she was truly in love with him, and she does this by being the one to have delivered the final blow which had killed Eren. She was not under the will of the Ackerman blood. All of her actions were her own free will. She was not some pre-programmed robot that was acting to protect Eren because he had once saved her. She had proven that she was doing everything of her own will, and that she had loved and protected Eren because of her feelings for him. And thanks to Mikasa's actions, Ymir Fritz was able to see the power of free will, and what it means to have the choice to love one another through free will. Eren's ultimate goal was to create a world without titans. Eren had only been able to foresee such a future through these set of predetermined events that had to occur in order for this end goal of this path to have been achieved. I believe that Isayama could have explained this a bit better within the manga, as it had led a lot of people to confusion, and had even made me feel disheartened after reading the ending of Attack on Titan. But only after months of thinking about Eren's motives and why he did what he did, I was able to come to some closure about the ending of Attack on Titan, and that the events of Mikasa having to kill Eren, or the rumbling having to unfold, or the Titan of Dina Fritz eating Eren's mother, all of these things had to happen in order to create a world without titans. Some people believe that Eren had transformed into the bird that was seen at the end of the series, but I think this is pretty unlikely. I mentioned earlier in a video that I made about Attack on Titan and the theme of freedom that the birds or the doves that are seen are a symbol of hope and freedom, the freedom to fly beyond the walls, and in this instance it symbolizes that Eren is finally free from his destiny after his death. Mikasa, after seeing the scarf and the bird, is reminded of Eren and the freedom that he was able to give the world by creating a world without titans. So no, I don't think that Eren had magically transformed into a bird by the end of the series. In the end, Attack on Titan went on to have a similar ending to Code Geass, where the protagonist was made out to be the villain in exchange for the greater good of the world. The only way that Eren was able to bring together the forces of Marley and Eldia was to be the overwhelming threat that would force them to work together. As of making this video, this is the conclusion of the Attack on Titan manga. We still do not know how the Attack on Titan anime will conclude with its final season. With part 3 airing later on this year, I wonder if we will get an anime original ending, or if it will follow the events of the manga closely. One thing is for certain, that it is undeniable the impact that Attack on Titan has had upon the world of anime in general. I still remember the premiere of the first season in 2013, and how I feel like it was responsible for another resurgence in the medium of anime and manga in the Western world. So many people, including myself, had fallen in love with the early story of Attack on Titan, and we had followed it closely for near enough 10 years. And with any long-running story of this kind, it was difficult to assume that Isayama was going to please all of his fans. While momentarily people may be upset with the way that Attack on Titan ended, I feel like in the long run people will look back on this manga and anime series and will really come to appreciate Isayama's writing and the ending that he had chosen to go with. But yeah, we're at the point of this video where I want to hand over the discussion to all of you. What do you think about Attack on Titan in general as a story, and what do you feel about its ending? You all know my interpretation and my thoughts about the ending of Attack on Titan. Now I want to know all of yours, so definitely continue the discussion in the comments. And lastly, thank you for making making it to the end of this video, and I can't wait to see you in my next Attack on Titan video. If you enjoy my content, then you can support my channel through Patreon for as little as $1 a month, or even through YouTube by becoming a channel member. You will gain access to exclusive channel perks and a Discord server which I frequently use. So become a member of my Zero Division and be the first to know about my upcoming videos. And once again, thank you for sticking around till the end of the video, and whatever you contribute will mean a lot to me.